Chapter 228. Han Shixiang has been surpassed by him? Over 100 miles away, the duo that had been observing Li Fuchen and Han Feng looked at each other. The Star Road hidden domain had a very good vision. Even if they were over 100 miles away, they would still be able to differentiate between Han Feng and Li Fuchen. When they realized that Li Fuchen had surpassed Han Feng, and even forced Han Feng to disregard his reputation and make a move, they were both shocked. Who was Han Feng? He was one of the Celestial Seven. No matter which sect he went to, he would be an elite existence. Only 6 starbone frames and heaven-defying 5 starbone frames could surpass him. Could Li Fuchen be a new heaven-defying 5 starbone frame that popped out? As for a 6 starbone frame, that was impossible. The moment a 6 starbone frame joined the sect, their information would be spread out, and it was impossible to conceal it. The second segment of the Star Road was extremely long. The chi field of the Star Road was like a gentle breeze at the start, but gradually turned into a small breeze towards the end. Even Li Fuchen could feel traces of pressure. But this trace of pressure was still very weak, and didn't affect Li Fuchen much. 30 miles. 50 miles. Han Feng was already 50 miles away from Li Fuchen. The current him was drenched in sweat. In fact, if he could maintain his own pace and travel, he wouldn't be so tired. But because of his competitive nature, his speed was too fast at the start, and he was stimulated by Li Fuchen during the middle segment, which resulted in his poor condition. If he wasn't one of the Celestial Seven, he might have been teleported out of the Star Road hidden domain. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the second stage of the Star Road. The second stage of the Star Road was also an isolated island. There was a tall stone statue on the island, and the eyes of the stone statue were shut tight. The instant Li Fuchen stepped onto the island, an invisible wave spread out. The stone statue emitted a misty radiance, and at the same moment, the stone statue opened its eyes. It was a pair of misty eyes. Buzz! Li Fuchen's spirit will was shaken. Illusion technique? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. According to the information, the first stage was the Roar of Dreams, and the second stage was the Misty Eye. So the Misty Eye was an illusion technique. Illusion techniques were extremely hard to defend against. It was related to one's cultivation level, and also unrelated. It was related because the higher one's cultivation level, the stronger one's spirit will. The reason why he said it was unrelated was because if one's cultivation was high but one's willpower was weak, they would still fall for it. Powerful illusion martial artists, even if they were at the Earth realm, might be able to cause Heaven realm martial artists to fall into an illusion. If one wasn't an illusionary art martial artist, wanting to defeat a Heaven realm martial artist with Earth realm cultivation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If one wasn't a heaven-defying existence, it would be impossible. However, to cultivate illusions, one must first have a naturally strong spirit will. Secondly, one must have the aptitude to cultivate illusions. This aptitude could be an illusion-type bone frame, or it could be born with a unique sense towards illusions. The illusion art released by the stone statue was extremely powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Spirit Hidden Sect's Ghost Girl Yi Hua back in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's spirit will was stronger, and his awareness was heaven-defying. The stone statue's illusion technique was just a ripple on the surface of a lake to Li Fuchen. She wanted to make him fall into an illusion. Dream on. Passing the stone statue, Li Fuchen saw a towering stone monument. A brush appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen raised his brows. This should be the monument of names, and the brush of names. For the first time, those who passed the second stage of the Star Road in one go would be able to leave their mark on the monument of names. This mark had to be completed in one stroke, which was why no one would write their name. And because everyone would write their own mark, leaving their name was undoubtedly a vulgar thing. On the stone tablet, the markings were divided into a few camps. The first camp was high up, and it contained the spirit and willpower of the writer, as well as the mystical ripples bestowed by the Star Road secret realm. The second camp had a lot of markings, and they were densely packed like little tadpoles. The third camp had even more markings, and it was hard to tell how many markings there were. The first camp mark should be left by a 6-star bone frame, or a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. The second camp mark should be left by an elite 5-star bone frame. The third camp mark should be left by a superior 5-star bone frame. As for those dimmed marks, they should already be dead. To be able to pass the second stage of the star road in one go, no one was a regular person. A regular 5-star bone frame wouldn't even have the chance to come here on their first try. Only the elite 5-star bone frames would be able to come here on their first try. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, Emotionless Sword, and the others should belong to the second camp. Sword Maniac might be obsessed with the sword and had an exceptional perception, but his bone frame was too low and was only a 4-star bone frame, which was why Sword Maniac belonged to the heaven-defying 4-star bone frame. As for himself, Li Fuchen laughed. He was only a 1-star bone frame. Reaching out his right hand, Li Fuchen grabbed the brush. The moment he held the brush, Li Fuchen felt something unusual about it. This brush gave him a feeling that it was 10 folds more mystical than the Earth-class weapon shard. His awareness wanted to enter it, but an invisible wave obstructed his awareness. This brush's grade is at least Earth-class high tier. Li Fuchen thought to himself. As Li Fuchen held the brush, there was a mystical wave that poured into the brush from the void. Li Fuchen was surprised to find out that he didn't even need to pour in his qi. Thinking about it, it was at least an Earth-class high-tier brush, and his qi wasn't able to satisfy it. It was impossible to leave a mark on the Monument of Names. And the reason why the marks on the Monument of Names contained such a mystical wave was probably because of the brush of names. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen began to write his own mark. The writing was done in the void. The mark that Li Fuchen wrote was a sword, a sharp sword. This sword contained all of Li Fuchen's sword Dao proficiency and his formidable spirit will. The sword mark was completed in one go. The moment it was completed, the sword mark started to glow and automatically flew towards the Monument of Names. Third camp. Second camp. First camp. Soon enough, the sword mark climbed to the first camp and was imprinted on an empty space. Rumble. The Monument of Names let out a bright radiance. At the same time, the entire star road was slightly shaking, as though something huge had happened. First camp. Li Fuchen raised his brows. After the sword mark was imprinted, a mystical wave that belonged to Li Fuchen's spirit will spread out. It complemented the other marks in the first camp. It stood high above and emitted an aura of supremacy, and Li Fuchen noticed that the marks in the first camp, except for those that were dimmed, the rest of the marks that were glowing were of different sizes. There were more of the smaller marks, and the bigger marks were only 10% of the smaller marks. Li Fuchen's sword mark was impressively big, and it was one of the biggest marks among the big marks. There were a few of the sword marks that weren't convinced and charged at Li Fuchen's sword mark, seemingly trying to suppress it. But Li Fuchen's sword mark only shook a little, and immediately sent the sword marks flying back, dispirited and listless. What happened? Han Feng and the other two were panicking and didn't know what happened. Chapter 229. It seems like my potential belongs to the 6-star bone frame class. Furthermore, it is an elite 6-star bone frame. Seeing how incredible his sword mark was, Li Fuchen had a new understanding of his own potential. A 6-star bone frame was considered a monarch-class bone frame in the East Unicorn continent. If a 5-star bone frame had a high chance of breaking through to the reincarnation realm, then a 6-star bone frame had a high chance of breaking through to the reincarnation realm. There was even hope of breaking through to the battle spirit realm. The existence of a battle spirit realm expert was enough to crush any sect, including elite factions like the Celestial Star Sect, Doling Clan, and Eternal Spring Valley. A battle spirit realm expert could proclaim himself as a king in the East Unicorn continent. Those who submitted would prosper, while those who opposed would perish. Li Fuchen might only be a 1-star bone frame, but his potential wouldn't lie. As long as he could ensure that he didn't perish, breaking through to the reincarnation realm wouldn't be difficult. There was even a high chance of breaking through to the battle spirit realm. After all, he had an elite 6-star bone frame potential. After breaking through the second stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen arrived at the third segment of the Star Road. Compared to the second Star Road, the third Star Road's aura doubled. In other words, the aura field of the third star path was 4 times that of the first star path, and twice that of the second star path. Standing on the third Star Road, Li Fuchen felt as though he was being blown by a strong wind, which began to affect his condition. Looks like I'll have to slow down a little. Li Fuchen began to run. Then he kept adjusting his speed. Soon enough, Li Fuchen adjusted the speed to the optimal state, which was almost equivalent to 70% of the second Star Road. Not long after Li Fuchen left, Han Feng arrived at the second stage of the Star Road. Perhaps it was because of his poor condition. Han Feng instantly fell into the illusion released by the stone statue. It took him a whole hour to get out of the illusion. That was close. Han Feng had a lingering fear. If he were to fight an enemy, this 1 hour would be enough to kill him 1,000 times. Arriving in front of the monument of names, Han Feng started scanning the monument. He wanted to know where Li Fuchen left his mark. The third group had too many markings, and Han Feng wasn't foolish enough to think that Li Fuchen's markings were in the third group. In the second camp, Han Feng began to search slowly. There were some similar markings, but Han Feng's intuition told him that none of them were. After a long time, Han Feng's expression turned gloomy as he thought to himself, could he be in the first camp? The first camp consisted of 6 starbone frames, and heaven-defying 5 starbone frames. Even if it was him, he would feel a little inferior when facing these people. With an attitude of disbelief, Han Feng started to search among the markings of the first group. When his gaze landed on an extremely large sword mark, Han Feng was completely dumbfounded. This sword mark gave him a feeling that it was similar to Li Fuchen. But this sword mark was so big, how could it be Li Fuchen's? Could he be a heaven-defying 5 starbone frame? That's not right. Even a heaven-defying 5 starbone frame wouldn't be this huge, right? The so-called heaven-defying did not mean that it was truly heaven-defying. Instead, it was to reverse the difference in bone frames, allowing a 5 starbone frame to go against a 6 starbone frame. For example, a heaven-defying 3 starbone frame was comparable to a 4 starbone frame. A heaven-defying 4 starbone frame was comparable to a 5 starbone frame. Generally speaking, it was a 1-star difference. If this sword mark really belonged to Li Fuchen, then Li Fuchen's potential wasn't just comparable to a 6 starbone frame, but had surpassed most of the 6 starbone frames, and was at the pinnacle of the 6 starbone frames. Han Feng was completely stupefied. Reaching the pinnacle of the 6 starbone frame was something that even his celestial star sex, celestial star, young patriarch couldn't achieve. He had already found young patriarch celestial star's mark in the first group. Young patriarch celestial star's mark was a simple star pattern, but it was undoubtedly much smaller than the sword mark. Impossible, this is definitely not his mark. I have never crossed hands with him, and am not too familiar with his chi presence. What's more, there are quite a few sword marks in the first group, and even more sword marks in the second group. These sword marks are all similar, and contain sharpness and murderous characteristics. Perhaps his mark is another sword mark. Han Feng subconsciously rejected this possibility, as the possibility was too shocking, and he couldn't accept it. I, Han Feng, am one of the Celestial 7, and have never tested my own potential. Perhaps my potential is also in the first group. As for him, he must have some artifact that allows him to cheat. Han Feng firmly believed that Li Fuchen had some special artifact on him. The world was huge, and there were all sorts of strange things. There would always be something that could deceive the heavens. Picking up the brush, Han Feng began to draw his own mark in the air. His mark was the mark of a maple leaf. The maple leaf mark radiated with light and flew towards the monument of names. The third group. The second group. When arriving at the second group, the maple leaf mark stopped and found an empty spot to brand itself. Seeing the situation, Han Feng suffered a huge blow. His potential was only in the second group, and it wasn't even the greatest mark in the second group. There were plenty of marks that were much greater than him. I am unwilling. In fact, before this, he knew his own limits and thought that he was in the second tier. But Li Fuchen's appearance had given birth to some wild hopes in him. A pity that his wild hopes were now shattered. Potential is after all just potential, and it doesn't mean everything. I, Han Feng, must break the norm and walk on a heaven-defying path. Han Feng was after all an elite 5-star bone frame, and had an extremely strong spirit will. He was just slightly dispirited for a moment, before he quickly walked out of his depression. In his celestial star sect, there were a few 1-star bone frames, who were able to break through to the Earth realm. But he was an elite 5-star bone frame, and had hopes of breaking the norm too. Regaining his confidence, Han Feng's eyes turned resolute, as he stepped onto the 3rd-star road. Why is the pressure so great? It is at least 2 folds greater than the later stages of the 2nd-star road. Han Feng's body sank, as he felt his spirit will distorting. Li Fuchen had already walked far away, and didn't know anything about what was happening behind him. Of course he didn't care to know. His target was in front, and the back was just a path that he had walked on. The Star Road hidden domain might be mystical, and was the #1 mystical place in the East Unicorn continent. But the Golden Amulet was even more mystical. His current cultivation level was still low, but once his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be able to unearth more secrets from the Golden Amulet. Apart from the Golden Amulet, his confidence was even firmer. Back then when he suddenly lost his talent, it didn't make him dispirited, but made his spirit will extremely firm. The existence of the Golden Amulet was like an acquired bone frame. His innate bone frame couldn't be compared to others, but he had an acquired bone frame. What's more, his acquired bone frame could still be upgraded, and could continue to rise. There was someone on the 3rd-star road too. Dozens of miles in front of Li Fuchen, a figure was sprinting at a rather fast speed. Li Fuchen fixed his eyes on the figure, and thought to himself, "It seems like this person is an incredible figure. I wonder if he is a 6-star bone frame, or a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame." This person's speed wasn't any slower than Li Fuchen. As compared to the person who competed with him previously, he was much slower. When Li Fuchen noticed the opponent noticed Li Fuchen too. Someone is catching up? Chapter 230. Ignoring the figure in front of him, Li Fuchen maintained his own pace, and hurried on his way. After passing the 2nd stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen's body had more Star Road energy. If the 1st stage only had 1 portion of Star Road energy, then the 2nd stage had 2 portions of Star Road energy, making it a total of 3 portions. With 3 portions of Star Road energy added onto Li Fuchen's body, Li Fuchen's 4th-level Earth Realm bottleneck had loosened significantly. It was originally steel, but now it was like a brick. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he spent a little more time, he would be able to progress to the 4th level of the Earth Realm in a short period of time. What kind of concept was the 4th level of the Earth Realm? Now that Li Fuchen had the mystical dragon secret technique, and the black iron sword essence, every increase in level would greatly increase his ability. It was simply an explosive increase. By then, passing the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower would be as easy as eating and drinking. A few dozen miles wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. Li Fuchen's speed might be faster than his opponent, but it was impossible to catch up in a short period of time. As time elapsed, the chi field of the 3rd-star road was getting stronger. It started off as a Gale class and gradually became a Gale class. If a regular person were to travel in a Gale, let alone running, it would be difficult for them to even walk. Li Fuchen didn't find it difficult to even walk, but it was indeed strenuous for him to run, causing his speed to decrease. But even though Li Fuchen's speed was decreasing, the figure in front of him was decreasing even faster. When Li Fuchen caught up, the person spoke, "I am Xiahou Shi, a clansman of the Xiahou clan. May I know which sect are you from?" "Xiahou clan? Is it the Doling clan?" Li Fuchen asked. Xiahou Shi nodded, "Yes. So it is a clansman of the Doling clan. I am Li Fuchen, a disciple of the Azure Water sect." Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that since this person was a clansman of the Doling clan, he must be one of the Doling 10 Greats. The Doling clan might be an elite faction, but it was impossible for a regular clansman to reach the 3rd-star road. Only the Doling 10 Greats had this potential, But among the Dolin 10 greats, there might not be any 6-star bone frames, but there were 2 heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Xiahou Shi's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth realm. It wasn't a high cultivation level, but it reflected his potential better. Li Fuchen reckoned that he should be one of the 2 heaven-defying 5-star bone frames of the Dolin clan. As a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame, and in the same realm, Xiahou Shi was much stronger than emotionless sword Xuefeng. It wasn't impossible for him to instantly kill Xuefeng. Azure Water Sect, huh? Xiahou Shi was diligently searching for information regarding the Azure Water Sect. After a few blinks of the eye, Xiahou Shi dug out information about the Azure Water Sect from his memories. The Azure Water Sect was just an ordinary sect. Beside it was a slightly stronger sect called the Heaven Fiend Sect. But as compared to the Dolin clan, it was still lacking. So it is a Azure Water Sect disciple. It is an honor to meet you. Xiahou Shi laughed heartily with a passionate expression. Why does this person seem so fake? Li Fuchen frowned in his heart. The other party's tone seemed to be very passionate, but Li Fuchen's senses were very sharp. He could tell who was truly passionate and who was faking it. Sensing that Xiahou Shi had an ulterior motive, Li Fuchen exchanged a few polite words with him and didn't say anything else. But Xiahou Shi obviously didn't want to let him go. Li Xiong, since you are able to come to the 3rd-star road, you must have some artifacts on you. Why not let me take a look? Don't worry, I, Xiahou Shi, will never speak of it. I, Xiahou Shi, have always been a man of my words. You can rest assured about this. Li Fuchen replied indifferently. The Star Road hidden domain is so mystical. How can there be any artifacts that can cheat? Xiahou Xiong must be joking. Xiahou Shi replied. It seems like Li Xiong still doesn't trust me. This isn't good. On the path of the martial Tao, one more friend means one more arm. We should make friends and not be selfish. I believe Li Xiong can understand my words. Li Fuchen frowned. I don't have any artifacts. Xiahou Xiong can choose not to believe me. Kiki, seems like Li Xiong really doesn't have any artifacts. Since that is the case, I believe Li Xiong. Xiahou Shi's expression didn't change as he continued. It is truly admirable for Li Xiong to come to the 3rd-star road without relying on artifacts. If there is an opportunity, let's have a drink together. I am willing to befriend Li Xiong. Li Fuchen replied in a perfunctory manner. Xiahou Xiong is too polite. Someone is chasing from behind. It seems like the Star Road hidden domain is rather lively today. Xiahou Shi turned around to look. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen turned around too. Go to hell. Suddenly, Xiahou Shi sent a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist contained resplendent yellow qi and looked extremely ferocious and domineering. It felt like it could destroy a mountain and split rocks. Xiahou Shi naturally didn't have the intention to befriend Li Fuchen. He initially asked which sect Li Fuchen was from, because he was afraid that Li Fuchen had a powerful background. If he didn't kill Li Fuchen, he would be in trouble instead. He then asked if Li Fuchen had any artifacts to assist him. If he had the help of artifacts, then it wouldn't be worth mentioning. He could easily kill Li Fuchen and seize the artifacts. If there wasn't any artifacts, then he had to kill Li Fuchen. If a mere 3rd-level Earth Realm martial artist was able to come to the 3rd-star road, then he must have the potential of a monarch class. There were plenty of individuals with the potential of a monarch class in the East Unicorn continent, but most of them had already become experts. But there weren't many youths with the potential of a monarch class. To him, it was naturally better to have one less. He used his full strength in this fist, and it was very fast. When the fist was executed, a biting cold fist intent locked onto Li Fuchen. With his 6th-level Earth Realm cultivation, this fist was enough to instantly kill anyone who wasn't as good as him. What's more, it was a sneak attack. He believed that Li Fuchen was definitely going to die. Grinning sinisterly, Xiahou Shi felt as though he could see the scene of Li Fuchen being penetrated by this fist. Huff! This fist struck the air. The yellow fist force was like an enraged dragon that rushed out. The fist intent on it was only at this moment that it burst out completely. Li Fuchen was like a phantom that skimmed to the front. Turning around, Li Fuchen spoke in a cold voice. I knew you would sneak an attack on me. As expected. Xiaohou said that there was someone behind him, but from his senses, there wasn't anyone behind him. He pretended to look behind him in order to lower Xiaohou's guard. As for why he pretended, it was because he wanted to test his opponent. He wanted to see how good Xiaohou's judgment was. Xiaohou didn't mind that he didn't kill Li Fuchen in a single fist. He let out an indifferent laugh. Li Xiong is cautious. You have been guarding against me from the start. This isn't the way to treat a guest. If I didn't guard against you, I would already be dead. Perhaps, I am just joking with Li Xiong. How would you know that I already expected you to dodge, and wanted to test your potential? I don't have to trouble you. Farewell. Li Fuchen didn't wish to speak more with Xiaohou as there wasn't a need. Of course, he didn't think that Xiaohou's personality was sinister, and was destined to be a minor character in the future. Future achievements had nothing to do with personality. Some people with cruel personalities could still become reincarnation realm martial artists. Some people who pretended to be benevolent and righteous could also become reincarnation realm martial artists. Future achievements were related to martial Dao conviction. As long as one's martial Dao conviction was strong, even a devil could have a glimpse of the great Dao. Hence, in Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiaohou was a dangerous character. Such a person could talk and laugh wittily, kill people like flies. Even if his sneak attack didn't succeed, he could still talk and laugh freely. He wasn't a regular character. But while the enemy was crafty, Li Fuchen wasn't a fool either. Chapter 231. With a slight increase in speed, Li Fuchen gradually shook off Xiaohou. Xiaohou grinned. If I can kill him, it should allow my martial Dao conviction and fate to grow even stronger. Legend has it that killing a prodigy would allow one to steal their fate. This saying couldn't be verified, but many believed it. Xiaohou was one of them. In the East Unicorn continent, there were plenty of monarch-class potential. If he wanted to reach the top, he had to kill prodigies with extreme potential. If he killed enough, he would eventually surpass those 6-star bone frames, and heaven-defying 5-star bone frames, becoming the king of prodigies. The dreadful Star Road Chi field caused Li Fuchen's speed to get slower and slower. If there was a grade of gale, the current Star Road Chi field was like a violent mountain torrent that could blow people off their feet. Those with weak and frail physiques would be blown all over the ground. It was almost impossible for them to travel in a hurry. Resisting against the gale, Li Fuchen jogged. Every step was firm and powerful. Traces of sweat started to soak his clothes. Unknowingly, the fatigued Li Fuchen arrived at the third stage of the Star Road, on the third island. The first stage of the Star Road was the Sound of Roar, the second stage was the Eyes of Mist, and the third stage was the Saber of Will. When the Saber of Will cleaved, those with a weak spirit would immediately faint. It was very straightforward, and there was no room for struggle. The moment he stepped on the island, a powerful pressure rushed into the sky and condensed together. In Li Fuchen's spirit sense, there was an obvious saber in the air, an illusory saber. Swish! As the saber cleaved down, Li Fuchen's spirit will violently distorted. In this place, a high cultivation level doesn't seem to matter. It all depends on my spirit will. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The saber of will wasn't enough to deal with him, unless it was doubled in size. Then there would be a chance. After resisting the saber of will, Li Fuchen saw the Monument of Names again. Just like the second stage's Monument of Names, the third stage's Monument of Names could only be left behind by those who made it here for the first time. Those who made it here for the second time wouldn't even be able to see the Monument of Names. The third stage's Monument of Names had less than half of the markings. On the second stage's Monument of Names, none of the markings from the third faction appeared here. There were also plenty of markings from the second faction that didn't appear here. Although there were fewer symbols, there were more factions, and they were divided into 5 factions. The first 2 camps were the first camps on the second stage of the Monument of Names, while the last 3 camps were the second camps. In other words, in the third stage, the Monument of Names, the markings were even more detailed. Here, the disparity between geniuses could be seen even more clearly. With the appearance of the Brush of Names, Li Fuchen drew out his sword mark in the air. The mark of sword formed and flew towards the Monument of Names. 5th, 4th, 3rd, 1st. Without any suspense, Li Fuchen's sword mark flew to the first group. Apart from the darkened marks, there were only a few dozen bright marks. Among them, there were less than 10 of the true youth generation. Perhaps it was because they sensed Li Fuchen's presence. These 10 youthful marks started to attack Li Fuchen's sword mark. But Li Fuchen's sword mark wasn't to be trifled with. After a series of attacks, these marks were forced to retreat. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Fuchen's potential surpassed the total of the owners of these marks. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's sword mark had just been branded and was in the limelight. Furthermore, Li Fuchen himself was still around. The battle only lasted for an instant. An instant later, as Li Fuchen's sword mark returned to its position, the monument of names glowed brightly. At the same time, in the sky above the star road that was filled with stars, there were flashes of thunder and flashes of golden lightning. These golden lightning bolts were unbelievably large. In the eyes of everyone on the star road, each of them was a few hundred miles, or even a few thousand miles. There were plenty of golden lightning bolts that skimmed across the star road, and that tyrannical pressure caused everyone to tremble with fear. What happened? Han Feng, who was still struggling on the third star road, looked up at the sky full of golden lightning and was flabbergasted. Could it be him again? Impossible. We aren't the only ones who came to the star road. There must be others, so it can't be him. Han Feng immediately shook his head and denied this thought. Unlike Han Feng, Xiahou Shi was certain that it was Li Fuchen. Star Road Anomaly. He actually triggered the Star Road Anomaly. This person deserves to be killed. Xiahou Shi licked his lips while his eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent. From what he knew, for the first time to pass the third stage of the Star Road, as long as the mark was branded in the first group, it would definitely trigger the Star Road Anomaly, which meant to say Li Fuchen's mark was in the first group. First group. Xiahou Shi didn't even know if he could be in the first group. But it didn't matter. Potential was still potential, and he would snatch it back. With 4 portions of Star Road energy on his body, Li Fuchen's Star Road energy was now at 7 portions. 7 portions of Star Road energy was boundless. Li Fuchen felt that his 5th level Earth Realm bottleneck had loosened, while the 4th level Earth Realm bottleneck had a crack. The crack appearing meant that Li Fuchen could break through at any moment. Let's talk about it after I get out. The Star Road was too dangerous, and Li Fuchen didn't wish to break through here. To him, even if his cultivation increased by 1 level, it wouldn't be of much help to him when he was on the Star Road. Spirit willpower and cultivation. Li Fuchen's spirit willpower took up too much of a portion, which was why his cultivation wasn't that important, unless he could increase by 2 levels. I wonder how violent the 4th Star Road will be. Li Fuchen looked at the 4th Star Road. This Star Road looked a little different. It was dusky and the void seemed to be distorted, just like a road to hell. To a regular person, it would require courage to step on the 4th Star Road. Not long after Li Fuchen passed the 3rd stage of the Star Road, Xiahou Shi arrived. After resisting the Saber of Will, Xiahou Shi began to leave a mark on the Monument of Names. The mark formed and flew towards the Monument of Names. Xiahou Shi's face was smiling. His mark was impressively branded on the 2nd group, and didn't manage to make it to the 1st group. Interesting. Xiahou Shi lifted his head and looked at the 1st group. There were only a few dozen bright marks in the 1st group. One of them was a giant sword mark which attracted Xiahou Shi's attention. Staring at this sword mark, Xiahou Shi reached out his right hand and swiped across his neck. Such a violent chi field of the Star Road. Walking on the 4th Star Road, Li Fuchen felt as though he was walking in a hurricane. Violent winds might be strong, but it wasn't enough to send a person flying. But a hurricane could. A horrific hurricane didn't just send a person flying. It could also snap trees and destroy houses. The intensity of the chi field of the Star Road was 2-fold stronger than the later stages of the 3rd Star Road. It was 8-fold stronger than the later stages of the 1st Star Road. Within the same Star Road, the difference between the earlier and later stages was at least 2 folds. Chapter 232. When Li Fuchen was on the 4th Star Road, the Azure Water Sect Patriarch, Ouyang Wentian, arrived at the 100-battle region. The first thing he did was to find the Heaven Fiend sect leader, Li Xietian. Li Xietian, withdraw the arrest warrant for my gold-class direct disciple Li Fuchen. I shall treat it as if nothing happened. Ouyang Wentian said. Li Xietian laughed coldly. You killed my son Li Wuxia. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Ouyang Wentian, you better not interfere in this matter, because you cannot bear this responsibility. Did you personally witness Li Fuchen killing Li Wuxia? Ouyang Wentian asked. Li Xietian's expression froze for a moment before he sneered. So what if I didn't see it with my own eyes? As long as there is suspicion, I will not let him go. Don't worry, I will not kill him on the spot. I will bring him back to the Heaven Fiend sect and interrogate him personally. If it is not him, I will naturally not touch a single hair on his head. Ouyang Wentian said. After entering your Heaven Fiend sect, even if you don't die, you will still lose a layer of skin. Li Xietian, I am not going to talk nonsense with you. If you didn't personally witness Li Fuchen killing Li Wuxia, then withdraw the wanted order. Otherwise, if your Heaven Fiend sect does what you did, my Azure Water sect will do the same. If you put a wanted order for my Azure Water sect's gold-class direct disciple, I will also put a wanted order for your Heaven Fiend sect's gold-class direct disciple, unless your Heaven Fiend sect's gold-class direct disciple doesn't come out. Li Xietian squinted his eyes. Ouyang Wentian, you are deliberately making life difficult for me. Do you know how painful it is to lose a son? If you knew this would happen, why did you let your son out? Wouldn't it be better to lock him up in the Heaven Fiend sect for life? Hearing this, Li Xietian's heart flashed with hatred and killing intent. Indeed, he shouldn't have let Li Wuxia come out to train. So what if he lacked battle experience? So what if he lacked opportunities? With Li Wuxia's talent and potential, even if he cultivated step by step, he would still be able to advance to the heaven realm. However, remorse was useless. Li Wuxia was already dead, and remorse could not bring him back to life. His only thought was to kill the murderer. If Ouyang Wentian didn't allow him to put up a bounty for Li Fuchen, it was the same as obstructing him from taking revenge. Anyone who obstructed him from taking revenge had to die. Ouyang Wentian, we haven't fought for 10 years. I wonder how strong you are today. If you aren't a match for me, then don't leave today. If you have some ability, we can discuss this matter at length. Li Xietian didn't hide his killing intent at all. Ouyang Wentian said, Bring it on. I'll return the same words to you. When did the Azure Water sect ever fear the Heaven Fiend sect in a one-on-one fight? Heaven Fiend Azura. Li Xietian roared and immediately used the 5-star secret technique, Heavenly Fiend Azura. He was already a reincarnation realm martial artist. When he activated the 5-star secret technique, Heaven Fiend Azura, his chi presence was earth-shattering. The surrounding ground started to crack, and for a moment, the void became a little blurry. Endless violent winds swept across, causing the sand and pebbles on the ground to fly. Rocks the size of millstones were blown into the sky. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared above Li Xietian. It was the innate Fiend Azura. Myriad swords returned to origin. Ouyang Wentian roared in a low voice. In the air around him, tens of thousands of strands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere, forming a forest of swords. Extinguish! Li Xietian sent a palm strike at Ouyang Wentian. The innate Fiend Azura shadow followed suit, and sent a palm strike at Ouyang Wentian. The large palm strike was matched with the small palm strike, causing the void to collapse. Break! With the point of his sword art, Ouyang Wentian's surrounding sword chi blasted at the innate Fiend Azura shadow. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two of them had already surpassed the limits of combat skills. It was a clash of secret techniques. Whoever couldn't hold on would die first. There wasn't any room for tricks. 1 hour later, Ouyang Wentian had gained the upper hand. No matter how strong the innate Fiend Azura shadow was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the frenzied slashes of tens of thousands of sword chi. In the entire East Unicorn continent, the myriad swords returned to origin was one of the top 10 5-star secret techniques. But the innate Fiend Azura wasn't even in the top 10. The two of them had been fighting since they were young. Back then their strengths were about the same. But ever since the two of them cultivated their respective sects' 5-star secret techniques, Ouyang Wentian had always had the upper hand. This time was no exception. Had it not been for the Heaven Fiend sect's superior numbers of experts, the Heaven Fiend sect would always be weaker than the Azure Water sect in a one-on-one fight. What a great sect origin swords! Li Shietian tried his best to suppress his unwillingness. The Azure Water sect's sect origin swords could be said to be undefeatable. Unless one's defense was heaven-defying, there was no way to withstand it. Li Shietian, my apologies. I have won again. Ouyang Wentian spoke indifferently. Li Shietian spoke indifferently. Ouyang Wentian, aren't you afraid my Heaven Fiend sect will declare war on your Azure Water sect? I lost a son. Does your Azure Water sect want to let this matter rest? I will say the same thing. You didn't personally witness Li Fuchen killing your son. If your Heaven Fiend sect wants to declare war, then go ahead. Even if my Azure Water sect is annihilated, your Heaven Fiend sect will lose 70% to 80% of their combat strength. When the time comes, the Heaven Fiend sect will only be left with 20% to 30% of their combat strength. I think the Spirit Hidden sect will be looking for a juicy piece of meat. If it was just the Heaven Fiend sect, the Azure Water sect wouldn't be afraid. What the Azure Water sect was afraid of was the Heaven Fiend sect allying with the Spirit Hidden sect and Violent Saber sect. Fortunately, no one was foolish and knew that allying had its pros and cons. There was a saying that the fox grieves when the rabbit dies. This saying wasn't without reason. Ouyang Wentian. Sooner or later, I will eradicate your Azure Water sect. Li Shietian took a deep breath and spoke with a calm expression. I will withdraw the arrest warrant. But I cannot guarantee the safety of your Azure Water sect's disciple, Li Fuchen. After all, a place like the 100 Battle region is filled with all sorts of people. He might die in the hands of others, or he might accidentally fall to his death. These are all possibilities. Then don't let me find out that the Heaven Fiend sect is behind this. If not, your Heaven Fiend sect's gold-class direct disciple will have to be more careful when walking. Ouyang Wentian ignored the threat. After resolving the matter of Li Fuchen being wanted, Ouyang Wentian left the 100 Battle region. But in the dark, he sent a message to the secret faction in the 100 Battle region, asking them to pay attention to any news of Li Fuchen. Star Road Hidden Domain. 4th Star Road. Li Fuchen was drenched in sweat, and his face was paler than usual. There shouldn't be any problem to barge through. Li Fuchen didn't test the limits of his potential, and didn't know where his limit was. Previously he had underestimated himself. Even though he was drenched in sweat, it wasn't his limit yet. It was just like how a regular person would perspire, but that was because of intense exercise. There was still quite a distance from his true limit. Finally, Li Fuchen saw the location of the 4th stage of the Star Road. Adjusting his chi presence, Li Fuchen stepped onto the isolated island of the 4th stage. Before Li Fuchen stepped onto the 4th stage, Han Feng had already been teleported out of the Star Road Hidden Domain. He wasn't able to block the 3rd stage's Saber of Will. This was mainly because his heart was flawed. If his heart wasn't flawed, he had a 70% to 80% chance of blocking the Saber of Will. 1 hour after Han Feng was teleported out, Xiahou Shi was also teleported out of the Star Road Hidden Domain. Right now, he was already halfway through the 4th Star Road. Chapter 233. The 4th stage tested one's comprehension of the martial Tao. The 1st stage, Roar, 2nd stage, Eye of Dreams, and 3rd stage, Saber of Will were all tests of one's spirit will. As long as one's spirit will was strong enough, one would be able to withstand it. But the 4th stage was different. This stage tested one's perception. If one's perception wasn't up to par, it didn't matter how high one's spirit will was. Of course, those with a high spirit will usually have a decent perception too. The moment Li Fuchen stepped onto the lone island, lines appeared in mid-air. These lines were either straight or curved, sharp or blunt, domineering or reserved, blazing or icy cold. Every line seemed to have a spirit of its own, and wasn't a simple line anymore. This stage required one to combine some of the lines to form a martial art. This martial art had to be at least at the mystic class low tier, which meant to say, Li Fuchen had to create a mystic class, low-tier martial art to pass this stage. In the outside world, those that could create mystic class martial arts were already considered as martial Dao masters. Of course, with the help of the lines, the difficulty was actually reduced by several folds. If not, even with Li Fuchen's perception, he wouldn't dare to say he could create a mystic class, low-tier sword art. Even if he could, it would take a huge amount of time. Interesting, let's give it a try then. Li Fuchen extended a finger and began to fiddle with the lines in mid-air, trying to combine them. 15 minutes later, the air in front of Li Fuchen had a concentrated combination of lines. These lines combined to form the shape of a sword, which was obviously a sword art. This won't do, the grade is too low. Li Fuchen scattered the lines. This sword art was only a yellow class, peak-tier sword art, and didn't meet the requirements. 15 minutes later, Li Fuchen scattered the lines again. It wasn't an easy task to create a mystic class, low-tier sword art based on the lines. After all, mystic class martial arts contained martial Dao intent, which coincided with the heavenly Dao and was extremely mystical. 1 hour later, 2 hours later, gradually, the lines that Li Fuchen assembled began to emit a sharp intent. The sharp intent followed the will of the heavens, and imperceptibly, there was a boost of energy. Huff, huff, huff. Endless violent winds burst out, and a treasure sword that was formed by the lines was formed. This sword revolved in the violent winds, and had a sharp sword intent that caused one's scalp to go numb. Mystic class low-tier sword art completed? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. Creating a low-tier profound class sword art was harder than he had imagined. Fortunately, with the help of the lines, he only spent a little more than 2 hours to succeed. Let's call you High Wind Sword Art. The High Wind Sword Art contained the High Wind Sword intent. This set of sword art focused on speed and sharpness. It was proficient in fighting speed with speed. Hua. As Li Fuchen created the mystic class low-tier sword art, the High Wind Sword Art, the lines vanished from the void. On the lone island, a monument of names appeared out of nowhere. It became a ranking. With a single glance, Li Fuchen realized that on the monument of names, the markings weren't separated into factions, but were arranged in a ranking manner. Other than the darkened marks, there were only a few dozen bright marks. It also meant that among all the surviving martial artists in the East Unicorn continent, only a few dozen of them were able to reach the 4th stage on their first attempt at the Star Road Hidden Domain. To be able to be listed on these marks, they are either the heroes of their generation or the geniuses of their generation. Unfortunately, I have never seen these people before, and am not familiar with their auras. That is why I am unable to tell who these marks represent. On the East Unicorn continent, there were plenty of experts. When these experts were young, they were all prodigies. And to be able to be listed on the 4th stage's monument of names, they were all absolute prodigies when they were young. If they weren't 6-star bone frames, they would be heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Like the Azure Water Sect Patriarch, Ouyang Wentian. When he was young, he was a prodigy like Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. It was a pity that he wasn't qualified to be listed on the 4th stage's monument of names. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Celestial Star Sect Patriarch, Doling Clan's current Patriarch, Eternal Spring Valley Patriarch, and other elite forces leaders should be listed on this list. In Li Fuchen's information, these people were either 6-star bone frames, or heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. The darkened marks don't have any ranking. Only the bright marks have rankings. I wonder what rank my mark will be. Wielding the brush of names, Li Fuchen began to draw his own sword mark in the void. The sword mark was formed in a single stroke, and flew towards the monument of names. 3rd place, 2nd place. Once Li Fuchen's sword mark was formed, it immediately flew to the 3rd place, and began to climb the ranks. 1st place. Surpassing the 1st place, Li Fuchen's sword mark was extremely dominant. It forcefully pushed the original 1st place down, and took over the 1st place. The original 1st place mark naturally wasn't convinced, and frantically attacked the sword mark. A violent spirit will and mystical wave, as though it had a spirit of its own, enveloped Li Fuchen's sword mark. Li Fuchen's sword mark wasn't to be trifled with either. It similarly burst out with spirit will and mystical wave as it started to attack. Li Fuchen was watching from the side with interest. After multiple attacks, the original first place mark couldn't take it anymore. It obediently retreated back to the second place, and didn't dare to challenge the sword mark anymore. As such, Li Fuchen's sword mark was firmly branded on the Monument of Names. The Monument of Names radiated with a bright light. A beam of light rushed into the sky and penetrated the starry sky. No one knew how long this beam of light was. Its length had already exceeded common sense, and seemed to be comparable with the entire star road. Rumble! In the starry sky, countless golden lightning streaked across the sky. When the marks were left on the third stage's Monument of Names, the golden lightning was a few hundred, or a few thousand miles long. But now these golden lightning were a few thousand, or even tens of thousands of miles long. There were a few that were a few 100,000 miles long. Streaks of golden lightning skimmed across the star road. Even Li Fuchen had a feeling of fear and insignificance. For the lightning to reach such a length, if it is real, a single lightning bolt would probably be able to destroy the East Unicorn continent. A golden lightning, that was a few thousand or tens of thousands of miles, was already enough to destroy the world. A lightning that was a few 100,000 miles long, if it was real, who would be able to withstand it? The golden lightning wasn't just extremely long, it was also very thick. The power contained within was indescribable. Boom! There was a soundless ripple. A distant star was half destroyed by a single lightning bolt. Such a scene made Li Fuchen speechless for a long time. After passing the fourth stage, a total of 8 portions of Star Road's power was added onto Li Fuchen's body. Right now, Li Fuchen had a total of 15 portions of Star Road's power. Such boundless Star Road's power gave Li Fuchen a feeling of discomfort if he didn't break through. It seems like I have to break through the cultivation realm. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and prepared to break through to the 4th level of the Earth realm. Circulating the true Inferno technique, Li Fuchen's chi presence surged with blazing heat. Boom! In less than 15 minutes, Li Fuchen broke through. He broke through from the 3rd level of the Earth realm to the 4th level of the Earth realm. Furthermore, his chi didn't have any trace of weakness and was abnormally stable. It was much more stable than when he relied on the earth-shattering fruit to break through. It seemed as though he had been at the 4th level of the Earth realm for a long time. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's Star Road's power was depleted by 3 portions. I should be able to break through to the 5th level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen continued to break through and tossed a large quantity of pills into his mouth. Chapter 234. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen successfully broke through to the 5th level of the Earth realm. At the same time, 9 portions of the Star Road energy was used up, leaving behind only 3 portions of Star Road energy. Breaking through to the next level would require 3 portions of Star Road energy. Breaking through to the 2nd level would require a total of 12 portions of Star Road energy. Breaking through to the 3rd level would require a total of 39 portions of Star Road energy. From the situation of breaking through to the 5th level of the Earth realm, Li Fuchen calculated that for every increase in cultivation level, the consumption of Star Road energy would be 3 times the original amount. The further one advanced, the more exaggerated it would be. It seemed like the Star Road energy and the human body would gradually develop a resistance. If I am able to pass the 5th stage, I will be able to obtain another 16 portions of Star Road energy. It might not be enough for me to break through to the 6th level of the Earth realm, but it will definitely reduce the time required. Standing up, Li Fuchen thought to himself. But the 5th stage of the Star Road isn't going to be so easy to reach, let alone pass it. Looking at the 5th stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen didn't feel confident anymore. At the later stages of the 4th Star Road, Li Fuchen felt the strain. The chi field at the early stages of the 5th Star Road was at least twice the intensity of the 4th Star Road. No matter what, I have to give it a try. If I don't, how am I going to know my limits, and how am I going to surpass them? Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen stepped out with his right leg and resolutely stepped on the 5th Star Road. Swish! A horrific pressure descended, causing Li Fuchen to feel his spirit will getting distorted. If the later stages of the fourth star road was an extremely violent gale, then the fifth star road would be a hurricane, a destructive class hurricane. Withstanding the hurricane, Li Fuchen advanced step by step. At this moment he couldn't even run. Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen's courtyard. Strange, where did Li Fuchen go? Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu searched everywhere for Li Fuchen's figure, but to no avail. Fan Qianyu said, "Gu, Li Fuchen must have something to attend to. He wouldn't leave without telling us." Fan Qiansong nodded. "A pity. The biannual Autumn Rain Tea Party is about to begin. This year, the host of the Autumn Rain Tea Party is the flourishing sect's gold class direct disciple Qin Keishi. With her around, there should be plenty of gold class direct disciples from various sects participating in the tea party." There was an autumn rain mountain near the Autumn Rain City. It rained on empty autumn rain all year round. No one knew when it started, but a gold class direct disciple of a sect held the first Autumn Rain Tea Party on empty autumn rain. This tea party had been passed down, and every tea party was hosted by a different host. This year's host was Flourishing Sect's gold class direct disciple, Qin Keishi. The Flourishing faction produced beauties, and Qin Keishi was considered a rare beauty, even in the Flourishing faction. If there were no accidents, this year's Autumn Rain Tea Party might be the most lively tea party in the past 10 years. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu also wanted to join in the fun. Fan Qianyu said, "Gu, we can leave a letter. If Li Fuchen returns and sees the letter, he will come to empty autumn rain to look for us." Fan Qiansong's eyes lit up. "Why didn't I think of that? You're smart." As he spoke, Fan Qiansong left a letter in Li Fuchen's bedroom. After that, the two of them left Autumn Rain City and rushed towards Mount Autumn Rain. Along the way, the two of them saw many figures flying in the direction of Mount Autumn Rain. "That looks like Wan Qianqiu from the Silver Cloth sect." Fan Qiansong's eyes landed on one of the figures, and his eyes shrank. Wan Qianqiu, one of the top gold class direct disciples from the Silver Cloth sect. He was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, and had an exceptional ability, which was much stronger than Fu Chongshan. More importantly, Wan Qianqiu was ranked 98th on the STARS ranking. The STARS ranking was a prodigy ranking that covered the entire East Unicorn continent. The STARS ranking was held once every 3 years, and all the elite prodigies from all the sects would participate. There were a total of 108 individuals in the STARS ranking, and those that were ranked on the STARS ranking were all considered as the top young prodigies. The previous STARS ranking was held last year. Next year, there would be a new STARS ranking. Not every sect has someone that can be ranked on the STARS ranking. My Carefree sect doesn't even have a single STARS ranking youth. Fan Qianyu frowned too. The East Unicorn continent had close to 100 sections. On average, each sect would only have one or more individuals that could be ranked on the STARS ranking. But the elite factions would usually have a few individuals that could be ranked on the STARS ranking. As such, there were naturally plenty of elite prodigies from regular sects that couldn't be ranked. Of course, it was also related to age. For some sects, their most outstanding prodigies were still young and couldn't be ranked on the STARS ranking. But it would be different after 3 years. The Autumn Rain Tea Party was about to begin, and Li Fuchen was still struggling in the Star Road hidden domain. The chi field of the 5th segment was too violent and vile. Li Fuchen was only halfway through the segment, and he already felt that his strength was lacking. "I have the golden amulet, but I can't even reach the 5th stage. This is too embarrassing." Li Fuchen was extremely unwilling. He wasn't willing to disappoint the golden amulet. It didn't matter if the golden amulet chose him unintentionally or intentionally. To Li Fuchen, it was an opportunity to change his fate. He had to display his worth and make the golden amulet feel that choosing him was the right decision. Clenching his teeth, Li Fuchen walked on resolutely. 60% of the way, 70% of the way, Li Fuchen felt every inch of his flesh and every inch of his bones struggling. 80% of the way, 90% of the way, Li Fuchen felt extremely tired. He wanted to collapse, but he couldn't do that. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that as he walked on this segment, his spirit will was gradually getting stronger. If not, he wouldn't have been able to reach this stage. The spirit will was different from the consciousness. It was a person's original will, the will of life. There were other ways to strengthen the consciousness, but the spirit will could only be relied on under normal circumstances. Just like a regular person, he could use various methods to train and strengthen himself. But to have a strong will, it wasn't enough to just train. It required a fearsome obsession. The spirit will originated from both the innate and the acquired. Those with a higher star bone frame would have a stronger innate spirit will and wouldn't be easily shaken by the outside world. Li Fuchen belonged to the acquired category. The year he lost his talent, it caused his spirit will to be much stronger than the average person. With the golden amulet changing his soul spirit, it was also slowly changing his innate spirit will. Due to the huge impact of losing his talent, he had an obsession to become stronger, an obsession to live up to the little golden amulet. With this fearsome obsession, Li Fuchen's spirit will was constantly getting stronger, forcing him to complete the 5th segment of the Star Road. When he arrived at the 5th stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen looked as though he was fished out from the water. His body was drenched, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. But a chi presence that was sharper than swords and sabers permeated the air. I wonder how many people will be able to leave their mark on the monument of names on the 5th stage. Changing into a clean set of clothes, Li Fuchen thought to himself. How would he know that this was the first time someone came to the 5th stage of the Star Road? It was unprecedented and unprecedented. He was the only one. It could be said to be unprecedented and unmatched. Chapter 235. The 5th stage's test was the solution of martial Tao. The comprehension of martial Tao tested one's perception, while the solution of martial Tao tested one's combat skills. Swish! In the void a figure appeared. This figure was actually another Li Fuchen, who was also wielding a long sword. With a shake of the long sword, the Li Fuchen thrust at Li Fuchen. Clang! Li Fuchen blocked with his sword. The current Li Fuchen was unable to circulate his chi, which meant to say that this was purely a test of combat skills. Cling cling clang clang. Both sides exchanged blows, and the battle was extremely intense. Even though they couldn't use their chi, the battle became even more dangerous. If there was any carelessness, there wouldn't be any leeway. Die! With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen pierced the throat of the Li Fuchen opposite him. With his exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen took a few moves to figure out his opponent's moves. To him, this stage's test was much easier than the 4th stage's test. The 5th stage, the monument of names appeared. Not even a single mark? Li Fuchen revealed a surprised expression. He thought that there would be 2 or 3 individuals who would be able to reach the 5th stage in one go. He didn't expect that he was the only one. How could Li Fuchen know that it was already considered a feat for most of the people to walk 10% or 20% of the 5th Star Road, let alone the 5th stage? Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen began to draw the sword mark in the void. As the sword mark was branded on the monument of names, it vibrated and a dazzling ray of light pierced through the sky and penetrated the starry sky. In the sky above the Star Road, golden electric balls appeared out of nowhere. These golden thunderballs were as big as stars. Once they exploded, the golden thunderbolts were like an endless golden forest that covered the starry sky. Behind the endless golden thunderbolts, Li Fuchen could vaguely see a golden figure. Star Road Hidden Domain. I'm afraid it isn't just a regular heaven-class hidden domain. It must contain some secrets. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. The so-called hidden domain was a mystical space. The Star Road Hidden Domain didn't feel like a mystical space to Li Fuchen. Or it should be said that it exceeded the scope of a hidden domain. The appearance of the golden electric balls was too shocking. On the Star Road, everyone lifted their heads with a fearful expression. On the 6th Star Road, a figure lifted his head. This figure had a terrifying aura, and was much stronger than Xiahou Shi. The starry path phenomenon appeared 4 times in total. The first time wasn't too obvious, so it was obviously the 2nd stage. The next 3 times were the 3rd stage, the 4th stage, and the 5th stage. Who managed to get from the 1st stage to the 5th stage in one go? This person was extremely shocked. In the history of the Star Road Mystic Domain, there had never been anyone who was able to pass through the 5th round on their first try. This was simply unprecedented, and no one would be able to do it in the future. Even he had only made it to the 4th stage on his first attempt. He had only walked a little more than half of the 5th Star Road, let alone the 5th stage. After resting for a while, Li Fuchen walked on the 6th Star Road. The Star Road Chi field contained spiritual pressure and aura pressure. Aura was related to one's cultivation. However, in addition to one's cultivation level, one's aura could also be increased through a secret technique that could increase one's vital energy. Take for example Li Fuchen's mystical dragon secret technique, which could increase his chi presence by 1 or 2 levels. Starting from the 4th Star Road, Li Fuchen started to activate the mystical dragon secret technique. Even though the mystical dragon secret technique wasn't of much use, it could at least make things easier for Li Fuchen. Walking on the 6th Star Road, Li Fuchen's back was bent from the pressure. The chi field here was too horrific. His chi presence was simply negligible, and only his spirit will was able to withstand it. It is said that on the 2nd attempt of the Star Road Mystic Domain, the overall chi field of the Star Road would be much weaker. I wonder if it is true. Li Fuchen walked step by step with difficulty. After walking for a short distance, Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer, and fell head first onto the ground. Swish! A blue radiance surged and Li Fuchen was teleported out of the Star Road Mystic Domain. Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen's courtyard. Li Fuchen's figure emerged from the blue radiance in a flash. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen lifted his head to look at the sky. Seeing the blue sky and white clouds, he felt much better. The Star Road Mystic Domain gives off an oppressive feeling. The real world is still the most comfortable. After adjusting his breath for a period of time, Li Fuchen gradually recovered. Returning to his bedroom, Li Fuchen found a letter. Opening the letter, Li Fuchen muttered, "Autumn Rain Tea Party?" According to what Fan Qiansong said, the Autumn Rain Tea Party would be held on MT Autumn Rain, and the date was today. In order to participate in the tea party, one must be a Gold Class Direct Disciple from their respective sections. Regular Silver Class Direct Disciples weren't qualified to participate. Even if they did, they would be the ones to be embarrassed. The Autumn Rain Tea Party was usually held before the Stars Ranking Tournament. It was for mutual exchange, to broaden one's horizons, and to prepare for the Stars Ranking Tournament. The host of this year's Autumn Rain Tea Party was the Flourishing Sex Gold Class Direct Disciple, Qin Keishi. Should I go? Li Fuchen frowned. This Autumn Rain Tea Party was just a small tea party. It was impossible for all the Gold Class Direct Disciples to attend. It was already ridiculous for 5% of the participants to attend. Forget it. I shall go and see. I can also experience the standard of the Gold Class Direct Disciples from the various sections. After a slight hesitation, Li Fuchen still decided to make the trip. Since he was a Gold Class Direct Disciple of the Azure Water Sect, he had to interact with prodigies of this level. It wasn't good to work behind closed doors. Leaving Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen rushed towards MT Autumn Rain. MT Autumn Rain was a place where it rained throughout the year. Before Li Fuchen even got close to MT Autumn Rain, the sky was already drizzling. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen followed a white staircase and headed towards the peak. The peak of the mountain was bustling with activity. This year's Autumn Rain Tea Party was indeed the most lively one in the past decade. There were more than 200 participants. Normally, there would only be 100 participants, and sometimes, there would only be a few dozen participants. Although compared to all the Gold Class Direct Disciples in the entire East Unicorn continent, 200 participants wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. What's more, those who attended were all reputable individuals, and not those Gold Class Direct Disciples, who were at the bottom. The peak of MT Autumn Rain was extremely flat, and there were dozens of pavilions constructed. These pavilions were scattered all around the peak, and in the center of the peak, there was a giant contest stage. The contest stage was obviously reinforced by an array. It looked neither gold nor jade, and contained traces of heaven and earth energy. Li Fuchen. In one of the pavilions, Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu saw Li Fuchen and quickly transmitted a message over. Beside Fan Qiansong, there was a young man who noticed Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu's unusual expression and couldn't help but look over. Hearing Fan Qiansong's voice, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed into this pavilion. Li Fuchen, it is fortunate that you made it in time. If not, it would be such a pity to miss out on this tea party. Fan Qiansong laughed. Li Fuchen replied, I went out for some matters. When I returned, I saw the letter you left behind. Chapter 236. You are Li Fuchen? Huang Yuxiang was surprised. Li Fuchen asked, What is it? Huang Yuxiang said, Some time ago, there was a warrant for your arrest in the city I was in. The one who issued the warrant was the Heaven Fiend sect. Is that so? Hearing this, Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were shocked. Being wanted by the sect was not a good thing. Li Fuchen frowned. If he didn't guess wrongly, it should be about Li Wuxia. Perhaps the Heaven Fiend sect's sect master had used some kind of secret technique on Li Wuxia's body. So the moment Li Wuxia died, the Heaven Fiend sect's sect master knew about it. Moreover, he had a conflict with Li Wuxia, so he was listed as a suspect by the Heaven Fiend sect's sect master. As for whether there was evidence or not, it was not a problem for the Heaven Fiend sect master. As long as he was a suspect, it was fine. He would capture him and bring him back. Huang Yuxiang laughed and continued. But the Heaven Fiend sect withdrew the wanted order very quickly. From what I see, there is a limit to the dissemination. But you have to be careful. In the opposite pavilion, there are 2 gold-class direct disciples from the Heaven Fiend sect. One of them is the Stars Rankings Rank 101 Xiaobai. Huang Yuxiang looked at the opposite pavilion. In response, Li Fuchen looked over too. The moment Li Fuchen looked over, a pair of eyes coincidentally looked over. There seemed to be a flash of cold lightning in the void. This person is Xiaobai. In Li Fuchen's line of sight, on the second floor of the opposite pavilion, there was a young man standing with his hands behind his back. From the looks of it, he shouldn't be more than 30 years old, around the same age as a motionless sword Shuefeng. The young man had long hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like blades and his cultivation was at the 8th level of the earth realm. His chi presence was abnormally terrifying, and was much more terrifying than Fu Chongshan. It was obvious that he recognized Li Fuchen. The Heaven Fiend sect's secret hall had sent a message to him, asking him to kill Li Fuchen on sight. 5th level of the earth realm. It seems like the information is wrong, Xiaobai thought to himself. According to the intel from the secret faction, Li Fuchen was only at the 2nd level of the earth realm. But now he had an additional 3 levels. He must have gone to the Star Road Mystic Realm and consumed some sort of treasure. Xiaobai's mind raced. The corner of Xiaobai's mouth curled up dangerously as he retracted his gaze. Since he had encountered Li Fuchen, he couldn't let Li Fuchen leave alive. But the show had just begun, and there was no need to be impatient. He's an expert. Li Fuchen raised his brows. For Xiaobai to be ranked 101st on the stars ranking, it was obvious that his strength was far superior to a motionless sword Shuefeng. Even the number 1 direct disciple, Sword Maniac, was only ranked 105th on the stars ranking. Of course, this was the ranking from more than a year ago. After more than a year, the stars ranking was no longer accurate. You might be ranked 101st in the previous tournament, but you might not be ranked 101st in this tournament. You might be ranked higher, lower, or even fall out of the rankings. After all, in every star's ranking, there would be plenty of powerful rising stars. The tea party had already begun. It was drizzling, and everyone was chatting while sipping tea. As for the distance between the pavilions, it wasn't considered a distance at all. As long as he infused his junqi slightly, his voice could be heard by everyone. If he didn't want others to hear him, he could choose to use his true qi to transmit his voice. Yang Tianyu, 1 month ago, you severely injured my sex shitty. Do you want to let it go like this? Hurry up and get out here. A figure skimmed out from the pavilion and landed on the martial stage. He pointed at a pavilion and yelled out with anger. Zheng Yi, you must have eaten the guts of a leopard to dare challenge me. The young man named Yang Tianyu didn't have a pleasant expression as he skimmed towards the martial stage, boasting shamelessly, "Take my divine wind fist first. Who is afraid of you?" On the martial stage, the figures were crisscrossing and chi forces were crisscrossing. There would always be grudges between sections. Some of the sects would even have a death grudge. When the disciples of both sects met, it was either you die or I die. It was obvious that the two individuals on the martial stage already had a grudge. After a few dozen moves, the young man named Yang Tianyu had the upper hand. He used a single move to break his opponent's defense and was planning to deal the killing blow. The Autumn Rain Tea Party is not allowed to kill. Why don't we end it here for my sake? Right at this moment, a graceful figure instantly appeared on the martial stage and spoke. Die. Yang Tianyu had a ruthless expression and didn't have any intention to stop. The graceful figure was an absolute beauty. She frowned and waved her hand. In the air, it was as though a flower had bloomed and obstructed Yang Tianyu. Zhengyi, I shall let you off on account of Qin Keishi. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely kill you. Yang Tianyu snorted and skimmed into the pavilion. Qin Keishi was a young magnate on the stars ranking. With her making a move, Zheng Yi wouldn't have any chance. Damn it. Zheng Yi had an ashen expression. He took the initiative to challenge Yang Tianyu, but he didn't expect to be the one who was defeated. It was extremely embarrassing for him. Qin Keishi, this Zheng Yi isn't skilled enough. Farewell. Zheng Yi cupped his fist and swiftly left the peak of MT Autumn Rain. Yang Tianyu wanted to chase after him, but after thinking about it he gave up. Qin Keishi sighed and didn't say anything. She tiptoed on the ground and returned to her pavilion. Qin Keishi is indeed formidable. Beside Li Fuchen, Huang Yuxiang praised silently. Fan Qinyu spoke with admiration. Qin Shiji is ranked 88th on the stars ranking, and can be said to be the #1 expert of this Autumn Rain Tea Party. With her around, there won't be any life or death battles. That is natural. Otherwise, this Autumn Rain Tea Party wouldn't be able to be hosted anymore. Fan Qiansong nodded. Ranked 88th on the stars ranking, huh? Li Fuchen saw Qin Keishi's moves earlier. Even though he was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, he still felt that Qin Keishi was ridiculously strong. That Yang Tianyu's ability wasn't inferior to Fu Chongshan's. When he went all out, he was actually blocked by Qin Keishi casually, and didn't even have to execute any secret techniques. Her mystic class mid-tier intent is unfathomable, and is adept at deflecting force. Furthermore, her cultivation technique rank is extremely high too, probably not lower than the 15th rank. Li Fuchen didn't think that he was the only one who cultivated the mystic class peak tier technique, true inferno technique, to the 15th rank. No matter how good his perception was, he would still require a certain amount of time to comprehend and cultivate. This Qin Keishi was in her 20s, and had cultivated for a few more years than him. It was natural for her to cultivate a mystic class peak tier technique to the 15th rank. After the first match, there were even more gold class direct disciples from other sects who went up the stage to spar. Which of these gold class direct disciples wasn't a prodigy? When they made their moves, their prowess was appalling, and all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques were incredible. It was considered an eye-opener for Li Fuchen. Hu Ming, go up the stage and challenge Li Fuchen. I want to know his ability. Xiao Bai spoke to the youth at the side. Hu Ming licked his lips. Xiao Shixiang doesn't have to worry. Within 10 moves, I will definitely severely injure him. A pity that killing is not allowed during the Autumn Rain Tea Party. Don't be careless. Of course, if you have the chance to kill, do so. I don't like any undue delays. Xiao Bai didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. Had it not been for Qin Keishi, he would have immediately made a move to eliminate Li Fuchen. As for his personal challenge, Li Fuchen probably wouldn't accept it. After all, he was one of the stars ranking's young leaders. As long as one wasn't a fool, he wouldn't accept the challenge so easily. Xiao Shixiang, is this fine? Hu Ming was rather astonished. Xiao Bai replied indifferently. If you kill him, will Qin Keishi kill you? That's true. Hee. Chapter 237. Li Fuchen, Hu Ming would like to spar with you. Hurry up and come down. Hu Ming wielded a 9-ring saber and shouted coldly, "Li Fuchen, be careful." Fan Qiansong reminded Li Fuchen. This Hu Ming might not be one of the young heavyweights on the star's ranking, but he was still at the 7th level of the Earth Realm. A gold-class direct disciple at the 7th level of the Earth Realm was undoubtedly terrifying. They had cultivation and a strong foundation, unlike Li Fuchen, Fan Qiansong, and the others who had just become gold-class direct disciples a few years ago and didn't have much time to build up their foundation. In Fan Qiansong's eyes, this Hu Ming was at least at the same level as Fu Chongshan. Back at the tomb, he and Li Fuchen had to use all their methods and artifacts to barely kill Fu Chongshan. Li Fuchen's ability might have a drastic increase, and was now at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, but he still couldn't underestimate his opponent. Who knew if this Hu Ming's ability was even superior to Fu Chongshan? Don't worry, Li Fuchen nodded, before progressing to the 5th level of the Earth Realm. When he was at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm, he was already able to defeat Fu Chongshan with ease. Now he could easily suppress his opponent without relying on his exceptional awareness. What are you dilly-dallying for? If you are afraid of losing, kowtow to me and I might let you off. Hu Ming laughed heartily. Be careful of your tongue being sprained by the wind. Li Fuchen landed lightly on the contest stage. The wind might sprain your waist, but it won't sprain my tongue. Li Fuchen, you are very arrogant, but there is a price to pay for your arrogance. I don't care if you are the one who killed the young patriarch. In my eyes, you are already a dead man. Hu Ming wielded his saber with a single hand, and had a sinister and wanton look in his eyes. This Li Fuchen is probably in deep trouble. In the main pavilion, other than the gold-class direct disciples led by Qin Keishi, there was also a silver-clothed youth. He was the star's ranking's 98th ranker, Ruan Qianxiu. Qin Keishi said, I don't think he is a match for Hu Ming either, but he shouldn't be too miserable. One was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, while the other was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm. There was a difference of 2 whole levels. Without any special circumstances, Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't be a match for Hu Ming. But looking at Li Fuchen's relaxed expression, it made Qin Keishi waver. I know this Hu Ming. He is definitely one of the top 10 geniuses among the true disciples of the Heaven Fiend sect. As for his strength, he is almost in the top 7. Wanting to fight Hu Ming, who is a level higher than him, is simply a fool's dream. Wan Qianxiu had interacted with Xiaobai before, so he knew some things about the Heaven Fiend sect. We'll know once we see. Qin Keishi combed the hair on her forehead as her beautiful eyes stared at the stage. On the battling platform, whoosh, Hu Ming made his move. In an instant, it felt as though 3 or 4 Hu Mings appeared at the same time. The 9-ring saber blocked off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes from different angles. The saber light was as bright as a waterfall, and had a chilling light that contained an astounding saber intent. Is this your swordsmanship? Too weak. Li Fuchen's expression remained the same. His body swayed like a willow in the wind, and easily dodged Hu Ming's saber light. In that instant, it felt as though there were 3 or 4 Li Fuchens stacked together. A strange light flashed across Qin Keishi's eyes. Being able to easily dodge Hu Ming's saber light required not only strength, but also shocking combat awareness. Long River Sunset Slash. Hu Ming roared and cleaved with his saber again. This saber slash was majestic, and a long river of saber chi was gushing over. It was impossible to dodge it by a small margin, and could only be dodged by relying on his astounding speed. Li Fuchen didn't intend to dodge. Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen thrust it at the long river of saber chi. Swish! The long river of saber chi seemed to have lost its propulsion, and instantly dispersed. Such fearsome combat awareness. He instantly found the flaw of the long river sunset slash. Qin Keishi couldn't help but comment. It wasn't exaggerated for such combat awareness to appear on a young magnate of the star's ranking. But when it appeared on an unknown individual, it was rather exaggerated. Every martial art move had its flaw. It didn't matter if you comprehended a martial art intent or not. After all, everything in this world had flaws, let alone martial arts moves. Hence, no matter how powerful a martial art move was, once its flaw was found, It would be like a venomous snake that had its weakness grasped. It would no longer be a threat. Impossible. My saber speed is so fast. How could he find the flaw of my saber move? Hu Ming felt a chill in his heart. Hu Ming, go all out. Xiao Bai's voice was transmitted into Hu Ming's ears. Hearing the command, Hu Ming's eyes burst out with radiance. Azura Battle Chi activate. Hu Ming's chi presence suddenly surged. The 3-star secret technique Azura Battle Chi allowed his chi burst strength to be doubled. Die! The 9-ringed great saber turned into a long saber rainbow and violently slashed at Li Fuchen. At this moment, the saber speed wasn't just increased by a few folds, it was actually doubled. I have to keep a low profile. Even if Li Fuchen didn't activate the mystical dragon secret technique, he would still be able to easily neutralize Hu Ming's saber move. His combat awareness allowed him to instantly find 7 or 8 flaws of his opponent's saber move. It didn't matter how fast his opponent's saber speed was, but the more he exposed himself, the more danger he would be in. It was the best way to prevent others from seeing through him. With the activation of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's chi presence surged. The black gold sword thrusted out. Boom! Hu Ming burst in retreat. His saber chi was instantly dispersed. Impossible! Impossible! Hu Ming was going crazy. He could still accept being repelled by a frontal attack. But Li Fuchen's sword would always land on the flaws of his saber moves, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. Hu Ming is going to lose. Qin Keishi couldn't help but comment. Interesting. His combat awareness is rather strong. Wan Qianxiu's expression was rather gloomy. He was a star's ranker, and had actually misjudged Li Fuchen. This was undoubtedly embarrassing, especially in front of Qin Keishi. You shall receive a sword from me too. Li Fuchen's figure floated above Hu Ming and brandished his sword. This sword move was the Starfire Sword style's Starfire Sky. If it was anyone else executing this move, even if they comprehended the Starfire Sword intent, it would still give off a feeling that it was traceable. But when Li Fuchen executed this move, the sky was filled with sparks. Every single spark seemed to have a spirit of its own. PFFF. Hu Ming used his saber to block a small portion of the sparks. In the next moment, his chi protection was instantly scorched. As the sparks sprayed on his body, they scorched through his leather armor, leaving behind charred and bloody holes. Impudent! Xiao Bai was infuriated as he brandished his palm to kill Li Fuchen. Xiao Xiong, you and I are both ranked on the stars ranking. Let's not join in the fun. Qin Keishi didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword move to be so vicious. Looking at Hu Ming's condition, he would probably need to recuperate for a few months before he could fully recover. Without any precious herbs or elixirs, it was normal for him to not recover in his entire life. But she couldn't just watch as Xiao Bai killed Li Fuchen. Xiao Bai was ranked 101 on the stars ranking, and if he wanted to kill Li Fuchen, he would probably need 1 or 2 moves. Hence, when Xiao Bai made a move, she followed suit. But Xiao Bai's attack was too fast and Xiao Bai was rather close to Li Fuchen. The massive palm was like a dark cloud that enveloped Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, be careful! Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu yelled out. Chapter 238. No wonder he is a star's ranker. Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. He could naturally see Xiao Bai's strength. His cultivation technique was definitely at the 15th rank. His mystic class, mid-tier palm intent was extremely profound. His combat awareness wasn't something Hu Ming could compare with. Be it the angle or timing of this palm strike, it was close to perfection. At least Li Fuchen could only see 3 flaws in this palm strike. A pity. Trying to strangle me without executing a secret technique. You are too confident. Li Fuchen sneered and executed the Starfire Sword style's first move like Starfire. A spot of sword light rushed into the sky and instantly broke Xiao Bai's chi palm. Azura Ghost Palm. Xiao Bai's brows twitched. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he followed up with his second palm strike. This palm strike was obviously executed with his secret technique, increasing the power by more than 2 folds. That massive chi palm was surrounded by layers of black chi, like layers of black flames. Xiao Xiong, don't make things difficult for me. A beautiful figure materialized as Qin Keishi instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen and used the 100-flower seal to disperse Xiao Bai's Azura Ghost palm. Xiao Bai's expression didn't look good, and his heart was filled with deep regret. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to be able to break his first palm strike. If he knew this would happen, he would have used his secret technique for his first palm strike. You are very lucky, but you have to remember that not every time a woman blocks in front of you, the next time I make my move, it will be the time of your death. Cherish your short life. Xiao Bai let out a disdainful laugh as he supported Hu Ming and skimmed up the pavilion. Li Fuchen said, "Rules are meant to be broken. Perhaps you should rejoice that you managed to preserve your star's ranker status." In the pavilion, Xiao Bai's expression changed as his eyes burst out with shocking murderous intent. "Li Fuchen, you are courting death." Not only Xiao Bai, the rest of the people were infuriated too. This Li Fuchen is too arrogant. Had it not been for Qin Keishi stopping Xiao Bai, he would have been beaten to death by Xiao Bai. Now he actually dares to say such shameless words. Qin Keishi shouldn't have stopped Xiao Bai. Let Xiao Bai kill him. This person is too shameless. Just because Xiao Bai can't make a move, he is spouting nonsense. If I was Xiao Bai, I wouldn't let him off. I have been in the 100 battle region for so many years, and I have never seen such a shameless person. I have learned something today. Almost everyone was mocking at Li Fuchen for his overconfidence and shamelessness. From their point of view, Li Fuchen was relying on Qin Keishi's protection, which was why he was so unrestrained. While they were mocking, they were extremely furious. As for whether Li Fuchen truly had the ability to surpass Xiao Bai, it wasn't within their consideration, because this was something that would never happen. This Li Fuchen is too impulsive. Fan Shidi and Fan Shimmy, you must not get too close to this person. If not, he will bring disaster upon you. Huang Yuxiang frowned and said to Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu, "Fan Fuchen, Fans Qinyu Fuchen. Is Li Fuchen as powerful Bai? Feng Li Fuchen Fans Qi, Yang Bai is Li is Kama, Huang Fuchen's Feng. Fan Bai." Fan Qiansong frowned. Nothing is absolute in this world. I believe in Li Fuchen. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was bragging or not. He and his sister's lives were saved by Li Fuchen. Hence, he couldn't possibly listen to what Huang Yuxiang said. Distancing himself from Li Fuchen wasn't his style. "Sai, the two of you are going to suffer sooner or later." Huang Yuxiang shook his head and didn't try to persuade them anymore. In the main pavilion, Wan Qinqiu couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "Seems like I have overestimated him. How can such a person achieve anything great? He is just a clown." Qin Keishi, you shouldn't have stopped Xiao Bai. On the contest stage, Qin Keishi was indeed regretting. She admitted that Li Fuchen had great potential. But potential was just potential. Before the potential could be converted into actual ability, it was best to keep a low profile. Such an unreliable high profile would only make people annoyed and wouldn't gain any sympathy. She was certain that if she left, Xiao Bai would definitely make a move to kill Li Fuchen. She might have started to loathe Li Fuchen, but she couldn't slap her own face. The Autumn Rain Tea Party didn't allow any killings. This was the iron rule of the Autumn Rain Tea Party, and no one was allowed to break it. Hence, even if she had to brace herself, she couldn't allow Xiao Bai to kill Li Fuchen. "I hope there won't be another Li Fuchen in this tea party." Qin Keishi prayed silently. "You can go back first. With me around, I can ensure your safety." Qin Keishi waved her hand at Li Fuchen. Just as Li Fuchen was about to speak. "Qin Keishi, Xiao Bai is ranked on the stars ranking, but I am not. Hence, I am here to challenge Li Fuchen. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" A figure skimmed onto the contest stage and pointed at Li Fuchen while speaking to Qin Keishi. Qin Keishi nodded. "No problem. All right then. Li Fuchen, you still have a chance if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise Xine Wuyuan will smash your mouth. Let's see if you can continue being so shameless." Xine Wuyuan didn't like Li Fuchen at all. Since Xiao Bai wasn't able to make a move, then he would do it on Xiao Bai's behalf. He wanted to see if Li Fuchen could continue being so arrogant after he smashed his mouth. "Are you sure you want to stand up for Xiao Bai?" Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes, which were flickering with chilling light. No matter how good his temper was, after being humiliated like this, it was impossible for him to not be angry at all. Xiao Bai is a ranker on the stars ranking. I don't have the qualifications to stand up for him. But you, I must teach you a lesson. Xian Wuyuan drew a silver-black long saber and pointed it at Li Fuchen. In the pavilion, Xiao Bai spoke word by word. Xian Wuyuan, no matter what the outcome is, I, Xiao Bai, owe you a favor. Xiao Xiong is too polite. Xian Wuyuan let out a slight smile. To be able to obtain a favor from a stars-ranking big shot was the best outcome. When the rest of the people heard Xiao Bai's words, they were silently regretting. This Xian Wuyuan's speed was too fast. If they knew it was this easy to obtain Xiao Bai's favor, they would have fought to go up the stage. Xian Wuyuan is ranked top 5 among the gold-class direct disciples of the Long Saber sect. His ability is far above Hu Ming. If Li Fuchen's ability is only at this level, he will definitely lose to Xian Wuyuan. Huang Yuxiang said to Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu. Fan Qiansong spoke in a firm tone. Xian Wuyuan isn't a match for him. If it was Xiao Bai, he would hesitate. But if it was Xian Wuyuan, he firmly believed that Li Fuchen would emerge victorious. I have the same opinion as my brother. I believe that Li Fuchen will win. Fan Qinyu spoke too. I think the two of you must have been bewitched by Li Fuchen. Huang Yuxiang was exasperated. He really didn't know what kind of medicine Li Fuchen fed the two of them, to make them side with him in everything. Fan Qiansong spoke in a serious tone. Huang Shixiang, you have never interacted with him before. Hence you don't know his astounding potential. This is understandable, but you cannot make such a presumptuous judgment. All right, I would like to see what kind of surprise he will give us. Huang Yuxiang tried his best to suppress his irritation and anger, while his eyes stared intently at the stage. He stood 10 meters away from Xian Wuyuan. I hope you don't regret this. Li Fuchen pursed his lips and dispersed the mystical dragon secret technique, activating the primary clear hand. Chapter 239. Xian Wuyuan was at the 8th level of the Earth realm. He might not be listed on the stars ranking, but his overall ability was far superior to Hu Ming. After witnessing Li Fuchen and Hu Ming's battle, Xian Wuyuan had a deep understanding of Li Fuchen's ability. In his opinion, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger in combat awareness. Xian Wuyuan was always confident in his combat awareness. He might not be able to match up to Li Fuchen, but he was at least superior to Hu Ming. If Li Fuchen wanted to rely on his combat awareness to defeat him, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream. When the saber was brandished, Xian Wuyuan's figure blended into the saber light. This saber was the union of man and saber. This saber was as fast as a spark. Crackle! A dazzling thunder light flashed as Xian Wuyuan's saber slashed in front of Li Fuchen. Thunder Qi. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Thunder and lightning Jinqi was the most explosive type of Jinqi. If the same blade was driven by thunder and lightning Jinqi, it would be at least 50% faster than other types of Jinqi. No wonder his opponent was so confident. It seemed like he thought that his blade's speed was fast enough, and believed that it was impossible for him to see through the flaws of his blade technique. A pity that he was wrong. Li Fuchen's awareness was so strong that it was inhuman, let alone an Earth Realm martial artist. Even if it was a Heaven Realm martial artist, Li Fuchen would be able to see through the flaws in the opponent's move. Of course, a Heaven Realm martial artist's move was too fast. Even if Li Fuchen's awareness could see the flaws, his body wouldn't be able to react in time. Retreating quickly, while retreating, Li Fuchen pointed with his sword. This point was like a stroke of genius. PFFF. Xian Wuyuan's Thunder Saber Qi was broken in response. The saber speed dropped drastically, and so did the advancing speed. Violent Thunder 9 strikes. Xian Wuyuan had a flash of disbelief on his face. Taking a deep breath, he executed an even stronger saber move. Like an explosion of thunder, 9 streaks of thunder struck at Li Fuchen from 9 different directions. Each thunderbolt was actually a saber, a total of 9 sabers. The sword light twisted and turned, laying out layers of sword net in front of Li Fuchen. When Xian Wuyuan's thunder saber move landed in the sword net, 90% of the force was neutralized. To be exact, it wasn't neutralized, but the force was diverted. As for where the force was diverted to, Xian Wuyuan soon found out. The sword net exploded, and Xian Wuyuan's entire body was sent flying, his arms numb. Li Fuchen's 9-revolution sword style. The stronger the attack force, the stronger the counterattack force. Xian Wuyuan was equivalent to receiving a combined attack from Li Fuchen and himself. It would be strange if he wasn't sent flying. Pu. Streaks of blood appeared on Xian Wuyuan's body. The counterattack of the 9-revolution sword art wasn't as simple as just sending Xian Wuyuan flying. Unknowingly, Xian Wuyuan's body was covered with sword marks deep to the bone. Ah! Xian Wuyuan roared. It was too shameful, too humiliating. At this moment, the physical pain was nothing compared to the mental humiliation. Xian Wuyuan was on the verge of collapsing. Coupled with his blood-soaked body, he looked extremely pitiful. The spectators were dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Xian Wuyuan was defeated. Wasn't Xian Wuyuan brimming with confidence? How could he lose so quickly and so miserably? The second slash was clearly abnormally fierce. So why was he the one who was heavily injured? For a moment, the summit of Mount Autumn Rain was completely silent. Huang Yuxiang felt as though his throat was being choked by someone and couldn't speak for a long time. Huang Shixiang, I knew it. Xian Wuyuan isn't a match for Li Fuchen. Fan Qinyu spoke straightforwardly. Huang Yuxiang's expression was extremely unpleasant and sullen at the same time. He naturally didn't have any enmity with Li Fuchen. On the contrary, they had some friendly relations right from the start. He just couldn't stand Li Fuchen's arrogance and shameless boasting. He felt that if Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu were together with him, there would be plenty of trouble. He was just doing it out of kindness. But because Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu were overly protective of Li Fuchen, he had a bad impression of Li Fuchen. He originally thought that with Xian Wuyuan's help, he would be able to wake Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu up. Who knew the final outcome would be like this? This wasn't the outcome he wanted. Opening his mouth, Huang Yuxiang couldn't say a single word. Facts speak louder than words. Perhaps only Xiao Bai would be able to suppress Li Fuchen's arrogance. Anything he said now would be slapping his own face. On the opposite side, Xiao Bai's expression was even worse than Huang Yuxiang's. This Li Fuchen was truly infuriating. He had a body full of ability, but he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Instead, he allowed Li Fuchen to be arrogant until now. Trash. In his heart, Xiao Bai was venting his anger on Xian Wuyuan. He felt that Xian Wuyuan was too useless. Since he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, why was he in such a hurry to come out? He even made Xiao Bai owe Xian Wuyuan a favor for no reason. At the main pavilion, Ruan Qianxiu and Qin Keishi looked at each other. Now, not only was Ruan Qianxiu depressed and sullen, even Qin Keishi was feeling awkward. What was going on with this autumn rain tea party? Did she judge wrongly as well? Qin Keishi asked herself. Taking a deep breath, Qin Keishi decided not to express her opinion. She wanted to see how far this Li Fuchen could go, and if she had really judged wrongly. This is really annoying. He might have some ability, but I can't stand his face. Is there anyone who can suppress his arrogance and stop him from appearing on the tournament stage? Even Xian Wuyuan was defeated. I reckon that apart from the star's rancor, there aren't many who can suppress him. Everyone was rather unhappy. After all, it didn't feel good to be slapped in the face. On the tournament stage, Xian Wuyuan was in a miserable and pitiful state. He stood there and didn't know if he should leave or continue the battle. If he continued the battle, he wouldn't even be a match for Li Fuchen when he was at his peak condition. Now that he was only left with 20% to 30% of his strength, wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? Didn't you say you want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Didn't you want to smash my mouth? I shall stand here and wait for you to make me kneel. Li Fuchen's eyes were cold and his words were piercing. Xian Wuyuan's face was filled with shame and indignation. Li Fuchen, don't go too far. I was just careless earlier. Careless? You can even come up with such an excuse. If I didn't show mercy, that counterattack earlier would have killed you 3 times. Li Fuchen sneered. Xian Wuyuan vomited blood and pointed at Li Fuchen speechless. Li Fuchen, you are too much. Since you have already won against Xian Wuyuan, why do you have to kick him when he is down? This isn't something an expert should do. Just this point alone is enough for you to not go far on the martial Dao. On the opposite pavilion, there was an arrogant youth with long eyebrows that stood up and looked down at Li Fuchen. Who are you? Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. The youth laughed. Luo Qingyan. It is Luo Qingyan. A true expert is finally here. This Luo Qingyan is an elite prodigy from the Cloud Creek Sword Sect. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the Earth Realm. Defeating Li Fuchen is effortless. Everyone was overjoyed. The East Unicorn continent might be filled with sects, but everyone had detailed information about the elite prodigies of the various sections. Like the Azure Water sects Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. Everyone knew about them, because they were the elite prodigies of the Azure Water sect. Luo Qingyan, come down and fight. Li Fuchen's information naturally included Luo Qingyan. He was ranked number 2 among the direct disciples of the Cloud Creek Sword sect. His status was similar to the Azure Water sect's Sword Tiger, and was far superior to Emotionless Sword. In fact, it wasn't because Emotionless Sword Shuefeng wasn't good. As someone from the same generation as Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger, Shuefeng's innate potential wasn't inferior to the two of them. It was mainly because he had yet to enter the Star Road hidden domain, while Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger had. Chapter 240. You're not my opponent. I just can't stand seeing you embarrass yourself. Luo Qingyan shook his head, and had no intention of coming down. His Cloud Creek Sword sect was the same as the Azure Water sect, a Sword Dao sect. A swordsman always understood a swordsman the best. Li Fuchen's combat awareness was very high, but as long as it wasn't ridiculously high, he would be able to resolve it easily. Don't you dare? Li Fuchen asked. Luo Qingyan continued to shake his head. It's not that I don't dare, but I disdain it. Since you aren't willing to come down for a fight, then what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You aren't fit to be a swordsman. You are just a fake swordsman, who pretends to be benevolent and righteous. Li Fuchen retorted coldly. Luo Qingyan's eyes were filled with coldness. You are trying to provoke me. You are not worthy for me to anger you, because I do not see you as an opponent. Good, very good. Since you want to taste defeat, I will fulfill your wish. Luo Qingyan jumped down from the pavilion. His aura changed. It became as sharp as a sword, as sharp as a blade. Even the corner of his clothes seemed to be able to kill people. I want to see how Li Fuchen is going to win this time. Luo Qingyan is known as the Green Cloud Swordsman, and his ability is just below the star's ranker. He isn't someone that Xian Wuyuan and Hu Ming can compare with. Luo Qingyan is naturally not someone that Xian Wuyuan and Hu Ming can compare to. Xian Wuyuan is only ranked in the top 5 in his own sect, while Hu Ming is only ranked in the top 7. As for Luo Qingyan, he is ranked 2nd among the direct disciples of the Cloudy Creek Sword sect. His strength is extremely terrifying. What's more, both of them are swordsmen. Swordsmen should understand swordsmen better, which is why Luo Qingyan didn't have to spend much effort to defeat Li Fuchen. Wait and see. I hope Luo Qingyan can settle Li Fuchen in a few moves. I don't want to see his arrogant face anymore. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Luo Qingyan. Even the expression on Xiaobai's face had eased up. With Luo Qingyan taking action, there was an 80% to 90% chance of success. Even in the Heaven Fiend sect, this person was definitely number 2. Only he could suppress him. Li Fuchen, you must do your best. Right now, Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu were rather apprehensive. Luo Qingyan wasn't like Xian Wuyuan or Hu Ming. He was a true expert. If the star's ranker didn't make an appearance, Luo Qingyan's strength would definitely be at the pinnacle. Wang Yixiang grunted. He was waiting for Luo Qingyan to defeat Li Fuchen. He wanted to see what else Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu had to say. After all, Li Fuchen wasn't even a match for Luo Qingyan, let alone Xiaobai. Qin Keishi, sit down. There's basically no more suspense in this spar, Yuan Qianxiu said with a smile as he sat down and sipped on his tea. Qin Keishi didn't say anything and stared at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, oh Li Fuchen. Whether or not I am talking big will depend on this. I hope I am wrong. The East Unicorn continent was too big. There were close to 100 sects, geniuses, and prodigies. The eyes of the people present were not all bright. Even she would sometimes have a discerning eye, which made her rather vigilant. On the martial stage, Li Fuchen's qi presence had also changed. The aura on Luo Qingyun's body was as sharp as a sword, and as sharp as a blade. The aura on his body was also as sharp as a sword, but it also carried a heat that could burn the heavens. Li Fuchen didn't underestimate Luo Qingyun, even though his true ability was definitely above Luo Qingyun, but it was his habit to keep a trump card. This person can be considered a quasi-prodigy. Li Fuchen thought to himself. In the sects, elite 4-star bone frames were considered prodigies, while 5-star bone frames were considered elite prodigies. But in the entire East Unicorn continent, 4-star bone frames were only considered prodigies, while 5-star bone frames were considered elite prodigies. Only those elite 5-star bone frames were considered quasi-prodigies, which meant to say, in the current Azure Water sect, only Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword could be considered as quasi-prodigies. The rest were still up for discussion. 10 moves. Luo Qingyun's eyes turned sharp. You will have to withstand 3 moves from me first. Li Fuchen pointed the black gold sword at the ground. You are truly detestable. Now shut up. Luo Qingyun made his move. A bone-chilling cold qi assaulted on the face. Luo Qingyun's sword was almost everywhere and everywhere. The surface of the martial stage that was reinforced by the array was covered with a thin layer of frost. The sword intent was bone-chilling. The qi was bone-chilling too. Luo Qingyun's qi was obviously the chilling cold qi. This kind of qi could freeze the opponent's qi and blood, slowing down their speed and reaction. Transform. Against Luo Qingyun's omnipresent bone-chilling sword, Li Fuchen executed the rotating flow sword art. The frost melted and in the air, a flaming whirlpool formed by sword lights was absorbing the chilling cold qi and sword qi. The surrounding temperature instantly rose, and was unbearably scorching. Go! With a swing of the black gold sword, the flaming whirlpool sword light blasted at Luo Qingyun. As the heat wave assaulted his face, Luo Qingyun's expression changed. His cold wind sword art was actually neutralized so easily. Li Fuchen's sword art rank was obviously on par with his, and was even slightly weaker than him. But Li Fuchen's timing and angle were too precise. It happened to be the flaw of his cold wind sword art. I would like to see how strong your combat awareness is. Luo Qingyun wasn't like Xmuyan after all. His footsteps changed, and there were layers of afterimages on the martial stage. If Li Fuchen could cultivate all the mystic class, low-tier martial arts to the trance stage, then Luo Qingyun could naturally do it too. Executing his footsteps, his figure became erratic. Coupled with the omnipresent cold wind sword art, it was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. In the past, weaker Earth Realm martial artists wouldn't even be able to block a single blade from him. Unexpectedly, Li Fuchen didn't execute his light body technique or leg arts. Instead, he stood there without moving, and used the black gold sword to defend. Li Fuchen is being suppressed. Haha, he must be feeling extremely aggrieved and humiliated. Everyone was happy to see this scene, and looked like they were watching a good show. I have already figured out your moves. The 5th stage of the Star Road Hidden Domain was the solution of martial Dao. It tested one's combat awareness and combat skills. Li Fuchen only took a few moves to pass the stage, and it was much easier than the 4th stage. But Luo Qingyun's combat skills weren't even comparable to the 5th stage, and was only slightly stronger than the 4th stage. When the Starfire sword art was executed, there were sparks bursting out. This was the moment when Luo Qingyun's footsteps and sword art were at their most uncoordinated. It was also the moment when the old force was used up, and the new force hadn't been regenerated. Once the Starfire sword art was executed, Luo Qingyun was instantly forced into a desperate situation. Ah! Luo Qingyun roared with rage, and executed the cold wind angry howl. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Li Fuchen's Starfire sword art enveloped from 3 sides. Luo Qingyun was only able to defend from 2 sides, and didn't have enough time to defend from the other side. The Starfire scorched through the qi protection, and left behind tiny charred wounds on Luo Qingyun's body. Compared to Hu Ming, Luo Qingyun's cultivation technique realm was 1 or 2 levels higher, and his cultivation realm was also 1 level higher. Thus, his resistance to the Starfire sword art was much stronger. However, the injuries he suffered weren't too serious, and he only looked ugly. You have lost. If you have anything to say, then say it all at once. Li Fuchen stared at Luo Qingyun, who had a pale expression, and spoke indifferently. PFFF. Luo Qingyun was overwhelmed with anger, and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 241. To a certain extent, he was even more humiliated than Hu Ming and Xian Wuyuan. Because Hu Ming was the first to go up, it could be said that he wasn't clear of Li Fuchen's ability, and was a little arrogant. Xian Wuyuan was extremely embarrassed. And he was even more humiliated than Xian Wuyuan. He was so humiliated that he had lost all his face. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. Puff! Spurting out another mouthful of blood, Luo Qingyun's face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. At the peak of Mount Autumn Rain, everyone was dumbfounded. Clear Sky Swordsman, Luo Qingyun was defeated too, and he was defeated in such a straightforward manner. Before this, they thought highly of Luo Qingyun, and believed that Luo Qingyun wouldn't need to exert much effort to defeat Li Fuchen. Indeed, he had been defeated effortlessly. Am I dreaming? Hit me. This is simply incomprehensible. Who exactly is this Li Fuchen? He is only at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, and is actually able to jump 3 levels to defeat Green Cloud Swordsman, Luo Qingyun. The Azure Water Sect only has Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. Where did this Li Fuchen come from? Damn it! Is there no one who can strike a blow to his arrogance? Everyone felt a burning pain on their faces. Li Fuchen had repeatedly used facts to tell them what was the meaning of face slapping. Be it Hu Ming, Xian Wuyuan, or Luo Qingyun. All of them were extremely confident before the event, but ended up in a miserable state after the event. As for them, they were slapping their own faces time and time again. We won! Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu exclaimed in joy. Previously, they weren't too surprised and felt that it was reasonable for Li Fuchen to defeat Hu Ming and Xian Wuyuan. Now that Li Fuchen had even defeated Luo Qingyun, his heart was more or less pleasantly surprised. Beside them, Huang Yuxiang's expression was complicated and awkward. Who exactly is this Li Fuchen? Huang Yuxiang murmured. He had to admit that he had misjudged her time and time again. This Li Fuchen couldn't be viewed with common sense. His combat awareness was far superior to Luo Qingyun's. Even a star's ranker might not have a stronger combat awareness than him. Perhaps only a star's ranker could defeat him. Of course, even if he saw the crux of the problem, Huang Yuxiang's impression of Li Fuchen was already fixed. Li Fuchen had humiliated him several times, and he couldn't treat it as nothing had happened. That trace of disgust was buried in the bottom of his heart. Kacha! The teacups in the main pavilion and Xiaobai's pavilion were crushed into powder. The ones who crushed the teacups were Ruan Qianxiu and Xiaobai. Ruan Qianxiu felt that he had lost all his face today, especially in front of Qin Keishi. This caused him to be unable to raise his head, as he felt that Qin Keishi was secretly mocking him. Little did he know that Qin Keishi was embarrassed as well. When Luo Qingyun left the stage, Qin Keishi didn't think highly of Li Fuchen either. Although she didn't say it out loud. Sigh. Qin Keishi shook her head and returned to her seat. She picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea, trying her best to soothe her emotions. Ruan Qianxiu laughed awkwardly. This Li Fuchen sure knows how to conceal his abilities. But that is because he hasn't met a true expert yet. If he met a true expert, concealing his abilities would only cause him to die faster. Qin Keishi declined to comment. In her heart she did not think so. Battle awareness was not only used in battle, it was also very useful in analyzing the enemy's strength. Perhaps, his battle awareness had already sensed that he was able to fight against Xiaobai. Qin Keishi thought. The tea flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Xiaobai's face was expressionless. Immediately after, he took a glance at Qin Keishi, who was in the main pavilion. After a few breaths, Xiaobai still didn't make a move. In such a situation, if he could make a move to kill Li Fuchen, he wouldn't attract the disgust of everyone. But if he was stopped by Qin Keishi, then he would be humiliated. Everyone would definitely doubt his demeanor and think that he was too scheming and would constantly look for loopholes. As such, who would dare to have a close relationship with him in the future? Who knew if he would suddenly turn his back on them? Winner takes all, loser takes all. This saying was applicable everywhere. The same action, if the outcome was different, would give off a different feeling to others. He either didn't make a move or made a move. He had to kill Li Fuchen without any mishaps. I shall let you live a little longer. Xiao Bai tried his best to suppress his fluctuating emotions. Who else wants to fight? After defeating Luo Qinyan, Li Fuchen simply didn't go up. He wanted to see who else would be the first to step up. Too arrogant. Isn't he just taking advantage of the fact that this is a tea party, and Xiao Bai can't make a move? What other ideas do you have? Apart from the stars ranker, basically no one is a match for him. Zai, that's true. Everyone was in a heated discussion. While they were angry, they were helpless at the same time. It is better to stop before going too far. Fan Qiansong was just about to send a qi transmission to Li Fuchen to ask him not to offend too many people. Qin Keishi, you sure are in a leisurely mood to actually host the autumn rain tea party here. A pity that with me, Tang Shiqi, around, it is best for you to stop hosting this autumn rain tea party. An enchanting and beautiful figure skimmed up the peak of the mountain. Like a black shadow, the person's toes landed lightly on the rooftop of a pavilion. This woman was around the same age as Qin Keishi, and looked to be in her 20s. Her looks were only slightly inferior to Qin Keishi, but her figure was extremely enchanting and sexy. She was wearing a black leather shirt and skirt, revealing her perky breasts, and revealing her pair of white thighs, which was dazzling to the eyes. It is the divine whip devil lady Tang Shiqi, ranked 89 on the stars ranking. She is Qin Keishi's archenemy. Once they meet, they will definitely fight for at least a few hundred moves. I heard that Tang Shiqi was injured by Qin Keishi previously. I reckon she is here to seek revenge. There is going to be a good show to watch. When everyone heard Tang Shiqi announcing her identity, they immediately recognized this woman. Qin Keishi stood up and spoke indifferently. Tang Shiqi, if you have anything to say, wait until the tea party is over. Why the need to create trouble? I am here to create trouble. What can you do to me? A white bone whip appeared in Tang Shiqi's hand. As she brandished the white bone whip, a sharp whip shadow was lashed at the main pavilion. In the air, there was a thunderous explosion, and a ripple was emitted. 100 flower seal. In the air, a giant flower bloomed and blocked the whip shadow. Tang Shiqi, don't go overboard. Qin Keishi spoke coldly. Boundless nature. Tang Shiqi didn't even bother to talk nonsense with Qin Keishi. She brandished the white bone whip in the air and enveloped Qin Keishi like an inescapable net. In an instant, apart from the contest stage, the rest of the place was split open and crisscrossed with cracks. The appearance of the divine whip devil lady, Tang Shiqi, had excited Xiao Bai. He stood up and instantly rushed at Li Fuchen, who was on the contest stage. Li Fuchen, let's see who else can save you now. Die. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and the opportunity was finally here. As long as Tang Shiqi could hold back Qin Keishi, he would have the opportunity to kill Li Fuchen. As for whether Qin Keishi would blame him, he wasn't worried at all. Would Qin Keishi kill him because of Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen didn't have that much influence. What's more, he wasn't necessarily afraid of Qin Keishi. Li Fuchen is going to be unlucky this time. It is fine if Xiao Bai doesn't make a move this time. But once he makes a move, he will definitely kill. Who asked him to be so arrogant earlier? I reckon he didn't expect the divine whip devil lady, Tang Shiqi, to appear. Xiao Bai, kill him. Someone shouted. Chapter 242. Xiao Bai's ability wasn't weak, and Li Fuchen had already felt it when they exchanged moves earlier. But he didn't go all out either. He was still holding back a lot of his battle awareness. He had yet to activate his black iron sword essence. The dark cloud-like palm enveloped at Li Fuchen. On the contest stage, the chi flow was heavy, and the tyrannical palm intent was compressing the space. For this palm strike, Xiaobai obviously utilized his hand's secret technique, causing his palm strength to increase by more than 2 folds. If a regular 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist was to be hit by this palm strike, they would immediately be crushed into a bloody pulp, leaving nothing behind. Right now, Qin Keishi was busy with her duel with Tang Shiqi and couldn't bother about Li Fuchen. Break! The flaming sword light converged into a vortex as Li Fuchen blasted at the Qi palm. Kacha! This sword seemed to be very powerful, but in fact, there was finesse amidst its roughness. The angle and timing were very precise. The swirling sword light instantly melted a big hole in the palm made of Jinqi. But the Qi palm was too condensed. Even if there was a large hole, the remaining force didn't dissipate and was still slamming towards Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen flew back and slammed his Qi palm on the martial stage. The stage shook, and cracks appeared on it. He actually dodged that palm strike. He won't be able to hold on for long. This is just the first palm strike. Everyone might be surprised, but it was still acceptable. After all, Li Fuchen's ability wasn't weak, and it wasn't possible to kill him just like that. No wonder he is a star's ranker. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Xiaobai might be a gold-class direct disciple from the Heaven Fiend sect, and had a feud with the Azure Water sect. But his ability wasn't just for show. It was the real deal. Even if Sword Maniac made a move, he might not be a match for Xiaobai. If that's the case, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The black iron sword pattern on his bones instantly lit up. A large amount of mystical dragon qi rushed in and transformed into black iron sword qi. The black iron sword qi was actually a kind of true qi. It could be used to attack directly, or it could be poured into a sword for a second amplification and guidance. Hua! The curling flaming sword light was like a crack of magma in the void as it surged towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai's brows twitched as he slapped the flaming sword light with his palm. Rumble! On the martial stage, a terrifying explosion of qi energy could be heard. The powerful shockwave caused the surrounding pavilions to tremble, as if they would collapse at any time. What a powerful strength! He actually clashed head-on with Xiaobai. What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase by so much? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength before? Everyone was shocked speechless for a long time. Tang Shiqi and Qin Keishi's battle was actually more intense, but most of the eyes were on Li Fuchen and Xiaobai. So powerful. Huang Yuxiang sucked in a cold breath. His strength was similar to Luo Qingyun's, perhaps even slightly inferior. Hence, he knew very well how difficult it was to increase one's strength at their level. Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, and he didn't think highly of Li Fuchen. But now, everything he knew had been shattered. Li Fuchen's appearance had completely toppled his worldview. Starting from Exine Wuyuan, it had been subverted time and time again, and was still being subverted now. Boom boom boom. The two of them exchanged blows again and again. Xiao Baixing's cultivation was profound, and his mystic class mid-tier true meaning was unfathomable. Li Fuchen was superior in his secret technique and combat awareness. Heavy Ghost Claw. Withdrawing his palm presence, Xiaobai abandoned his palm art and switched to a claw art. This claw art was called the Netherworld God Claw. The Heaven Fiend sect had a set of claw art called the Netherworld Ghost Claw. Among the entire Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, only 3 individuals had cultivated this Netherworld Ghost Claw to the trance stage, and had grasped the Netherworld Claw intent. Apart from Ghost Claw Zhengxian, Xiaobai was one of the other 2 individuals. But the Netherworld Ghost Claw was only a mystic class low-tier claw art, which obviously didn't suit Xiaobai's status. Hence, he cultivated the mystic class mid-tier claw art, the Netherworld God Claw. The Netherworld God Claw was created by a senior from the Heaven Fiend sect, based on the Netherworld Ghost Claw. It was even more domineering than the Netherworld Ghost Claw. The sky was filled with claw shadows that clawed recklessly, as though countless malicious spirits were attacking. Starfire Sky. Li Fuchen didn't decline, and executed the Starfire sword style, causing sparks to burst out. Boom boom. When the claw shadows and the sparks clashed, there was a continuous qi explosion. He actually withstood so many of my moves. Xiaobai was extremely displeased. He had already activated his 3-star secret technique, and still wasn't able to settle Li Fuchen within a few moves. Let's see how you block now. Azura Ghost Palm, Netherworld God Claw. Xiaobai used the Azura Ghost Palm on his left hand, and the Netherworld Ghost Claw on his right. One on the left and one on the right, he violently assaulted Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way as he executed the 9 Revolution sword style. This move of Xiaobai's was indeed hard to defend against, but it still wasn't beyond his limits. The sword lights twisted and turned, spreading out layers and layers of sword nets. Xiaobai's palm and claw arts were like moths flying into the flame, like clay oxen entering the sea. They were all immersed in, and couldn't be extricated. Return! The sword net burst apart as Li Fuchen brandished his sword. PFFF, 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 PFFF. There was a frenzied chi flow explosion, as Xiaobai was forced to retreat. Li Fuchen's sword art was too comprehensive. The Starfire sword style focused on offense. The 9 Revolution sword style defended and counterattacked. The rotating flow sword style clashed head-on. There weren't any shortcomings to speak of. If Li Fuchen had only grasped a mystic-class mid-tier sword art, he would definitely be in a tight spot. On the other side of MT Autumn Rain's peak, Qin Keishi and Tang Shiqi's battle was even more intense. But Qin Keishi still paid attention to Li Fuchen's side. Seeing how Li Fuchen and Xiaobai were fighting so well, and not being at a disadvantage, her heart was indescribably shocked. No matter what, Xiaobai was still a young powerhouse ranked 101 on the stars ranking. Even if she wanted to defeat him, she would need to expend a lot of effort. But Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm, and was able to fight until this point. How could she not be shocked? Qin Keishi, you still have the mood to be distracted? Be defeated. Tang Shiqi's whip art could be hard or soft, and had many variations. The long whip shadows interweaved and weaved into a giant net, enveloping Qin Keishi. Tang Shiqi, since this is the case, don't blame me. Qin Keishi formed a seal with both hands and blasted out abruptly. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the shadow of fresh flowers, which broke apart the whip net. The more Xiaobai fought, the more apprehensive he got. He didn't know how the Azure Water Sect could produce such a monster. Sword Maniac might be formidable, but he was still at the 8th level of the Earth realm, while Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm. His eyes were blazing with murderous intent. Xiaobai dispersed his hand secret technique, and executed the 3-star secret technique, Azura Battle Chi. His chi presence rose steadily, and his body was covered with boundless black chi. Die! Breaking through the sword chi seal, Xiaobai struck out with his palm and claw at Li Fuchen. Xiaobai took advantage of his powerful chi protection, and coupled with the Azura Battle Chi, he intended to have a close combat battle with Li Fuchen. This move was indeed effective. Li Fuchen instantly retreated step by step. Block for me! Block for me! Xiaobai was in a frenzied state. Blaze Devil Sword Art, back off! Li Fuchen yelled out, as a violent and blazing sword presence rushed into the sky. In the next moment, a blazing sword dipper swept out, forcing Xiaobai to retreat a few dozen meters, putting him in a miserable state. The Blaze Devil Sword Art was a mystic-class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen might not have been able to cultivate it to the trance stage and grasp the Blaze Devil Sword intent, but it was already at the perfection stage. Its firepower was 30% stronger than the Starfire sword style. Xiaobai has been forced to retreat. Chapter 243. It was already shocking that Li Fuchen was able to resist Xiaobai. Forcing Xiaobai back was something that no one dared to imagine. The Stars Rankings young magnates weren't just words, but they had actual strength. In the Stars Ranking tournament that was held once every 3 years, which of the participants weren't prodigies? But only 108 of them were able to be ranked in the Stars Ranking. Stars Ranking 101. This ranking might be a little low, but it was only for the people in the Stars Ranking. To those outside the Stars Ranking, it was already a great honor to be ranked in the Stars Ranking. Not every sect had someone ranked in the Stars Ranking, but if Li Fuchen was able to force Xiaobai to retreat in a single blade, it didn't matter what the final outcome was. It meant that Li Fuchen had the ability to be ranked on the star's ranking. A Mystic Class high-tier sword art is indeed a Mystic Class high-tier sword art. Even without comprehending the sword intent, it is still so powerful. After forcing Xiaobai back with a single blade, even Li Fuchen was shocked. In his opinion, the Flaming Devil sword art was not only 3 times more powerful than the Starfire sword art, but it was also 3 times more powerful than the Rotating Flow sword art in a head-on clash. A single sword art combined the advantages of 2 great sword arts. Profound rank high rank sword art. Xiaobai gritted his teeth. He had not been able to cultivate a high-grade profound level martial art to the great perfection realm. He had only cultivated a high-grade profound level martial art to the acme of perfection realm. A profound level high-rank martial art at the acme perfection realm, regardless of power or subtlety, could not compare to a profound level middle rank martial art that had comprehended true meaning. Taking it out would only be a disgrace. But Li Fuchen was different. His Mystic Class high-tier sword art had already reached the perfection stage. It had surpassed all Mystic Class mid-tier sword arts that had comprehended sword intent. Profound level high-rank martial art consumes a lot of true qi. Let's see who can hold on first. Xiaobai's body was emitting Azura battle qi as he rushed at Li Fuchen again. Really, Li Fuchen naturally knew that Mystic Class high-tier martial arts consumed a lot of qi. Due to his low cultivation level, the qi consumption would be much faster than normal. But to deal with Xiaobai, was there a need for a protracted battle? His battle instincts combined with the Flaming Devil sword technique allowed him to completely suppress his opponent. Wielding the black gold sword with both hands, Li Fuchen raised it high and cleaved downwards. Hua! A dazzling fiery light burst forth, and a blazing magma-like sword energy slashed out, sending Xiaobai flying. Regardless of whether it was the timing or the angle of this sword, it was extremely exquisite. Xiaobai couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to and could only passively receive it. Again, Li Fuchen thrust at Xiaobai again, and the blazing sword dipper instantly extended. Puff! Xiaobai didn't have any leeway to retaliate, as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, I'm actually not his match. Xiaobai's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't dare to believe the truth before his eyes. He was a star's ranker, and even if Sword Maniac was here, he was confident that he could suppress him. But a rising star was actually able to suppress him. How could he accept this? Die! Xiaobai's hand instantly had a few more darts as he threw them at Li Fuchen. The speed of the dart was so fast that it almost ignored the space between them. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that the dart was coated with poison. There was also a crystal embedded in the center of the dart. This crystal was emitting a weak glow, which caused the power of the dart to increase. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he stood still, the dart would be able to penetrate his qi protection and severely injure or even kill him. This dart isn't simple, Li Fuchen thought to himself. Huff huff. The dart naturally couldn't hit Li Fuchen. With his valiant combat awareness, Li Fuchen was constantly on high alert. Once the dart appeared, Li Fuchen's true body had already shifted, leaving behind only an afterimage. The dart penetrated the afterimage and penetrated a pavilion before flying far away. It was unknown where it flew to. Be defeated. Li Fuchen raised his sword diagonally and lifted Xiaobai into the sky. But Xiaobai wasn't that easy to kill. Li Fuchen's second sword didn't hit Xiaobai, but hit the shield that was placed horizontally in front of Xiaobai. Clang! Sparks flew violently like a storm. Xiaobai's entire body was sent flying along with the shield, while he violently vomited fresh blood. Above the pavilion, everyone was completely numb. Li Fuchen's strength couldn't be described with words. Be it Xian Wuyuan, Luo Qingyuan, or Xiaobai, all of them went up and were brutally abused without exception. They suspected if the current Li Fuchen was going all out, and was still hiding his true strength. Li Fuchen is too strong. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu felt as though they were in a dream, and had a surreal feeling. They realized that it was as though this was their first day knowing Li Fuchen, and they couldn't keep up with his tempo. All of us have belittled him. He might not be ranked on the star's ranking, but he is undoubtedly an elite prodigy. If he is given a certain amount of time, no one would be able to stop him. Qin Keishi was in an intense battle with Tang Shiqi while thinking to herself. Instantly catching up to Xiaobai, Li Fuchen cleaved at him again. Clang! The shield in Xiaobai's hand flew out. His entire arm was so sore and numb that he couldn't lift it. The shield might be indestructible, but the force of the Blaze Devil sword art was transmitted over. Xiaobai was appalled and quickly skimmed towards the main pavilion. There was someone there who could lend him a helping hand. Where are you going? Li Fuchen executed the finishing move of the Blaze Devil sword art. With a single slash, a scarlet-red shadow enveloped Xiaobai. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Multiple shallow sword wounds appeared on Xiaobai's body. Wan Xiong, why aren't you helping me? Xiaobai roared at Wan Qianqiu. Wan Qianqiu had a gloomy expression and revealed his murderous intent. Li Fuchen's heart skipped a beat and withdrew 30% of the force from the sword move that he had executed. Rumble! The main pavilion shook as Wan Qianqiu leaped up high like a rock spreading its wings. The pale gold truncheon in his hand was ruthlessly smashed at Li Fuchen. As the sword move crumbled, Li Fuchen took 3 steps back. Appearing in front of Xiaobai, Wan Qianqiu spoke indifferently. How dare you be so unbridled in the autumn rain tea party? You really don't put us in your eyes. Since that is the case, don't blame me, Wan Qianqiu, for making an exception. Wan Qianqiu's murderous intent burst out, and his appalling qi presence was even stronger than Xiaobai's. Xiaobai's injuries weren't considered severe, as he didn't receive a direct hit from Li Fuchen. But if Wan Qianqiu didn't make a move, he would definitely be dead. Seeing Wan Qianqiu make a move, Xiaobai's heart calmed down. He spoke to Li Fuchen with malevolence and hatred. Li Fuchen, you must die today. If Li Fuchen didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. His heart demon would continue to torment him. Let's go assist Li Fuchen. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu quickly spoke up when they saw Wan Qianqiu making a move. The two of you better stay behind and watch the show. Xi and Wu Yuan, and the other gold-class direct disciples from the Long Saber sect obstructed Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu. The Cloud Creek Sword sect was also eyeing covetously. You don't have to make a move. Li Fuchen sensed the commotion over there. Dog-like thing. You better take care of yourself first. I allowed you to be arrogant for so long. Now it is time for you to pay the price. Wan Qianqiu had long disliked Li Fuchen. Had it not been for the fear of Qin Keishi's blame, he would have already gone down to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Now that Xiaobai was begging him, if Qin Keishi were to blame him, he could just say that he was helping Xiaobai. Furthermore, Qin Keishi wouldn't make things difficult for him because of a stranger. Later on, I will make you beg for death. Li Fuchen, your life from now on will only be filled with despair. Xiaobai laughed sinisterly. He no longer had that arrogant and superior look from before. The current him was like an evil spirit. As for propriety and honor, he had long discarded it. Chapter 245. Do you think you can defeat me? Up until now, the combat awareness that Li Fuchen revealed wasn't too exaggerated, and was at the top of the star's ranking. But in fact, his combat awareness had already surpassed the star's ranking. This didn't mean that his ability had surpassed the star's ranking, but it meant that he hadn't reached the limit yet. Boasting shamelessly, do you really think that no one can deal with you? You don't know your limits, back off. Wan Qianqiu brandished his golden truncheon, turning it into a golden astral wind that blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's awareness instantly scanned the flaw in his opponent's move. With a thrust, the Blaze Devil sword burst out. Boom! Li Fuchen's body shook a little, while Wan Qianqiu took 3 steps back. A pity. Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity. His awareness was far superior to his physical qualities. Just now, his awareness had scanned the flaw in his opponent's move, but his body's reaction was a little slow and didn't strike the flaw without error, causing him to deviate by a hair's width. Don't underestimate this distance. The reason why a flaw was called a flaw was because it produced a slight deviation. The stronger the martial arts move, the smaller the flaw. In order to strike the flaw without error, the deviation had to be controlled to within a hair's width, or even more meticulous. If Li Fuchen was at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth realm, even if he didn't improve in other aspects, he would still be able to instantly kill Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai. Because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body's reaction. Coupled with the destructive power produced by awareness, it was enough to increase by a few folds, or even 10 folds. You hit the flaw in my move. Wan Qianqiu's eyes turned cold. His cultivation level was one level lower than Xiao Bai, at the 7th level of the Earth realm. But his ability was far superior to Xiao Bai. This was mainly because his perception was above Xiao Bai's, and his combat awareness was also above Xiao Bai's. The same mystic class, mid-tier martial arts that were comprehended would have differences when executed by different individuals. The stronger the intent, the stronger the awareness, the more perfect the move would be. If others wanted to break the move, they would have to have a terrifyingly tyrannical awareness. If the awareness was only one level stronger, there was no way to break the move. His awareness is more than one level higher than mine. Wan Qianqiu came up with an absurd conclusion. Xiao Bai, why are you still standing there in a daze? Wan Qianqiu berated Xiao Bai. The Silver Cloth sect and the Sky Fiend sect were in a cooperative relationship. When the disciples of both sects were training, they would also be in a cooperative relationship, especially when they were united against outsiders. Before this, Xiao Bai had already worked together with him many times. Every single time, he had obtained great success and benefited greatly from it. Netherworld God Claw. Xiao Bai extended his right hand and layers of claw shadows that were like a spiral storm drilled towards Li Fuchen. Wind God Break. Wan Qianqiu wielded the golden truncheon and brandished it in a crisscross manner. A bundle of golden snake-shaped astral winds rushed at Li Fuchen. Materialization of qi energy was something that could only be done by people whose true meaning had reached a certain realm. Once qi jin took form, the flaws would be pitifully small. Of course, this also depended on the type of martial arts move. Some martial arts techniques did not require qi energy to take form, but some did. 2 major moves attacked in a frenzy, and it was much more formidable than Xiao by executing 2 different martial arts at the same time. Under the pressure of the martial arts qi pressuring, the air around Li Fuchen's location was heavy and chaotic. It had a terrifying binding force, and if it was a regular person, they would definitely be immobilized and could only wait to be killed. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. With a scan with his awareness, Li Fuchen could clearly sense the flaws of the duo's moves. The Blaze Devil Sword slashed horizontally and severed the golden snake-shaped astral winds in spiral storm. This time, Li Fuchen took 2 steps back, while Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu took 3 steps back. 1 against 2, and he is still able to gain a slight advantage? Everyone who witnessed this scene was abnormally shocked. In their opinion, even Qin Keishi wouldn't be able to do this. Use your kill move. Wan Qianqiu roared. Li Fuchen's ability was beyond his imagination, and he admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. But he wasn't willing to admit Li Fuchen's ability. The so-called kill move was a move that the duo created themselves. The duo was temporarily unable to comprehend mystic class, high-tier martial arts, but they could use the foundation of a mystic class, mid-tier martial art to create an incredible move. This move's power might not be as exaggerated, and would still be at the level of a mystic class, mid-tier martial art. But it was extremely lethal, and impossible to defend against it. Netherworld Claw. Xiao Bai let out an enraged yell. His right hand opened up like a beast's claw, and raised high before swinging down abruptly. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared in midair, like countless disorderly waterfalls that slashed at Li Fuchen. Wind got all. Wan Qianqiu wielded the golden truncheon, and constantly drew circles. In the blink of the eye, he drew at least a few dozen circles, with each circle getting smaller and smaller. When the last circle was completed, the circle was smaller than a soybean. Immediately after, the truncheon blasted at Li Fuchen. Woo 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 woo. The sharp cone-shaped golden tornado was extremely fast, as though the void was about to split apart, letting out a mournful sound. Kill move, huh? Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. Once a kill move was executed, it was basically hard to defend against. If it was a one-on-one, Li Fuchen was confident he could defend against it. But if it was a one-on-two, he wasn't so confident. After all, His body's reaction and speed were still relatively inferior to his awareness. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. Since he wasn't confident, then Li Fuchen didn't think about defending. His opponent had a kill move, so did he. This kill move of his was the finishing move of the Blaze Devil Sword art. But at their level, it was considered a first-rate kill move. A scarlet-red shadow burst out and enveloped the two of them, as though the entire space they were in had been dyed in scarlet red. Crackle crackle. PFFF. Li Fuchen's body appeared with sinister claw marks and lacerations, with fresh blood spurting out. When facing the two kill moves, Li Fuchen's body's reaction speed was ultimately a little slower. Once he couldn't defend against one of the kill moves, he wouldn't be able to defend against the other's kill move. His chi protection was as weak as tofu, and was easily torn apart by the two kill moves. But the two of them didn't have it easy either. Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Killer Shadow was a finishing move of a mystic-class high-tier sword art. In terms of exquisiteness, it was far superior to the two kill moves. The two of them were instantly filled with countless sword marks, as though they were sliced into pieces, making them look extremely miserable. In this exchange, both sides suffered injuries and no one was spared. Too miserable. Someone let out a soft gasp. This Li Fuchen is simply a monster. Even Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianqiu couldn't do anything to him when they worked together. It is hard to imagine what kind of ability he will burst out with in the next Stars ranking tournament. If he can improve normally, in my opinion, it is possible for him to enter the top 50 of the Stars ranking. I reckon that he will be able to enter the top 30. There is still more than a year before the Stars ranking tournament, but he is only at the 5th level of the Earth realm now. With every increase in cultivation level, his ability will definitely increase by quite a bit. The top 30 is too risky. Those young heavyweights on the Stars ranking are all monsters, and cannot be calculated with common sense. Chapter 246. Li Fuchen was already very satisfied with relying on his own ability to fight until now. Their awareness might not be comparable to his, but they were still at the Heaven Realm level. Especially Ruan Qianqiu. His awareness was probably first class even among Heaven Realm martial artists. After all, 3 Starbone frames had hopes of breaking through to the Heaven Realm. Most of the Heaven Realm martial artists were 3 or 4 Starbone frames. As for 5 Starbone frames, they would normally progress to the Reincarnation Realm. Hence, elite 5 Starbone frames had extremely strong awareness. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were on par with Heaven Realm martial artists at the Earth Realm. It is impossible to kill them with my own ability. I have to rely on external items. The moment Li Fuchen retreated, the Earth-class weapon shard appeared in his hand. The black iron sword chi poured in and shot out. Buzz! In the air, a black light flashed. In the next moment, fresh blood spurted out from Xiao Bai's back. The Earth-class weapon shard pierced through his body and came out from his back. This injury was extremely fatal and belonged to the worst of the worst. Damn it! Looking at Xiao Bai, who fell on the ground without any combat strength, Ruan Qianqiu's expression changed. He was a little regretful for interfering. Before he made his move, he assumed that Li Fuchen's ability was only at this level. He didn't expect Li Fuchen's awareness to be much stronger than he imagined. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. After settling Xiao Bai, Li Fuchen rushed at Ruan Qianqiu and executed the Blaze Devil Sword Art's finishing move. Ruan Qianqiu tried his best to resist, but his body was still filled with sword wounds. This made him understand that the current him wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. It was extremely ironic, but it was an ironclad fact. At the start of the tea party, everyone didn't put Li Fuchen in their eyes. They were discussing, slandering, and mocking him. But now, who dared to slander and mock him? When facing a true prodigy, everyone only had 2 emotions. One was envy and the other was admiration and shock. Enough! Right at this moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the peak of empty autumn rain. A figure appeared. The appearance of this figure shocked everyone. Because he descended from the sky, even the young leaders of the Stars ranking weren't able to skim in the sky, and could only skim for a short period of time. Only Heaven Realm martial artists could descend from the sky. This was a very young figure who looked to be in his 30s. His eyes flashed like lightning, and with a sweep of his palm, Qin Keishi and Tang Shiqi were involuntarily separated. Li Fuchen and Yuan Qianxiu were also involuntarily separated. They didn't even have the strength to resist. "Who are you?" Tang Shiqi asked solemnly. The young man said, "Xiang Lei." "So it's senior brother Xiang Lei." Qin Keishi's eyes lit up as she hurriedly said. Xiang Lei was one of the previous hosts of the Autumn Rain Tea Party. Before he advanced to the Heaven Realm, he was ranked 68th on the stars ranking, and had an illustrious reputation. Xiang Lei nodded slightly. He looked around and said to everyone, "No killing is allowed in the Autumn Rain Tea Party. This is the Iron Rule. I don't want the Autumn Rain Tea Party to become history, so I hope everyone can abide by this rule." The first host of the Autumn Rain Tea Party had set down a rule that if a massacre occurred during the Autumn Rain Tea Party, the Autumn Rain Tea Party would not be held again. This was also the reason why Qin Keishi tried her best to stop the massacre. She did not want to become the sinner of the Autumn Rain Tea Party. "Senior brother Xiang Lei, don't worry. We will definitely follow the rules." At this moment, no one dared to create any trouble. Before Xiang Lei progressed to the Heaven Realm, he was ranked 68th on the stars ranking. After progressing to the Heaven Realm, he could eliminate them with a single hand. Who would dare to court death? "Very well." Xiang Lei nodded and looked at Tang Shiqi. "This place doesn't welcome you. Get down." As he spoke, Xiang Lei waved his hand. Tang Shiqi felt as though she was grabbed by an invisible giant hand and thrown off empty autumn rain. From start to finish, Tang Shiqi didn't dare to resist. Looking at Li Fuchen, Xiang Lei frowned and finally said, "Yuan Qianxiu, bring Xiaobai and leave." Li Fuchen wasn't wrong in this matter, as he saw everything clearly from above. Yuan Qianxiu didn't say anything. He helped Xiaobai up and left empty autumn rain. Before he left, he glared at Li Fuchen with a blade-like murderous intent. "Xiang Lei Xixiang, we still have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave first." Xan Wuyuan and the others didn't dare to stay and left consciously. Xiang Lei didn't ask them to stay. He smiled and spoke to the remaining people. 1.5 years later, the new stars ranking tournament will be held as scheduled. Since I am here, I shall impart some martial Dao experiences to all of you. I hope all of you can go further. The Autumn Rain Tea Party would normally be held for an entire day. It was only half a day now, and it obviously wasn't the end yet. Many thanks, Xiang Lei Xixiang. Everyone was delighted. With a former stars ranker explaining to them, they would more or less have some gains. Flying into the main pavilion, Xiang Lei poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip before speaking. To be able to comprehend a mystic class mid-tier intent at the Earth realm is basically the pinnacle. After that, the fastest way to increase one's ability is to create a mystic class mid-tier kill move. From what I know, everyone in the stars ranking basically has their own kill move. These kill moves are either extremely powerful or impossible to defend against. In short, they have to be extreme, and there is no need to seek for balance. Because once you choose to release your kill move, it will be the time to determine the victor. Either you win or you lose. Hearing the explanation, everyone nodded. During the earlier duel between Li Fuchen, Xiaobai, and Yuan Qianxiu, Xiaobai and Yuan Qianxiu had already released their kill moves. They were indeed formidable and extreme. Xiang Lei Xixiang, isn't it a little unworthy to spend time on creating a kill move? Wouldn't it be better to spend the time on comprehending a mystic class high-tier martial art? Someone raised a doubt. Besides Xiang Lei, Qin Keishi explained, it is possible to spend some time to comprehend a mystic class high-tier martial art. But only by cultivating it to the perfection stage would it be of great use. This is much harder than creating a mystic class mid-tier kill move. When creating a kill move, you can totally use the mystic class mid-tier martial art that you have learned to create it. As long as you have the inspiration, there is still hope to create a kill move. But to comprehend a mystic class high-tier martial art, it requires a foundation, an extremely deep foundation. There is no room for shortcuts. Xiang Lei nodded. Qin Keishi is right. As compared to a mystic class high-tier martial art, it is slightly easier to create a mystic class mid-tier kill move. Of course, it depends on the individual situation. If you think that your perception is heaven-defying, and your cultivation can keep up, you can try to comprehend a mystic class high-tier martial art. As he spoke, Xiang Lei took a glance at Li Fuchen. He could naturally see that Li Fuchen had already cultivated a mystic class high-tier sword art to the perfection stage. As compared to the extremity of a kill move, a mystic class high-tier sword art was undoubtedly much more perfect, which was why Li Fuchen was able to suppress Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu. Hence, everything that he said was actually useless to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could definitely continue to work hard and comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword art to an even more profound stage. If he could reach the trance stage, it would be more formidable than any kill move, and he would definitely be able to enter the top 50 of the stars ranking. As for whether he could enter the top 30, it would depend on Li Fuchen's improvement in this 1.5 years. After all, if you were improving, so were others. In order to catch up or surpass others, the only way was to improve more than others. As time elapsed, after explaining the importance of a kill move, Xiang Lei began to explain the other things that needed attention. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. Xiang Lei gave a glance to Qin Keishi. Qin Keishi stood up and said, "All right, this year's autumn rain tea party shall end now. Many thanks for everyone's participation. The next autumn rain tea party will be held 2 years later. I hereby announce that the host of the next autumn rain tea party will be Li Fuchen. I wonder if Li Fuchen is interested?" Qin Keishi's statement was shocking as she looked at Li Fuchen. Chapter 247. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen. Their initial disdain towards Li Fuchen had now turned into reverence. Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm, and was able to suppress Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai. If he was at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth realm, how incredible would he be? He would at least be in the top 50 of the stars ranking. Such an existence was something they could only look up to. As for catching up to him, it was just a dream. There was a difference between different prodigies too. They were considered elite prodigies in their respective sects, and were considered as prodigies. But when compared to the entire East Unicorn continent, they weren't considered anything, and could only be considered as ordinary prodigies. But Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a prodigy-class prodigy of the continent. The difference between prodigies and ordinary prodigies was too huge, and the further one progressed, the bigger the gap would be. Among them, most of them would need to be at least 30 or 40 years old to progress to the heaven realm, and would be stuck at the heaven realm for the rest of their lives. As for the prodigies of the continent, they would normally be able to break through to the heaven realm at the age of 20 or so. There was a high chance that they would progress to the reincarnation realm, and even the battle spirit realm. Of course, it was just a high chance and not absolute. Ignoring everyone's eyes and Qin Keishi's anticipation, Li Fuchen shook his head and rejected. "I am not interested in hosting the autumn rain tea party." He wasn't interested. To him, hosting the autumn rain tea party was just a waste of time. With his rate of improvement, 2 years was a very long time. Perhaps the autumn rain tea party 2 years later was just a child's play to him. Since it was a child's play, then what was the point of hosting it? Rejected, everyone was flabbergasted. Hosting the autumn rain tea party was a glorious event. Those who hosted the autumn rain tea party were all reputable individuals. Furthermore, hosting the autumn rain tea party might just be able to form a relationship with the previous hosts, which would be beneficial for their future development. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Xiang Lei's face. Qin Keishi obviously didn't expect Li Fuchen to reject and said, "Since Li Shidi isn't interested, then Qin Keishi shall not force you." "Dang Shidi, I wonder if you are interested in hosting the next autumn rain tea party?" Qin Keishi looked at another youth. This young man was called Deng Feng, and was the #1 gold class direct disciple of the Juk sect. His strength wasn't inferior to Luo Qinyan, but he was slightly younger than Luo Qinyan. In just 1.5 years, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the stars ranking. Hearing this, Deng Feng cupped his fists together. "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister Qin. Deng Feng is willing." In his heart, he mocked Li Fuchen for being foolish. He didn't even know how to grasp such a good opportunity. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qingyu felt pity for Li Fuchen as well. The Autumn Rain Tea Party had a long history that could be traced back to a century ago. All the previous hosts, as long as they didn't die, would at least be at the peak level of the heaven realm. Many of them were even at the reincarnation realm. It was said that behind the Autumn Rain Tea Party, there was the Autumn Rain Building. The members of the Autumn Rain Building were all one of the hosts of the Autumn Rain Tea Party, and a few of the building lords were reincarnation realm martial artists. If Li Fuchen was able to host the Autumn Rain Tea Party, he would naturally be able to enter the Autumn Rain Building. By then, it wouldn't just be the Azure Water Sect but also the Autumn Rain Building. But they also knew that prodigies like Li Fuchen were all proud and aloof. They might look amiable on the outside, but they were actually very determined. Once they decided on something, they wouldn't change their mind. Besides, it was too late to regret it now. The Autumn Rain Tea Party officially ended, and everyone left. Li Fuchen, my sister and I are planning to return to the Carefree Sect. If there is an opportunity in the future, we will definitely meet again. Fan Qiansong bade farewell to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. We will definitely meet again. May the two of you have a safe journey. Right now, Li Fuchen had already treated Fan Qiansong and Fan Qingyu as friends. As Fan Qiansong and Fan Qingyu left, Li Fuchen felt a trace of loneliness in his heart. But soon enough, this trace of loneliness dissipated. The path of the martial Tao was supposed to be lonely and lonely. If one couldn't even endure this little bit of loneliness, it was basically impossible to become a martial expert. After leaving MT Autumn Rain, Li Fuchen didn't return to Autumn Rain City. Li Wuxia's death wouldn't be without consequences. Even though the wanted order was revoked, but even an idiot would know that the Heaven Fiend sect wouldn't let him off. If he were to return to Autumn Rain City now, he might attract experts from the Heaven Fiend sect. This was something Li Fuchen didn't wish to see. The 100 Battle region was huge. After leaving Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen passed by city after city. This time, he specially disguised himself and looked like he was in his 20s. His looks were still extraordinarily handsome, but there were many other special traits that made him look different from before. Right now, even if Fan Qiansong and Fan Qingyu were here, they might not be able to recognize Li Fuchen from his appearance. Although his figure and chi presence might expose his identity, there weren't many who were familiar with him. It wouldn't be such a coincidence to meet someone who was familiar with him. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that not long after he left Autumn Rain City, a group of Heaven Fiend sect experts arrived at Autumn Rain City. This group of Heaven Fiend sect experts were all Heaven Realm martial artists. A pity that Li Fuchen had already left Autumn Rain City, and this group of people naturally couldn't find him. Green Cloud City. Green Cloud Restaurant. This restaurant was 9 stories tall, and was the most prestigious restaurant in Green Cloud City. Prodigies from various sects who came to Green Cloud City would basically enjoy eating and drinking at the Green Cloud Restaurant. They could also meet other prodigies from other sects and interact with each other. On the 5th floor of the Green Cloud Restaurant, Li Fuchen found a seat by the window and sat down. When the dishes were served, Li Fuchen started to eat and drink in a refined manner. Have you guys heard? Doling clan's Xiahou Chuan passed the 5th Mystic Martial Door in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, and was accepted as a personal disciple by a Mystic Martial expert. 5th Mystic Martial Door. Damn it! It is already praiseworthy to pass the 1st Mystic Martial Door. There is hope for him to become a right-in disciple of a Mystic Martial expert. Passing the 5th Mystic Martial Door is simply inhuman. This Xiahou Chuan is indeed a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. His aptitude might be inferior to a 6-star bone frame, but his perception is superior. 5th Mystic Martial Door. For the past decade, there aren't many who could achieve such an impressive result. Xiahou Chuan isn't on the same level as us. Let's talk about others. Indeed, talking about Xiahou Chuan is too demoralizing. At another seat by the window, a few youths were drinking and chatting. Doling clan's Xiahou Chuan? Li Fuchen thought of Xiahou Shi. If he didn't guess it wrongly, be it Xiahou Chuan or Xiahou Shi. They should both be heaven-defying 5-star bone frames from the Dolin clan. Which meant to say that even if Xiahou Shi was inferior to Xiahou Chuan, it wouldn't be by much. If he was to attempt the mystic martial hidden domain, he would at least be able to pass the 4th mystic martial door. As for the mystic martial hidden domain, it was a mystical hidden domain that was similar to the Star Road hidden domain. In this hidden domain, there were 8 mystic martial doors, and a total of 8 mystic martial experts. These 8 mystic martial experts were all reincarnation realm martial artists. Each of them had outstanding talents, and each specialized in a certain ability. Chapter 248. There were rumors that the strength of the 8 mystic martial experts, even if they weren't the top 8 of the continent, they were at least the top 20 of the continent. If they weren't living in seclusion in the mystic martial hidden domain, and ignoring the affairs of the world, the East Unicorn continent would definitely have a seat for them. If they were to join a certain sect, it would be enough to make that sect a supergiant. As such, the mystic martial hidden domain became a place that every sect's geniuses had to fight for. Whether it was becoming an in-name disciple, or a pro-disciple of a mystic martial expert, it was a rare and precious thing. With a mystic martial artist as one's master, one's path on the martial Tao would be smoother. At the same time, it was also a kind of backing. Although the mystic martial experts never leave the mystic martial hidden domain, it is said that there is a price to pay to leave the mystic martial hidden domain. But a few decades ago, a mystic martial expert still killed his way out of the hidden domain and destroyed a sect, a shedding body realm, a dozen heaven dipper realm martial artists, because his favorite personal disciple was killed. At that time, the entire Eastern Ling continent was shocked. Gradually, the mystic martial expert's personal disciple became a taboo. No one would touch the mystic martial expert's personal disciple, unless it was a last resort. As for becoming a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, one didn't necessarily have to pass the 5th mystic martial door. It mainly depended on whether the mystic martial expert valued you or not. If they valued you, even if you passed the 1st mystic martial door, they might still accept you as a personal disciple. But if they didn't value you, even if you passed the 5th mystic martial door, they might not accept you as a personal disciple. Of course, if one could pass the 6th mystic martial door, they would definitely become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. For the past 10 years, there weren't more than 10 individuals who passed the 5th mystic martial door, and only 3 individuals who passed the 6th mystic martial door. And according to what Li Fuchen knew, the mystic martial hidden domain didn't just rely on innate potential. It also depended on whether one was suitable or not. There were some outstanding individuals who weren't suitable for the mystic martial hidden domain and didn't have many achievements. Thus they weren't able to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. In short, the reason why the 100 Battle region was able to become an influential place in the East Unicorn continent, a land of prodigies, wasn't just because it could train people here. It was mainly because there were plenty of fated chances here. As long as one could grab hold of these fated chances, one's future would be smoother and faster. Mystic martial hidden domain. I can go to this place. Li Fuchen's next objective after leaving the Autumn Rain City was the mystic martial hidden domain. He didn't need to host the Autumn Rain Tea Party, because he wasn't interested. But it didn't mean that he wasn't aware of the danger he would face. Becoming a direct disciple of a mystic martial expert was undoubtedly the best choice to resolve the danger. It was not advisable to rely on others in martial arts. But he couldn't just not take advantage of the situation. Those who did not borrow power would either hide in the deep mountains for their entire lives, and only come out when they were invincible. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would die without a burial. However, would he really be invincible after coming out from hiding in the mountains? Not necessarily. Without going through trials and tribulations, people wouldn't feel any pressure. Pressure could make people grow faster and become stronger faster. Unless one's talent and potential were truly heaven-defying, to the point that even the heavens would be jealous of them, no one could easily become invincible in the world. Not even the current Li Fuchen could do it. Perhaps in the future. But there were too many unknowns in the future, and Li Fuchen couldn't wait. Drinking a mouthful of wine, Li Fuchen continued to listen to their conversation. There are too many mystical places in the 100 Battle region, and the mystic martial hidden domain is undoubtedly the most important place. It is even more important than the Star Road hidden domain. If only I could become a right-in disciple of a mystic martial expert. I don't agree with your statement. In terms of importance, the Star Road hidden domain is still number 1, and the mystic martial hidden domain can be ranked number 2. I think so too. Challenging the Star Road hidden domain will allow one to obtain the support of the Star Road's energy, allowing one's cultivation speed to advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, one would receive a type of Chi Fate support. This isn't something that the mystic martial hidden domain can compare with. Not only that, no one knows how many stages there are in the Star Road hidden domain. This is because no one at the Earth realm has ever been able to pass the Star Road hidden domain. The highest one has been able to make it to the 7th stage. According to the ancient records, if one is able to pass the Star Road hidden domain, one would be able to obtain a great legacy. This is just a speculation. How can speculation be counted? The mystic martial hidden domain is more practical. Not only can one obtain a large amount of martial Dao experience from the mystic martial experts, they can also obtain the backing of the mystic martial experts. After exchanging a few sentences, the few of them started to argue and discuss. Li Fuchen laughed. In all seriousness, he too felt that the Star Road hidden domain was the most important hidden domain. The stages of the Star Road hidden domain had always been a mystery. From the magnificence of the Star Road hidden domain, there would definitely be a heavenly surprise after passing the Star Road hidden domain. Perhaps, there wasn't even a need to pass the Star Road hidden domain. As long as one was able to pass the 8th and 9th stage, it would be a pleasant surprise. But this surprise, no one had the capability to uncover it, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Of course, this didn't mean that the mystic martial hidden domain wasn't important. From the current situation, the mystic martial hidden domain was more important and more practical than the Star Road hidden domain. Chen Yuanhu come out for a fight? On the main street, there was a thunderous voice that echoed. On the 7th floor of the Clear Cloud Inn, a figure stood in front of the window. He looked down and said, "He Lianbao, 1 year ago you lost to me. Do you want to lose to me again today?" Chen Yuanhu? He Lianbao? Li Fuchen was astonished. Chen Yuanhu was the Azure Water Sex Sword Tiger, who was equally famous as Sword Maniac. Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu had already become one of the leading figures among the Azure Water Sex direct disciples. As for He Lianbao, he was the son of the Violent Saber Sex Grand Elder, He Lianhu. He was also one of the leading figures among the Violent Saber Sex direct disciples. He didn't expect to see these two in the Green Cloud City. Enough nonsense. Come out for a fight. Are you afraid? On the main street, the 8 feet tall He Lianbao sneered. Afraid? I'll be afraid of anyone but you. Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu was a person who loved to fight. Why would he be afraid of a fight with He Lianbao? He immediately leaped off the Clear Cloud Inn and landed on the main street. This is the Green Cloud City. You and I shall exit the city for a fight. He Lianbao didn't dare to fight in the Green Cloud City. He executed his maneuvers and skimmed towards the east gate of the Green Cloud City. Chen Yuanhu followed closely behind. Let's go take a look. These two don't seem weak. They shouldn't be weak. They are both at the 9th level of the Earth realm. Plenty of people followed behind. Li Fuchen followed behind too. He wanted to know what level Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu's ability was at. Outside the East Gate, He Lianbao and Chen Yuanhu had just exited the city when they had an intense exchange. The two of them were both 8 feet tall and had the backs of a tiger and waists of a bear. One used a saber, while the other used a sword. The saber light and sword light clashed at extreme speed. The feeling of a needle against an on caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Such strength seems to be stronger than some of the lower-ranked stars rankers. We nearly missed a good show. With their strength, they do have the chance to fight for the stars ranker rankings. The spectators were in heated discussions. They are indeed formidable. Li Fuchen observed the fight between the two of them, and was surprised to find out that their ability seemed to be above Wan Qianqiu and Xiaobai. But Li Fuchen understood that the stars' ranker rankings were from more than a year ago. After more than a year, there were plenty of things that were hard to predict. Wan Qianqiu might be ranked 98th, while Xiaobai was ranked 101st. But were the two of them really ranked 98th and 101st among the Earth Realm experts? It definitely wasn't the case. After more than a year, there were too many rising stars. There were also too many who gradually surpassed their predecessors by exerting their strength in the later stages. The true rankings would only be known when the stars' ranking tournament started. Chapter 249. He Lianbao's blade was extremely fast, and the blade light was like a broken mirror as it extended towards Chen Yuanhu. On the other hand, Chen Yuanhu's sword was extremely domineering. His sword momentum was incomparably ferocious, like a ferocious tiger roaring at the sky. After several hundred moves, the two sides were evenly matched. Haha, Chen Yuanhu. It seems that your improvement is much smaller than mine. Next, lose for me. After He Lianbao figured out Chen Yuanhu's movements, his saber intent surged. The strong saber light was like a snow-white electric dragon flying at Chen Yuanhu. Chen Yuanhu sneered and stabbed out with his sword. The sword light crisscrossed like claws and teeth, tearing apart He Lianbao's blade light. He Lianbao, I was able to defeat you a year ago, and I will do the same a year later. As he spoke, he slowly walked forward. Streaks of ferocious sword lights were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey as they scuttled towards He Lianbao. Mad Dragon Slash. He Lianbao released his killer move. Two sinister blade lights fused together and burst forth with many sharp spikes. It was as though a giant dragon had grown claws and teeth. Kacha. The earth was plowed open, and gravel flew everywhere. Yuan Tiger Kill. Chen Yuanhu also released a killer move. This killer move was named after him. When the sword move was executed, the color of heaven and earth changed slightly. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. Faintly, everyone could clearly see a huge tiger phantom appear in the sky above Chen Yuanhu, and its aura was much stronger than He Lianbao's. Rumble. The earth trembled, and He Lianbao was sent flying while vomiting blood. In terms of basic strength, he was about the same as Chen Yuanhu. But in terms of killer moves, he was slightly inferior to Chen Yuanhu. Such a powerful killer move. Many people's eyes brightened. Li Fuchen nodded silently too. He Lianbao's killer move was about the same as Wan Qianqiu's, while Chen Yuanhu had clearly surpassed Wan Qianqiu's. There is always a higher mountain and a better person. I reckon that apart from the top 50 rankers of the stars ranking, it would be dangerous for anyone else to enter the stars ranking again. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. The mystic martial hidden domain opened once every 3 months, and only a month had passed. There were still 2 more months before the next opening. Li Fuchen had been staying in the Green Cloud City, and would go to the Green Cloud restaurant to have a meal every day. At the same time, he would also gather information on the various sex prodigies. After hearing a lot, Li Fuchen naturally knew the classification of prodigies. In everyone's eyes, the top 3 of the stars ranking were on the same level. The top 10 was the second level. The top 20 was the third level. The top 50 was the fourth level. The rest belonged to the fifth level. The gap between levels was huge. It was easy for a level 1 to instantly kill a level 2. And it was also easy for a level 2 to instantly kill a level 3, and so on. Even among the same class, the disparity wasn't small. Li Fuchen witnessed a stars ranking ranked 52nd, defeating a stars ranking ranked 91st in a single move. Many people's basic strength was about the same, but once they used their killer moves, the difference in strength was obvious. Killer move, maybe I can study it. Although the Flaming Devil Sword art was powerful, comprehending the Flaming Devil Sword intent was not something that could be accomplished in a day. If he could create a mystic grade mid-tier killer move first, it might be of some help to him in comprehending the Flame Demon Sword intent. Putting his thoughts into action, Li Fuchen started to study the mystic class mid-tier kill move. A Mystic Class Mid-Tier Killer Move needed inspiration from a Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Art. Li Fuchen cultivated a total of 3 Mystic Class, Mid-Tier Sword Arts: the Starfire Sword Style, Rotating Flow Sword Style, and the 9 Revolution Sword Style. These 3 sword techniques had their own roles, but they were not completely unrelated. After a few days, Li Fuchen gradually had some inklings. He felt that creating a killer move was a very interesting thing. It was just like creating a work of art. This work of art was completely according to his intentions, and was most suitable for his combat style. It was still on the 5th floor of the Green Cloud restaurant, where Li Fuchen was having his meal. Thud thud thud. Footsteps could be heard from the staircase. 2 figures passed by the 5th floor, and were preparing to head to the 6th floor. One of the figures accidentally saw Li Fuchen, who was seated by the window, and had a flash of surprise. "Han Shidi, what's wrong?" the other figure inquired. Han Feng replied, "Su Shixiang, this person's chi presence is rather familiar. Where have I seen him before?" Su Xiong let out a faint smile. "There are too many people with familiar chi presences. Why bother about insignificant people? Come, let's go up." "All right." Han Feng nodded and followed Su Xiong to the 6th floor. Before going up, he took another glance at Li Fuchen, and tried his best to search through his memories. His intuition told him that Li Fuchen seemed to have some connection with him, and it wasn't just a single encounter. "It's him." When Han Feng went up to the 6th floor, Li Fuchen raised his brows. This person was the Han Feng that he met in the Star Road Hidden Domain, one of the Celestial 7 from the Celestial Star sect. "It seems like this Green Cloud City is a place of turmoil. Just disguising myself isn't very safe." Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. Disguising one's chi presence wasn't something that a regular person could do. He could only conceal his chi presence, but he couldn't do it every single day. After all, concealing one's chi presence was his spirit soul talent, and it required a lot of energy. "It doesn't matter. With my current cultivation level, there are some things that I don't have to bother about." Li Fuchen had his own confidence. During this period of time, his Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword intent had improved greatly. The power and exquisiteness of the 3 Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Arts were already comparable with the Perfection Stage Blaze Devil Sword Art. Every few days, Li Fuchen would only visit the Green Cloud restaurant for 1 or 2 meals. The remaining time was used to create a Mystic Class Mid-Tier Kill move. There was still 1 month before the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, and Li Fuchen created the framework of his kill move. This kill move was a combination of the Starfire Sword Art and the 9 Revolution Sword Art's characteristics. At the same time, it contained 2 sword intents. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen stood there quietly while his body was emitting the Starfire Sword intent and the 9 Revolution Sword intent. After a long time, the wind blew violently. "Kill!" Li Fuchen made his move. With a flash, Li Fuchen thrust his sword through the air. TSS, 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 TSS. In the air, 7 sword lights started from a single point and burst forward. The attack angles were all different and the power was immense. Just the aftermath was enough to slash out cracks on the ground. Combining the burst power of the Starfire Sword Art and the tenacity of the 9 Revolution Sword Art, even at the initial stage, it doesn't seem to be inferior to any Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Art. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with this move. Another week had passed, and Li Fuchen finally pushed this move to perfection. Once the sword was brandished, 10 sword lights burst out from a single point. Each sword light contained a massive burst power, tenacity, and rebound force. In terms of lethality, it was around 30% stronger than the Blaze Devil Sword Art. After all, this move contained both the Starfire Sword intent and the 9 Revolution Sword intent. With this kill move, I should be able to defeat Wan Qianqiu in a single move. Li Fuchen analyzed in his mind. As time elapsed, it was getting closer to the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. On this day, Li Fuchen saw Xiahou Shi at the Green Cloud Inn. Xiahou Shi might not be ranked on the stars ranking, but that was because he was younger than Xiahou Chuan. Back at the Star Road Hidden Domain, Xiaohou was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Now that he was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, his ability was definitely far above Ruan Qianxiu. After all, Xiaohou was a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. After a period of time, Li Fuchen saw Su Muyu. Su Muyu had obviously passed the Star Road hidden domain, and her cultivation had advanced from the 4th level of the Earth Realm to the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Chapter 250. As it got closer to the opening of the mystic martial hidden domain, there were more prodigies from various sects that arrived at Green Cloud City. On the streets, youths with high spirits could be seen everywhere. Li Fuchen kept a low profile, and due to his disguise, no one recognized him, and no one took the initiative to interact with him. The 5th level of the Earth Realm wasn't considered high nor low. If one wasn't famous, no one would be interested in him. Of course, Li Fuchen was happy about it. With more prodigies came more disputes. In Green Cloud City, there were conflicts between prodigies every day. Some of them were due to conflicts between sections. Some of them were due to personal conflicts. Some of them were due to conflicts between women. Some of them were purely because they couldn't stand each other. Apart from that, there were also some who were unconvinced because their sects were similar. Chen Yuanhu, your Azure Water sect is a Sword Dao sect, so is my Cloud Creek Sword sect. Since we are both Sword Dao sects, there has to be a showdown. What do you think? On the 7th floor of the Green Cloud Inn, there were 5 to 6 tables. One of the tables had 7 individuals, and there was a youth with sharp brows and sharp eyes who spoke to Chen Yuanhu. Chen Yuanhu's table had 6 individuals, and they were all gold-class direct disciples from the Azure Water sect. Chen Yuanhu replied, Lin Teng, you are just the number 4 direct disciple from the Cloud Creek Sword sect. You aren't qualified to be my opponent. In order to be his opponent, one must be qualified. If it was Luo Qingyan, he would give him a chance. The youth with sharp brows named Lin Ting laughed. You aren't listed in the stars ranking and neither am I. What is there to be unqualified about? Furthermore, this isn't a contest between you and me, but between our sections. Why? Is your Azure Water sect afraid? Afraid? What a joke. Chen Shixiang, let's compete with them. Who is afraid? Beside Chen Yuanhu, another gold-class direct disciple sneered. The Cloud Creek Sword sect might be strong, and their overall strength wasn't inferior to the Heaven Fiend sect. But based on the quality of their direct disciples, the Azure Water sect didn't have to fear them. Only the number 1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect was slightly better, ranked 72nd on the stars ranking. Outside the East City Gate, let's have a showdown. Lin Ting stood up and said, it was the nature of youths to love battles. With each battle, not only would their combat experience increase, but their potential would also be gradually excavated. Other than that, defeating opponents time and time again would allow one's spirit and willpower to improve, and the Star Road Mystic Realm would be even smoother. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you. Chen Yuanhu didn't wish to fight with Lin Teng, but if he didn't accept the challenge, it would undoubtedly weaken the Azure Water sect's reputation. Just like that, the 13 gold-class direct disciples of the 2 great sword sects left the Green Cloud restaurant and rushed towards the East City Gate. Many people came after hearing the news. However, there were even more people who were indifferent. Be it the Azure Water sect or the Cloud Creek Sword sect, they were just ordinary sects and weren't worth watching. If there was a duel between stars rankers, then it would be worth watching. Li Fuchen had been paying attention to Chen Yuanhu and the other gold-class direct disciples of the Azure Water sect. The arranged duel between the 2 major Sword Dao sects naturally couldn't be hidden from him. Mixed in the crowd, Li Fuchen came to the East City Gate. Lin Teng, how do we compete? Chen Yuanhu asked. Lin Teng said, my Cloud Creek Sword sect has 7 people, and you have 6. How about this? Each side will send out 6 people, and the sect that wins the most matches will be the victor. How about it? Sure. Chen Yuanhu nodded. Wait. Not far away, a figure walked over. Shuafeng. Chen Yuanhu's eyes lit up. In the Azure Water sect, there were only 2 people that he acknowledged. One was Sword Maniac, and the other was emotionless sword Xuefeng. Perhaps emotionless sword Xuefeng wasn't the number 3 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, but that was because he had never come out to temper himself, and his cultivation level was rather low. But now Xuefeng's cultivation level was obviously at the 7th level of the Earth realm, which was only 1 level lower than him. I am also a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. 7 on each side is just right. Xuefeng just arrived at the Green Cloud City today. When he sensed the commotion here, he quickly rushed over. No problem. Lin Ting let out a sneer. He was ranked number 4 among the gold-class direct disciples of the Cloud Creek Sword sect. But in terms of innate potential, he was superior to Luo Qingyan. Even if he was the number 1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, he might not be inferior to Luo Qingyan. After more than a year, his ability was no longer the same as before. This Lin Teng isn't simple. In the crowd, Li Fuchen sized up Lin Teng. His intuition told him that Lin Teng's ability was superior to Luo Qingyan. If he underestimated Li Fuchen, just because he was the number 4 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, he would definitely suffer. I hope Qin Yuanhu can be more cautious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to make a move. I shall go first. Who from your Azure Water sect will come next? From the Cloud Creek Sword sect's side, a youth with a short stature stood up. He was wielding 2 thin swords. I Wang Xiao will try you. From the Azure Water sect's side, a gold-class direct disciple named Wang Xiao walked up. Cling cling clang clang. The 2 of them quickly exchanged moves. It was obvious that the short youth's sword art was very meticulous. The 2 thin swords complemented each other, forcing Wang Xiao to retreat step by step without any chance to counterattack. After a few dozen moves, Wang Xiao was defeated. Second match. Third match. After 3 consecutive matches, Qin Yuanhu and Xuefeng didn't look too good. The Azure Water sect actually lost 3 matches in a row. If they lost another match, there was no longer a need to compete. Qin Yuanhu, I shall go for this match. Xuefeng's eyes were sharp. Qin Yuanhu nodded. With Xuefeng going, he was very assured. If their cultivation levels were similar, Qin Yuanhu didn't have absolute confidence to defeat Xuefeng. Qilong, you go against him. Remember, don't be careless. Lin Ting said to the youth beside him. Qilong let out an indifferent laugh. Lin Xixiang, don't worry. Qilong isn't a nobody. It won't be that easy to defeat me. He was ranked 7th among the direct disciples of the Cloud Creek Sword sect. After arriving at the 100 battle region, he had already defeated plenty of prodigies. The match instantly began. Qilong and Xuefeng both wanted to suppress each other in the first round, which was why they both brought out their strongest ability. The moment the 2 of them made their moves, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. Xuefeng's sword drawing speed was undoubtedly faster than Qilong. This match was in the bag. Cling 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 cling. Sure enough, with his super-fast sword speed, Xuefeng suppressed Qilong as soon as he came up. Qilong's face was flushed red as he wanted to counterattack. But Xuefeng didn't give him the chance. Once Qilong burst forth, Xuefeng would immediately attack from another angle, forcing Qilong to be restrained and only able to utilize 50% to 60% of his ability. Xuefeng is walking on the emotionless sword Dao. Once he gets the upper hand, even I will find it hard to turn the tables. Qin Yuanhu thought to himself. After a dozen moves, Qilong suffered a crushing defeat. From the start to the end, he didn't even have an effective counterattack. Lin Teng's expression didn't change. The Cloud Creek Sword sect didn't lose a single match. It didn't matter if they lost 1 or 2 matches. But if the opposition lost 1 match, they would immediately be defeated. Qin Yuanhu, let's fight. But Lin Ting didn't intend to drag it out with the Azure Water sect. He decided to end the match quickly. I will. Chapter 251. The battle between the 2 was extremely intense. Although they were both swordsmen, Lin Teng's sword art was cunning and ruthless. Every move was like a venomous snake coming out of its lair. As for Qin Yuanhu's sword art, it was ferocious and tyrannical, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a single strike of his sword, The ferocious and frenzied sword energy contained the power to destroy everything. Boom! The ground shook and sword chi wreaked havoc. Chen Yuanhu and Lin Ting both flew back. Lin Ting, I have underestimated you. Chen Yuanhu's expression was solemn. Lin Teng's strength was undoubtedly above He Lianbao's. Just now, He Lianbao had already used his killing move, but he actually couldn't do anything to Lin Teng. I've also underestimated you. Lin Teng's expression was not much more relaxed than Chen Yuanhu's. He knew his own strength. Before this, he had defeated a young powerhouse that was ranked 90+ on the STARS ranking. But Chen Yuanhu's strength was actually above the STARS ranking's young powerhouse that was ranked lower. If Chen Yuanhu wants to defeat him, he will need at least 300 moves. How powerful was Li Fuchen's awareness? He was able to observe the battle between Chen Yuanhu and Lin Ting clearly. Even the small details didn't escape his discerning eyes. However, Chen Yuanhu has a flaw. His sword art is too violent. When his sword art is pushed to the limit, there will be a period of extreme instability. Although it is very short, it is undoubtedly a fatal flaw. But Lin Ting also has a flaw. His sword art pursues craftiness and ruthlessness, and he always misses some opportunities. In terms of combat awareness and skills, Li Fuchen had long surpassed the level of the STARS ranking. In an evenly matched battle, he was able to see the fatal weakness of both sides. Dang 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 dang. Blazing sparks filled the sky. 100 moves. 200 moves. 300 moves. After 300 moves, both sides had familiarized themselves with each other's moves and discovered each other's flaws. Defeat. It was the same killer move, but this time, both sides attacked from different angles. The timing was also different. Puff. Blood spurted out from Lin Teng's shoulder as he tumbled backwards. Chen Yuanhu's chest also had a sword mark. This sword mark was very shallow, but it was also very dangerous. An inch deeper would have injured Chen Yuanhu's heart. At the critical moment, both sides attacked each other's weaknesses. Chen Yuanhu's weakness was that when his sword art was pushed to the limit, his sword art would become uncontrollable. Lin Ting seized the opportunity and broke through the defense of his sword art in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the timing was not perfect, and he could only leave a sword mark on Chen Yuanhu's chest. You lost, Chen Yuanhu said coldly as he looked down at his chest. Lin Teng's expression flickered. He was unwilling to give up. If he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. The result was 2-3. Next, the sixth match began. Perhaps the heavens were favoring the Azure Water sect. In the sixth match, the Azure Water sect's gold-class direct disciples were obviously at a disadvantage, but in the end, the Azure Water sect won. In this way, the score was 3-3. There was only one match left. Evenly matched. It seems like it is impossible for the Cloud Creek Sword sect to suppress the Azure Water sect. They would at most be slightly superior. This is mainly because the number one true disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, Lu Yun, is not here. If he were here, he would be able to defeat Chen Yuanhu. The Azure Water sect's Sword Maniac isn't here either. Sword Maniac's STARS ranking is much lower than Lu Yun's. That was the ranking from over a year ago. After over a year, there are too many changes. Apart from the top few rankers, the rest are not guaranteed. I reckon that at least half of them will be eliminated. The spectators were in a heated discussion. In the seventh match, the Azure Water sect's gold-class direct disciples had the upper hand and had a significant advantage. Seeing until this point, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. As a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, he naturally had the pride of the sect and didn't wish for the Azure Water sect to lose to the Cloud Creek Sword sect. Lose. After 100 moves, the Azure Water sect's gold-class direct disciple rushed into the sky and brandished his sword downwards. Just like the rising sun, the tyrannical and sharp sword light instantly broke his opponent's sword art, severely injuring his opponent in a single blade. We won. The Azure Water sect was delighted. They were in despair at the start and didn't expect the situation to reverse. But it was fortunate that Xue Feng rushed over. Without him, the Azure Water sect wouldn't be able to win. At the same time, It was fortunate that Chen Yuanhu defeated Lin Teng and suppressed his opponent's morale. The next 2 matches were more or less affected by Chen Yuanhu. Just as the match was about to end, get lost. PFFF. Vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Azure Water Sect's gold-class direct disciple was sent flying with a bloody hole on his body. Such a horrific sword chi. The spectators looked into the distance and saw a figure rushing over. It is the number 1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword Sect, Lu Yun. This time, the Azure Water Sect is in trouble. Now that Lu Yun is here, Chen Yuanhu won't be able to handle it. Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng had gloomy expressions. According to the rules, the Azure Water Sect had already won, and the opposition had violated the rules. The newcomer was very fast and arrived at the stage in just a blink of the eye. He had a pair of short brows and had extremely sharp eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. Lu Yun, ranked 72 on the stars ranking, number 1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword Sect. Lu Yun, what is the meaning of this? Chen Yuanhu tried his best to suppress his anger. Lu Yun spoke indifferently. Nothing much. I just don't like your Azure Water Sect. I heard you are ranked 72 on the stars ranking. Let me try you. Xue Feng spoke coldly. Lu Yun replied, you aren't qualified. The 2 of you can come at me together. Shameless boasting. Xue Feng, don't move. How could Chen Yuanhu endure it? His figure flashed as he charged towards the other party. The huge sword in his hand slashed down ferociously. Ding! Without moving, Lu Yun easily blocked Chen Yuanhu's sword with his own. What powerful combat skills! Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. How could he not see how ingenious Lu Yun's attack was? It had struck the weakest point of Chen Yuanhu's sword, giving off a feeling of ease and ease. It didn't mean that Lu Yun's fundamental strength was far above Chen Yuanhu's. Actually, at the same level, the basic strength was about the same. It mainly depended on battle awareness, battle techniques, and killer moves. Go back. With a flick of Lu Yun's arm, Chen Yuanhu was sent flying back. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Chen Yuanhu. He knocked aside Chen Yuanhu's great sword with the swing of his sword, then pointed his left hand at Chen Yuanhu's chest. Puff! Chen Yuanhu's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was defeated, and it was a clean defeat. It wasn't because his fundamental strength wasn't enough, but because his combat skills were inferior. When one's fundamental strength was about the same, if one's combat skills were superior, one wouldn't even need to use a killer move to defeat the opponent. Back at the Autumn Rain Tea Party, if Li Fuchen's fundamental strength wasn't lacking, he would only need a single blade to defeat Wan Qianxiu and Xiao Bai. The so-called fundamental strength was actually cultivation level, sword intent level, and secret technique level. When Xue Feng saw that Chen Yuanhu was defeated, he quickly went up to obstruct Lu Yun. Puff! A pity that Xue Feng's cultivation level was obviously inferior. When facing Lu Yun, who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, he was repelled in a single move and couldn't even get close to Lu Yun. Do I have to expose myself so soon? As Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh, there was a flash of radiance in his eyes. Get lost! Just as Li Fuchen was about to expose himself, a storm-like sword presence swept over. This feeling was similar to the sect origin swords. The entire heaven and earth was filled with sword chi. It's Sword Maniac. Chapter 252. Sword Maniac's name was rather famous in the East Unicorn continent. For a 4-star bone frame, to reach the level of Sword Maniac was undoubtedly unbelievable. To say that he was a heaven-defying 4-star bone frame would be underestimating him. Don't even mention the East Unicorn continent. Even in the sects, a 4-star bone frame wasn't considered elite. Out of the 31 gold-class direct disciples in the Azure Water Sect, 90% of them were 5-star bone frames. The remaining 4-star bone frames were the weakest in terms of talent. But Sword Maniac relied on his 4-star bone frame to secure his position as the number 1 direct disciple in the Azure Water Sect. His perception was even higher than Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng. In the Stars ranking tournament more than a year ago, the fledgling Sword Maniac had relied on his astounding combat awareness and combat skills to repeatedly defeat opponents who were stronger than him. He was ultimately ranked 105th on the stars ranking. Of course, this was excluding Li Fuchen. Sword Maniac's 4-star bone frame was considered low. Li Fuchen's 1-star bone frame was truly low. This grade of bone frame was usually hard to progress to the Earth realm, and would remain an Origin realm martial artist for the rest of their lives. But Li Fuchen didn't have much fame yet. One day, when the stars ranking tournament started, if he was able to obtain a ranking, his identity and bone frame would definitely be exposed, and it would definitely shock the continent. Because a 1-star bone frame was comparable to a 5-star bone frame, this couldn't even be described as a heaven-defying 1-star bone frame. Or rather, this heaven-defying was truly heaven-defying, and had surpassed the meaning of bone frame. Sword Maniac Li Xiangru. Lu Yin had a deep impression of Sword Maniac. During the stars ranking tournament, he fought with Sword Maniac. Back then, he used his foundation to defeat Sword Maniac. In terms of battle awareness and skills, he was actually inferior to Sword Maniac. After 1.5 years, Li Xiangru's cultivation had a huge improvement, and his ability was definitely much better than before. Li Xiangru. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on Sword Maniac. Sword Maniac Li Xiangru had the same surname as him. This was a name that Li Fuchen often heard when he entered the Azure Water sect. There were rumors that if Sword Maniac Li Xiangru had a 5-star bone frame, his innate potential would definitely be able to stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. There weren't many that could be on par with him. A pity that he was just a 4-star bone frame. Of course, the current him was already very incredible. After all, he was a stars ranking magnate. It's said that Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword have similar talents and potential. However, that was in the past. As one's cultivation increases and experience increases, even geniuses with similar talents and potential would gradually widen the gap. Right now, among the three, Sword Maniac Li Xiangru's talent and strength are undoubtedly the strongest. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Just from Sword Maniac Li Xiangru's chi presence, Li Fuchen was able to determine that Li Xiangru's ability was much stronger than Chen Yuanhu. If talent and potential were the foundation, there were many other factors that determined the speed of improvement. Some people were very perceptive. Some people were tough. Some people had transcendent temperaments. Some were stubborn and focused. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Li Xiangru didn't just have a strong perception. He was also sufficiently persistent and focused, which was why he was known as the Sword Maniac. It's senior brother Li Xiangru. Senior brother Li is here. With him around, Lu Yin might not be able to win. The arrival of Sword Maniac Li Xiangru had excited everyone from the Azure Water sect. Li Xiangru had always been a legend among the Azure Water sect's disciples. For over a decade, he had never disappointed anyone. They believed that this time wouldn't be an exception. It's Sword Maniac Li Xiangru. There is going to be a show to watch. One of them is ranked 72 on the stars ranking, while the other is ranked 105. It seems like it will be difficult. That might not be the case. Over a year has passed and anything can happen. Putting aside everything else, just Lin Teng and Chen Yuan who already have the strength of a stars ranker. It is imaginable that the others wouldn't remain stagnant. The spectators were all revealing curious expressions. Lu Yun and Li Xiangru might not have high rankings, but they were both famous individuals. This battle between the two of them should be an eye-opener for them. You are here. Wiping off the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Yuanhu spoke to Li Xiangru. He might not be willing, but he had to admit that the current him wasn't a match for Lu Yun. His combat skills were far inferior to Lu Yun's. Li Xiangru took a glance at Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng. The two of you have embarrassed yourselves. Xue Feng clenched his fist tightly. Li Xiangru's words were still unpleasant to the ears, but he didn't have any way to refute it. He wanted to be like Sword Maniac, to be obsessed with the Sword Dao, to persist in the Sword Dao, and to focus on the Sword Dao. This was also the reason why he didn't come out to temper himself. He was afraid that he would be distracted and be disturbed by the outside world. But after arriving at the 100 battle region, he realized that he was wrong. He wasn't Sword Maniac Li Xiangru. He wasn't able to be like Li Xiangru, who immersed himself in bitter cultivation to attain great accomplishments. Li Xiangru seemed to be born for the sword Dao. Even though he didn't have much combat experience, his combat awareness and combat skills were still extremely formidable. He should have walked his own Dao. If he could walk his own Dao, he would definitely be stronger than the current him. At least he wouldn't be weaker than Chen Yuanhu. A single wrong step had wasted at least a year of his time. Shaking his head, Shuefeng didn't say anything. This Li Xiangru sure isn't easy to communicate with. Li Fuchen laughed. He could feel that Li Xiangru didn't have any intention to despise the two of them, and was merely stating a fact. Perhaps only such people can avoid tempering and focus on their own martial Dao. There were thousands of paths. Tempering was one path. Immersing oneself in bitter cultivation was another path. It all depended on one's own situation. Boom boom. Li Xiangru's qi presence was like a sword qi storm, which was on par with Lu Yun's qi presence. When both of their qi presences clashed, there was a horrifying explosion in the air. Li Xiangru, 1 year ago, you couldn't even last 3 moves against me. 1 year later, do you think you can defeat me? Lu Yun gained the upper hand with a show of strength, and used facts to strike at Li Xiangru's qi presence and confidence. Li Xiangru said, "Let's fight." He didn't like to speak much, and in his opinion, words were all nonsense. Lu Yun was stunned. He didn't know much about Li Xiangru's personality, and was instantly given the cold shoulder. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." Withdrawing his aura slightly, Lu Yun drew his sword out inch by inch. 100 sword kill. Unexpectedly, Li Xiangru didn't even have the intention to gather his battle intent. He immediately drew his sword and executed a kill move. In the air, there was a dense sword qi, as though there were countless of Li Xiangru brandishing their swords. Every sword was extremely precise, drawing a stunning arc in the air. What terrifying combat skills! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. In terms of combat awareness, no one could match him, but in terms of combat skills, it might not be the case. 2 months ago, he was already 20 years old, while Li Xiangru entered the Azure Water sect at the age of 13, and was now 26 years old. After so many years of hard work, it was enough for Li Xiangru's combat skills to reach an astonishing level. Frowning, Lu Yun took a deep breath and executed his kill move as well. In the air, there was a sword shadow that was elongated and swept across the sky. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Li Xiangru's sword qi were all neutralized. Wolf sword kill. After neutralizing Li Xiangru's kill move, Lu Yun actually burst out with a second kill move. Once the kill move was executed, another sword shadow skimmed out and formed the shape of a wolf. 2 kill moves, huh? Chapter 253. The more killer moves one had, the more perfect one's combat ability was. A slightly weaker Mystic class mid-tier killer move's power was comparable to a Mystic class mid-tier sword art. And it was even harder to defend against. It was extremely extreme. A powerful Mystic class mid-tier killing move was not only difficult to defend against, it was also extremely powerful. In theory, it was infinitely close to a Mystic class high-tier sword art. Of course, the stronger the profound grade middle-tier killer move, the harder it was to create. It would depend on the mid-grade profound rank sword intent he had comprehended. If he had just comprehended a Mystic class mid-tier sword intent, he would only be able to create the weakest killer move. If the Mystic class middle-tier sword intent was unfathomable, he could create a stronger killing move. If the profound rank mid-rank sword intent reached a limit, a stage that was infinitely close to a profound rank high-rank sword intent, then he would be able to create a killing move that was infinitely close to a profound rank high-rank sword art. However, there was another possibility. Killing moves did not necessarily contain one sword intent. They could contain 2 or even 3 sword intents. Li Fuchen's kill move contained the Starfire sword intent and the 9 Revolution sword intent. Killing moves that contained 2 sword intents were more varied and harder to defend against. To a certain extent, they were also more powerful. In theory, if many Mystic class middle-tier sword intents were infused into a killer move, It could push this killer move to the level of a mystic-class high-tier sword technique, or even stronger. However, it was only in theory. He had not heard of anyone being able to do it yet, because when the sword intents were mixed together, it was too difficult to control them. The initial stages might be smooth, just like Li Fuchen, but as the killer move perfected and became stronger, the conflict between the sword intents would increase until it was irreconcilable. When Li Fuchen first came out to temper himself, his mystic-class mid-tier sword intent was still at the initial stage. Right now, his mystic-class mid-tier sword intent was already at the unfathomable stage. If it wasn't for his exceptional perception, he wouldn't be able to incorporate two sword intents into his kill move. If the day came when his mystic-class mid-tier sword intent reached its limit, it would probably be troublesome. However, heaven never bars one's way. With different sword intents mixed together, if one's perception was high enough, it was possible to fuse two sword intents into one sword intent. He only needed to give up a part of the irreconcilable sword intent and fuse the part that could be reconciled. Of course, it was easier said than done. The fusion of two mid-tier profound class sword intents would definitely result in a very powerful high-tier profound class sword intent. It wouldn't be impossible for it to reach peak-tier profound class sword intent, but the difficulty was too high. Li Fuchen didn't think too much about it for now. In his opinion, comprehending the Blaze Devil sword intent was enough for his strength to increase drastically. As for fusing sword intents, that was something to be done after comprehending the Blaze Devil sword intent. Once the wolf sword kill was executed, the air currents in the area where Li Xiangru was at became violent and sharp. This was an area of effect killing move, and it was very hard to dodge. 10 sword kill. Li Xiangru's eyes squinted into a slit as he similarly executed his second killer move. Boom! The air currents flowed in reverse as boundless sword intent and sword qi surged around Li Xiangru's body like a torrential river, attacking Lu Yin. If the 100-sword slash was complex and ever-changing, then the 10-sword slash was unstoppable. When the number of swords decreased, the power of the swords increased, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as Lu Yin and Li Xiangru were both sent flying backwards. In between them, the ground was fractured and full of holes. It was as though countless Earth Realm martial artists had fought here. It was a horrifying mess. Too terrifying. He actually created a second killer move. Lu Yin is indeed worthy of being ranked 72 on the stars ranking. He isn't someone that those lower-ranked stars rankers can compare with. Sword maniac Li Xiangru is also unbelievably strong. He is actually on par with Lu Yin. The spectators were shocked. Creating a killer move wasn't a simple task. Creating a killer move was already extremely difficult, and perfecting it required a large amount of time. Creating a second killer move, which was even stronger than the first killer move, would definitely require a lot more effort. After all, the creation of a killer move had to be useful to oneself. One mustn't casually create an impractical killer move. Since the killer move couldn't do anything to the opposition, the two of them started to fight in close combat. As a famous stars ranker, Lu Yun's sword was like the flowing clouds in the sky, ever-changing. Sword maniac Li Xiangru's sword was precise, so precise that it made one's scalp go numb. Clang clang clang. The blades of the swords clashed against each other, causing sparks to burst out. The two of them were moving from east to west, up and down. Their figures intertwined, and their sword qi intertwined. Towards the end, it was hard for the audience to observe the details of the battle. They could only sense who had the upper hand from the moment of contact. It seems like I cannot underestimate anyone in this world. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding, and was naturally able to observe the details of the battle. There were some details that the two of them couldn't notice, but Li Fuchen was able to observe them clearly. In his eyes, Lu Yun's sword seemed to have a spirit of its own. It might look light and didn't have any presence, but every single burst of power was abnormally shocking. But Li Xiangru's sword was unimaginably precise. It was always able to find the tiniest gap and penetrate through. Both of their combat skills were exceptional, and just based on this point, it was enough to convince the audience. 100 moves, 200 moves. The battle between the two of them was in full swing, as though they wouldn't get tired. Li Xiangru has a higher chance of winning. In terms of details, he is superior. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Interesting. It seems like the Cloud Creek Sword Sect and the Azure Water Sect still have some decent individuals. It was unknown when a group of youths appeared in an open space not far away. This group of youths were dressed in pale golden robes, with a dragon-shaped pattern on them. The leader had a golden crown on his head and a jade-like face. He had a sword on his left waist and a flute on his right waist. At the same time, he had a smile on his face, and a sharp and domineering chi presence filled the air, as though he was the Emperor of Swords. It's the Sky Dragon Sword Sect. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect is one of the two major Sword Dao sects in the East Unicorn continent. The leader should be young Master Dragon Sword Qi Yuya. Someone noticed the situation here and quickly looked over. He couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect was one of the pinnacle forces in the East Unicorn continent, and also one of the two major Sword Dao sections. It was much stronger than the Cloud Creek Sword Sect and the Azure Water Sect. Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuya, 6-star bone frame, was a rare Sword Dao prodigy in the East Unicorn continent. He was ranked 28 on the stars ranking, and if it wasn't for his young age, he would definitely be able to break into the top 10. In the next stars ranking, he was a popular candidate for the top 10, or even the top 3. What is Qi Yuya doing here? What else can he do? He is definitely here to challenge the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. That's true. Challenging the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain doesn't just require innate potential, but it also requires a certain amount of experience. It seems like this Qi Yuya isn't willing to only pass the 5th Mystic Martial Door. He wants to pass the 6th Mystic Martial Door, which is why he delayed until now. That's right. They are all personal disciples, but there are also differences. There are 8 Mystic Martial experts, and each of them is more incredible than the other. It is said that the top 2 Mystic Martial experts don't have any personal disciples yet. Some time ago, Xiahou Chuan only became a disciple of the 4th-ranked Mystic Martial expert. If Qi Yuya is able to pass the 6th Mystic Martial Door, he might be able to become a disciple of the top 2 Mystic Martial experts. A storm is brewing. The 100-battle region is truly restless. I wonder how spectacular the next stars ranking tournament will be. Chapter 254. The arrival of the Dragon Sword young Master Qi Yuya made the East City Gate more lively. In the East Unicorn continent, everyone below the age of 35 belonged to the younger generation. Currently, there was a group of people with the most terrifying talent and potential in the younger generation. They were the 6 young masters, the 4 fairies, and the 3 king stars. Dragon Sword young Master Qi Yuya is one of the 6 great young masters. Eternal Spring Valley's Sumuyu was also known as Fairy Muyu. The Celestial Star sect's young Master Celestial Star had the title of Young Master Celestial Star. Xiahou Chuan of the Dolin family had the title of Young Master Dolin. Heaven Fiend sect's Yin Qingwu had the title of Fairy Qingwu. This group of people were either 6-star bone frames or heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Of course, there were some heaven-defying 5-star bone frames that didn't enter. For example, Xiahou Shi of the Dolin family. If a 6-star bone frame would definitely be able to enter, a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame would have to depend on their future performance. In the future, Xiahou Shi should be able to enter, but not now. As for the 3 king stars, they are the 3 supreme existences of the Eastern Lin continent's younger generation. Their status and strength are above the 6 young masters and the 4 great fairies. In the previous stars ranking, these 3 individuals were actually the top 3 with unparalleled strength. It wasn't that the others couldn't compare to them, but the main problem was that those who were older than them couldn't compare to them in terms of talent and potential. Those who had similar talent and potential weren't as old as them, so they weren't strong enough. Li Fuchen's eyes fell on Dragon Sword young Master Qi Yuya. In the eyes of Li Fuchen, Qi Yuya, whose qi activity was supreme, had no flaws and was full of sharpness. It seemed that he could instantly attack from any angle, On this point, Lu Yun and Li Xiangru were far from him. As expected of one of the 6 great young masters, young Master Dragon Sword, Li Fuchen silently praised. 2 years ago, he was ranked 28th on the stars ranking. After 2 years, his strength would at least be ranked top 15. Perhaps he has already comprehended the advanced profound rank sword intent. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that there should be plenty of people who comprehended mystic class high-tier sword intents. He didn't know if his comprehension was the best, but in the face of time, unless his comprehension was ridiculously high, there was no way he could make up for the gap of a few years. Young Master Dragon Sword Qiyuya, 22 years old this year, Earth Fiend Realm 9th Layer Realm, 2 years older than him, equivalent to 2 more years of cultivation time. Giving a 6-star bone frame 2 years of cultivation time was already an exaggeration. A 6-star bone frame would basically have a huge transformation in a year. Lu Yun and Li Xiangru also sensed the existence of Qi Yuya. The sword qi emanating from the other party was simply too dense. As a swordsman, he could sense it even with his eyes closed. But at this moment, the two of them were like arrows knocked on a bowstring. They would not stop until the victor was decided. Clang, 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 sparks flew wildly. The battle between the two had reached a point of madness. Puff! Blood spurted from his body. Li Xiangru was too stable. Even with the existence of Qi Yuya, his emotions did not fluctuate. But Lu Yun produced a trace of fluctuation, which gave Li Xiangru a chance. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was someone else, Li Fuchen didn't think the outcome was set. However, sword maniac Li Xiangru wasn't an ordinary person. His spirit and willpower were unimaginably tenacious, which could be seen from his sword skills. Once he gained the upper hand, the chances of a comeback were close to 0. 400 moves. 500 moves. The battle between the two was exceptionally long, but it was understandable. After all, the two of them were similar in all aspects. It was almost impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Only in the case of a huge gap in strength could the winner be decided within 1 or 2 moves, or a few dozen moves. After 500 moves, Lu Yun had several more cuts on his body, and his qi presence was slightly weaker than before. Li Xiangru's advantage was getting bigger and bigger. It may be because of someone's message. The number of people outside the East City Gate increased several times. Everyone didn't care about the battle between Lin Teng and Chen Yuanhu. But the battle between Lu Yun and Li Xiangru, everyone was still very concerned. What's more, Star List ranked 28th, one of the 6 great young masters, young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuya also came. Normally, they didn't have the chance to see Qi Yuya. This person is young Master Dragon Sword Qi Yuya? Surrounded by everyone, Xiaohoushi came over. He was the first time to see Qi Yuya, with a strong battle intent in his eyes. But this battle intent was extremely restrained, and ordinary people couldn't feel it at all. The eyes fell on Qi Yuya from time to time, and Xiaohoushi didn't notice Li Fuchen. 6 great young masters, interesting. For himself not being able to enter this group of people, Xiaohoushi is more or less a little unhappy. But he doesn't care. Sooner or later, he will get back his glory. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind getting rid of Qi Yuya himself. In his eyes, all the geniuses with the potential of king are his prey. Qi Yuya is no exception. Qi Yuya is not an ordinary person. His perception is sharp and terrible. For the first time, his eyes fell on Xiaohoushi. The eyes of the two inevitably touched. Doling Clan Xiaohoushi has killing intent to me? Qi Yuya's mouth cracked. He is not a kind person. He has always looked down on others. I didn't think that this time I was actually remembered. The sharpness in the eyes is wanton, attacking Xiaohoushi. Xiaohoushi retracted his gaze. Now with Qi Yuya, it is very unwise. He will not give the other party this opportunity. More and more people, Su Muyu also came. As one of the 2 6-star root bones of Eternal Spring Valley, Su Muyu has the title of Fairy Muyu. Not to mention its own talent potential. Just the appearance is enough to oppress the group. She glanced at Qi Yuya and Xiaohoushi, looking indifferent. I don't know why. Li Fuchen's figure appeared in her mind. I don't know if he is here. The intuition of a woman is terrible. I didn't pay attention to Li Fuchen at first, and I didn't think anything. But after everything happened in the tomb, Li Fuchen gave her a very deep impression. Profound and incredible. If the so-called 6 great young master, 4 great fairy and 3 king star are stars in the sky, the other is a huge star hidden in the dark, low-key, introverted, but cannot be ignored. Looking around, suddenly, Su Muyu found the figure of Li Fuchen. Without hesitation, Su Muyu recognized the identity of Li Fuchen at a glance. Hidden in the dark? Su Muyu is very curious. Li Fuchen, long time no see. Su Muyu true spirit sound transmission to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, still can't hide from you. He knows that he can't hide from familiar people. After all, the appearance can be changed, but the aura can't be changed. Are you remembered? Su Muyu asked. Li Fuchen said, there is nothing wrong with doing things carefully, but mystic martial hidden realm opens, I will reveal my identity. He didn't intend to keep changing his appearance. When mystic martial hidden realm opens, he will naturally change back to his original appearance. As long as you can become a personal disciple of mystic martial expert, I believe that Heavenly Fiend sect dare not take him. After all, Heavenly Fiend sect has no evidence that he killed Li Wuxia. As for whether he can become a personal disciple of mystic martial expert, this is not in the scope of Li Fuchen's consideration. Chapter 255. 800 moves. 1000 moves. Puff. Sword maniac Li Xiangru pierced through Lu Yun's shoulder in one. You're really useless, Lu Yun. You were defeated by someone ranked below you. On the side of the dragon sword young master Qi Yuya, an ugly look, carrying a big sword on his back, the young man laughed. The ugly swordsman, Gong Sun Yi, was the number 3 direct disciple of the Sky Dragon Sword sect, and was ranked 48th on the stars ranking. His fame was far greater than Lu Yun's. Lu Yun snorted but said nothing. Li Xiangru, your strength isn't bad. I wonder if you can block my sword. The ugly swordsman Gong Sun Yi, because of his ugly appearance, was very prideful. He loved to show off his strength even more. He wanted to let others know that although his appearance was not very good, he was top-notch in all other aspects. Now in this situation, Dragon Sword young master Qi Yuya will not lower his identity, but ugly swordsman Gong Sunny feels that the opportunity cannot be missed. Finishing his sentence, Gong Sunny didn't wait for Li Xiangru to reply, as he pulled his right hand behind his back, and instantly pulled out his huge sword. Shortly after, a sword slashed towards Li Xiangru. The dazzling sword Qi was like a comet as it struck towards Li Xiangru. 10 sword kill. Li Xiangru released his killer move. Rumble. Li Xiangru flew back, and his arm was numb. Actually, he could have dodged, but the other party had said whether or not he could block his sword, so there was no reason for him to dodge. In a head-on clash, he was still quite a bit weaker than Gong Sun Yi. After all, Gong Sun Yi was the 3rd true disciple of the Sky Dragon Sword sect. The Sky Dragon Sword sect was one of the top forces in the East Unicorn continent, and had a total of 5 direct disciples that were ranked on the stars ranking. Moreover, their rankings were not low. Not bad, but it's not worth a second strike. Gong Sunny laughed and sheathed his sword. Li Xiangru's expression was as usual, and he was extremely calm. Just this psychological quality was enough to make Li Fuchen nod silently. In the cultivation of martial arts, talent and potential were important, but willpower and temperament were even more important. Without a good will and temperament, one's innate potential couldn't be fully unleashed. On the other hand, if one's innate potential was slightly inferior, but one's willpower and temperament were excellent, one could instead break through one's own limits and attain greater achievements. Li Xiangru's temperament was the best he had ever seen. With the same innate potential, Li Fuchen guessed that Li Xiangru would be able to go further in the Star Road hidden domain. It seems like your Azure Water sect is rather lucky to have you and also sword maniac Li Xiangru. Su Muyu nodded in approval and transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled. Sword maniac Xixiang is a legend in my Azure Water sect. This is my first time meeting him too. Legendary? You will surpass the legend. You flatter me. In terms of temperament, you're not inferior to him. In terms of natural talent and potential, you're obviously above him. Am I wrong? Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. As the victor between the Cloud Creek Sword Sect and the Azure Water Sect was decided, everyone returned to their respective cities. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. In the courtyard, Black Wind 3 changes. Li Fuchen's body shook, and one after another Li Fuchen walked out of his body. In the blink of the eye, there were 3 Li Fuchens standing side by side. I've finally comprehended the true meaning of the Black Wind 3 transformations. Li Fuchen revealed a smile, while the other 2 clones vanished. Black Wind 3 transformations, Mystic Class, Mid-Tier Light Body Technique. At the sub-perfection stage, 1 clone could be formed. At the perfection stage, 2 clones could be formed. Including the main body, it would be 3. But at the trance stage and comprehended the Black Wind 3 transformations, there would still be 2 clones, but they would be more realistic. Without a sound or presence, Li Fuchen's figure scuttled out. Due to his extreme speed, the courtyard was filled with his figures. There were 3 figures that were extremely realistic, just like the main body. The Black Wind 3 transformations doesn't just allow me to create clones. Its speed is also exceptional. After comprehending this light body technique intent, it has at least doubled my mobility. What was the concept of having twice the mobility? It wasn't exaggerating to say that the current Li Fuchen could easily kill the previous Li Fuchen without any suspense. Of course, the prerequisite was to break the defense. If it was just speed and not enough attack power, it wouldn't be of much use. Once Li Fuchen circulated the Black Wind 100 transformations, he wouldn't be able to circulate the true Inferno technique, and would undoubtedly sacrifice a lot of his attack power. No matter what, after comprehending the Black Wind 3 transformations intent, my overall ability has increased by quite a bit. Especially my survivability, it has at least doubled. An exceptional light body technique only had benefits and no disadvantages. If it could break the defense, it would be even more terrifying. 3 days passed by in a flash. 300 miles outside of Green Cloud City, there was a tall mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was half a palace. It was said to be half a palace, but it wasn't because the palace was in a dilapidated state. On the contrary, the palace was majestic and magnificent, without a trace of damage. But the other half seemed to be in another world. Early in the morning, a large number of figures arrived at the peak of the mountain. Li Fuchen raised his head and saw that above the palace gate, there was a plaque with 4 words, Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. The words were bold and powerful, like a saber, spear, and axe, with a vast and mysterious intent. No wonder it is the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The Mystic Martial Hidden Domain was a half-open hidden domain. This palace wasn't a product of the origin world, but was constructed in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Every 3 months, the palace gate would open once. After entering, it would take 3 months before one could exit. There were plenty of people arriving at the peak of the mountain. Young Master Dragon Sword Chi Yuya, Ugly Swordsman Gong Sun Yi, Fairy Muyu Su Muyu, Xiaoho Shi, Swordsman Travel Cloud Lu Yin, Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, Sword Tiger, Chen Yuanhu, Emotionless Sword Shuefeng Li Fuchen. Just the stars ranking bigwigs were here. There were already more than a dozen of them. The rest of the people added up to more than 500. While the Azure Water Sect had 8 of them, the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain is about to open in 15 minutes. I wonder how many people will be able to pass the first Mystic Martial door. It would be great if 1 out of 10 could pass. Is it so difficult? You might not know if you haven't entered before. The 8 Mystic Martial doors aren't meant to increase the difficulty of each door. In fact, there isn't any difference in grades between the 8 doors. It purely depends on whether you are suitable or not, and if your innate talent is all round. Let me put it this way. Those who pass the second Mystic Martial door might not have an innate potential that surpasses the first Mystic Martial door. Perhaps they are suitable, or perhaps their innate talent is just slightly more all-round. That's right. But if one is unable to pass the first Mystic Martial door, He will never be able to enter the mystic martial hidden domain for the rest of his life. Sigh. If only I was more cautious back then, and entered the mystic martial hidden domain later. Isn't that so? I feel that the current me will definitely be able to pass the first mystic martial door. A pity that I don't have the chance anymore. Among the crowd, not everyone was able to enter the mystic martial hidden domain. There were some who attempted the mystic martial hidden domain, but didn't pass the first mystic martial door. They were only here to watch the show, and had already lost their chance. Rumble. 15 minutes later, the palace gate suddenly opened. A rainbow radiance shone out from within and illuminated the peak of the mountain. The mystic martial hidden domain is opening. Everyone held their breaths and didn't even blink. Right at this moment in the void, an imposing figure gradually formed. It was a figure that was half real and half illusory. Those who have lost their qualifications are not allowed to barge into the mystic martial hidden domain. Otherwise, they shall be obliterated. The illusory figure spoke indifferently and emotionlessly. Hearing the statement, everyone didn't have any strange reactions. This illusory figure wasn't a mystic martial expert, and didn't seem to be a living being. Chapter 256. Interesting. Chiya stared at the shadow, and could feel the power of the shadow. The shadow's body was filled with martial Dao intent, and had the power of Heaven Dao. Martial Dao intent that had the power of Heaven Dao was naturally an Earth-class martial Dao intent. As for Heaven-class martial Dao intent, it wasn't possible. Heaven-class martial Dao intent was close to the power of a god. Killing a reincarnation realm martial artist didn't even require a move. Since the mystic martial hidden domain has opened, then there is no need for me to disguise myself. Li Fuchen wiped his face and restored his true appearance. This person changed his appearance? Someone noticed Li Fuchen's abnormality and exclaimed, "It's him!" There were plenty of people who recognized Li Fuchen. Half a year ago, Li Fuchen was wanted by the Heaven Fiend sect, and there were plenty of cities that had his wanted portrait. This person was wanted by the Heaven Fiend sect, although it was later withdrawn, but the Heaven Fiend sect wouldn't let him go. I didn't expect him to expose his identity. If I didn't guess wrongly, he wants to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. That way, the Heaven Fiend sect wouldn't dare to touch him. In his dreams, it is so easy to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. There are so many mystic martial experts' personal disciples. I think he is indulging in fantasy and overconfidence. Let's see what he will do after he fails. Perhaps he will be captured by an expert from the Heaven Fiend sect once he comes out. Everyone was sneering. It is Li Fuchen. Young sect patriarch's death is definitely related to him. There were gold-class direct disciples from the Heaven Fiend sect here too. When they heard the discussions, they all looked over. Li Fuchen ignored everyone's eyes and arrived in front of sword maniac Li Xiangru and the others. He cupped his fist and said, "Seniors, I am Li Fuchen. I have heard of you." Li Xiangru nodded. Chen Yuanhu nodded too. Well done for the 100 Herbs hidden domain. He had heard of Li Fuchen's domination of the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Back then, only sword maniac Li Xiangru was able to do it. We meet again. Shuefeng recognized Li Fuchen. He didn't notice Li Fuchen earlier, because he didn't care. As long as he had the intention, he would still be able to recognize Li Fuchen even if he changed his appearance. I heard that you defeated Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu. Is that true? Shuefeng inquired. When he passed by the Autumn Rain City, he unintentionally found out that Li Fuchen was in the limelight during the Autumn Rain Tea Party. He defeated the Stars rankers Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu, which gave him a huge shock. Oh, really? Chen Yuanhu's eyes lit up. Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu weren't normal people. Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm, and was already able to defeat Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu. This ability was enough to move him. Luck. Li Fuchen smiled. Li Xiangru sized up Li Fuchen and said, "If there is an opportunity, let's spar." Since the other party was able to defeat Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu, his strength was probably not inferior to Chen Yuanhu's. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was younger than Chen Yuanhu. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. At this time, There was no need for him to be too humble. Sometimes being too humble was hypocritical and arrogant. You shouldn't have revealed your true appearance at this time. Chen Yuanhu frowned. Li Fuchen said, if I become a personal disciple under a mystic martial expert, I wonder if the Heaven Fiend sect would dare to touch me? Of course not. Shuefeng said. Even if the Heaven Fiend sect had 3 guts, they wouldn't dare. The rage of a mystic martial expert isn't something a regular sect can withstand. At least the Heaven Fiend sect doesn't have the ability or the confidence. But becoming a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert isn't just a joke. Chen Yuanhu frowned and didn't say anything. He felt that Li Fuchen was too confident. To become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, one had to at least pass the 5th mystic martial door. Even if Li Fuchen defeated Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianqiu, it would still be extremely difficult for him to pass the 5th mystic martial door. There were some things that even if one was confident, one shouldn't be too full of confidence. After all, even a 6-star bone frame wouldn't dare to say that he could pass the 5th mystic martial door steadily. If Li Fuchen wasn't a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, he would have snorted in disdain. Go inform the upper echelons. Tell them that Li Fuchen is here. A few of the Heaven Fiend sect's gold-class direct disciples transmitted their qi. After a few breaths, one of them descended the mountain and rushed towards Green Cloud City. It's him? Xiahou Shi had also recognized Li Fuchen. He was the same as Shuefeng, and didn't pay much attention to Li Fuchen's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to recognize him. After all, looks could be deceiving, but qi presence wasn't. At least for the Earth realm, there weren't many that could do it. I wonder if he passed the 5th stage in the Star Road hidden domain. This was something that Xiahou Shi was extremely concerned about. If Li Fuchen passed the 5th stage, he would definitely kill Li Fuchen. If there is a chance, I will still have to get rid of him. It should be able to increase my qi luck by quite a bit. Xiahou Shi withdrew his gaze and concealed his murderous intent. Han Feng, who recognized Li Fuchen, had a pale expression on his face. Compared to Xiahou Shi, he had been completely humiliated by Li Fuchen in the Star Road hidden domain. There shouldn't be a need for me to make a move. One of the Heaven Fiend sect's direct disciples has already gone down the mountain to report. Han Feng thought to himself. When Li Fuchen returned to his true appearance, it caused some ripples on the mountain peak. But soon enough, the ripples calmed down, and everyone's attention was back on the palace doors. Let's go in. Those who were qualified to enter the mystic martial hidden domain all skimmed into the palace doors. In the blink of the eye, there were only a few figures left on the mountain peak. These people were all those who had lost their qualifications. Sai, so regretful. Why can't you give us another chance? As long as I can pass the 1st mystic martial door, I will have the chance to become a right-in disciple of a mystic martial expert. This is an existence that is even stronger than a supreme elder. I was too impatient back then, and wanted to strengthen myself as soon as possible. In the end, I got nothing. Looking on helplessly as the others entered the palace doors, the remaining people were filled with regret. If the shadow wasn't standing guard, they would have wanted to barge in. Of course, they were just thinking about it. Even if the shadow wasn't standing guard, they wouldn't dare to barge in. After all, they were just puny Earth realm martial artists. After entering the palace doors, everyone landed on a long path. This path was like a giant's path, which was a few hundred meters wide and 100 miles long. Every set distance on the path, there would be a stone door that could accommodate a few hundred people. There was a total of 8 of them. Is this the 8 mystic martial doors? Li Fuchen sized up the 8 stone doors and the mountains on both sides of the path with curiosity. The path penetrated through the mountains, and within these mountains, there were 8 main peaks. Each of the main peaks had a cave abode. In the 6 abodes that were closer to the group, 6 figures with different appearances opened their eyes. 3 months is up. I wonder if there are any good saplings this time. A white-haired veteran with deep eyes muttered, and promptly closed his eyes. The personal disciple that Lao Si took in previously isn't bad. I hope there will be someone that I like this time. The man with the phoenix eyes let out a faint smile, and was rather interested. A graceful and luxuriously dressed middle-aged beauty said, "I only take in female disciples. I wonder if there are any outstanding female disciples this time." The 6 of them would often take in disciples. There were write-in disciples, and also personal disciples. Of course, there were very few personal disciples. If one didn't pass the 5th mystic martial door, they wouldn't take them in as a personal disciple, unless the person was too special and was extremely demonic in some aspects. But if someone could pass the 6th mystic martial door, they would take them in as a personal disciple no matter what. After all, there wouldn't be many who could pass the 6th mystic martial door in an era. It would be a pity to miss it. Chapter 257. As for the last 2 abodes, a preeminent man and a white-haired elder didn't even open their eyes from start to finish. They had never accepted a personal disciple and had only accepted some write-in disciples. It wasn't because they were picky, but there weren't many who met their requirements. Basically, they didn't have much hope. Arriving at the first stone door, everyone stopped. The first mystic martial door is relatively easier, but if one isn't adept at it, it might be the hardest. Everyone didn't have much confidence, including some of the star's rankers. What is there to be afraid of? I don't believe I can't pass it. One of them skimmed into the stone door. Swish! The stone door didn't seem to have any brilliance, but once this person entered, he immediately vanished without a trace. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people didn't hesitate and skimmed in. Li Fuchen followed suit. In the next moment, he appeared in a spatial zone. This was a space of a swamp. In this world, there was nothing else but the swamp. A test of light body technique? Li Fuchen frowned. He gently landed on the swamp and didn't cause any ripples. It doesn't matter. I will deal with whatever comes my way. This is just the first mystic martial door. There is no need to think too much. Circulating his chi, Li Fuchen sprinted on the swamp. The swamp didn't seem to have an end. Li Fuchen sprinted for 2 hours and still couldn't see the end. Swish, swish, swish. Unknowingly, there were ripples on the swamp. As the ripples undulated, Li Fuchen felt that his speed had obviously slowed down. Furthermore, the stickiness of the swamp was getting stronger. Stopping, Li Fuchen was pushed back a few dozen meters by the ripples. Seems like it is indeed a test of light body technique. Executing the Black Wind 3 clones, Li Fuchen's speed increased drastically. His entire body was like an afterimage as he sprinted on the swamp. At the same time, the others were sprinting on the swamp too. I can't take it anymore. Light body technique is my weakness. Damn it. A youth sprinted on the swamp with a depressed expression. This swamp wasn't an ordinary swamp. It had a powerful stickiness, and every time one tried to borrow strength, it would take a lot of effort to get rid of it. It was fine if it was for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, one would be exhausted. Ah! A young man unwillingly cried out. His entire body was sprawled on the swamp, unable to climb up at all. A great wave of the swamp surged, and this young man disappeared without a trace. Within 2 hours, half of the hundreds of people had been eliminated. Useless. The mystic martial door might seem to be testing one's light body technique, but it is actually testing one's control of one's chi. If one can't even control one's own chi, how can one be qualified to stay in the mystic martial hidden domain? In the cave abode, a skinny and small man sneered. The further they went, the faster the frequency of the ripples became, making them dizzy. Fortunately, it wasn't too strenuous for Li Fuchen. If it was just a light body technique test, he wouldn't have anything to fear. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen finally saw the exit. The exit was above the swamp. Li Fuchen stomped on the swamp and got rid of the sticky force. His figure soared into the sky and skimmed through the exit. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Fuchen was back on the path, and in front of him was the second stone door. Whoosh! Just as Li Fuchen emerged, a figure followed suit. It is the dragon sword young master Qiyuya. Seeing Li Fuchen, Qiyuya was a little surprised. As one of the 6 young masters, there was basically nothing he wasn't good at. Apart from sword arts, light body technique was also one of his specialties. He originally thought that he was the first to pass the first mystic martial door, but he didn't expect someone to be in front of him. Interesting, he should be going all out. Qi didn't care too much. He didn't go all out in the first mystic martial door and didn't need to. With a flash, Qi skimmed into the second stone door. Worthy of being young Master Dragon Sword. Li Fuchen praised silently. The first mystic martial door wasn't easy. He executed the Black Wind 3 clones to pass so quickly. He didn't expect young Master Dragon Sword, Qi to not be much slower than him. The two of them passed the first mystic martial door at almost the same time. Immediately after, Li Fuchen skimmed into the second stone door too. In a short moment, Xiahou Shi, Su Muyu, and the others all came out. They looked at each other and skimmed towards the second stone door. In the second stone door, there was a heavy space. In this space there was only a thick mountain peak. The mountain peak had a steep cliff, and it was almost impossible to climb it. Furthermore, the gravity in this space was too strong, and it was almost impossible to fly. Walking to the foot of the mountain peak, Li Fuchen realized that at the bottom of the mountain peak, there was a giant closed stone door. It was about 30 meters tall and 20 meters wide. Standing in front of the stone door, there was a heavy qi presence assaulting his face. Do I have to push open the stone door? Li Fuchen asked curiously. Pressing on the stone door with both hands, Li Fuchen's qi burst forth and abruptly pushed forward. Rumble. The stone door opened with a rumble, and it didn't seem to be very difficult. But after pushing open this stone door, a stone door that was 50 meters tall came into view. This time, Li Fuchen just used the true Inferno technique to revolve his qi, and was unable to push open the stone door. After activating the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen only succeeded. But behind the 50-meter tall stone door, there was another 100-meter tall stone door. Li Fuchen used all his strength, and was unable to push it open. Interesting. Li Fuchen drew his black gold sword, and slashed at the stone door. Clang! The sword qi dissipated and the stone door was unscathed. As expected, I can only rely on my own strength to push it open, and is unable to destroy it. Giving up on the thought of destroying it, Li Fuchen dispersed the mystical dragon secret technique, and activated the primary clear hand. The primary clear hand could increase the qi burst power of the hand, and the partial burst power was even above the mystical dragon secret technique. Crack! The stone door trembled a little, but it was just a slight tremble. Open for me. With his muscles tensed, Li Fuchen's spirit will was highly concentrated. Exerting strength in both arms, he pushed the stone door again. Rumble! The stone door suddenly opened. So it is like this. Li Fuchen's face flashed with realization. The second mystic martial door wasn't just a test of strength, but also spirit will. When the martial artist's spirit will was highly concentrated, it would be easier to push open the stone door. But the prerequisite was that the strength and spirit will were strong enough. After the 100-meter stone door, there were no other stone doors. Li Fuchen walked out of this space. A dramatic scene happened. When Li Fuchen walked out, Qi followed, and was one step slower than Li Fuchen. Qi was astonished, so was Li Fuchen. Perhaps, the 8 mystic martial doors will automatically adjust the difficulty based on the martial artist's cultivation level. If not, those with high cultivation levels will have too much of an advantage. It doesn't reflect the fairness that the mystic martial hidden domain should have. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Qi's expression turned a little unpleasant. He didn't go all out for the first mystic martial door, but for the second mystic martial door, he was considered to have gone all out. Could he have known from the start that he had to use his spirit will to match his strength? Qi felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. Not bad. These two individuals aren't bad. They actually passed the second mystic martial door so quickly. From the looks of it, their spirit will is very strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to pass the fourth mystic martial door. I wonder if they can pass the fifth mystic martial door. Chapter 258. Xiahou Shi and Sumuyu are not much slower than Li Fuchen and Qi Yuya. In the eyes of the 6 mystic martial experts, these 4 individuals would definitely surpass the 4th mystic martial door. At this time, there were only 20 people left out of the hundreds. The first mystic martial door was still alright. Out of 10 individuals, at least one would be able to pass it. However, at the second mystic martial door, more than half of the people were unable to push open the third stone door. Even if their spirit will was highly concentrated, it still wouldn't work. But the Azure Water sect's luck was heaven-defying. Including Li Fuchen, 4 of them passed the second mystic martial door. These 4 individuals were obviously Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu and Shuefeng. Needless to say, Li Xiangru's spirit will was indestructible and had almost no flaws. Chen Yuanhu was extremely warlike. Even though his spirit and willpower wasn't as tenacious as Li Xiangru's, he was courageous enough and had the tendency of getting braver the more he fought. Shuefeng, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. One had to know that there were a few stars-ranking bigwigs who couldn't even pass the second mystic martial door. Third mystic martial door. This was a space of flames. The ground was a sea of fire, the sky was a cloud of fire, and countless beasts were running around. It might be a space of flames, but Li Fuchen didn't feel hot, as though it was all an illusion. What does the third mystic martial door test? Standing in the sea of flames, Li Fuchen glanced at the beast-shaped flames, and there was a faint flash of inspiration in his mind. These beast-shaped flames were full of explosive power. Moreover, they did not exist forever. They were constantly disappearing and erupting from the sea of fire, and the fire clouds. Explode. That's right, an outburst. It's a test of true Qi explosiveness. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The so-called explosive power differed from person to person. Some people had thick meridians, so their explosive power was stronger. Some people had high cultivation techniques and secret arts, so their explosive power was stronger. Some people had strong willpower, so their explosive power was also stronger. Explosive power had nothing to do with true Qi cultivation. If a first-level Earth Realm martial artist's Qi burst strength was 2 folds, then it would be no different from a 9th-level Earth Realm martial artist, who had 2 folds of Qi burst strength. It mainly depended on how many times the effect of one's true Qi explosion. With the thought flashing, Li Fuchen suddenly blasted out a fist. Whoosh! A wolf-shaped flame erupted. This wolf-shaped flame was not formed by true Qi, but by the flames in the flame space. It was a concrete manifestation of explosive power. Exchanging his fist for a palm strike, Li Fuchen executed a palm strike. This was the iron-smelting palm. The flames surged, and a leopard-shaped flame rushed out. As expected, Li Fuchen's guess was right. The stronger the explosive power, the different beast-shaped flames would appear. In this way, his explosive power would probably have to reach a certain level before he could leave this fiery space. Activating the primary clear hand, Li Fuchen executed another palm strike. Roar! The flames roared, and a ball of tiger-shaped flames erupted. I wonder how explosive his sword technique is. Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen cleaved. It was obvious that as a swordsman, Li Fuchen's sword art's burst power was superior to his palm art. With a single cleave, a bull-shaped flame sprinted. The Qi presence was vigorous and vast, far superior to the tiger-shaped flame. Next was the Flaming Devil Sword Art. As soon as he executed the Flaming Devil Sword Art, a rhinoceros charged forward in flames. A mystic-level middle-tier killer move was unleashed. A giant python of flames surged out. Activating the black iron sword essence, a flood dragon roared towards the sky, its momentum terrifying. At the same time, a flaming door appeared in front of Li Fuchen. There's no rush. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave the fiery space. He took a deep breath and concentrated his spirit will to a high level. In the unseen world, there seemed to be a force being nurtured. Roar! A sonorous dragon roar echoed, as a flaming giant dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly descended and burst forth violently. At that moment, the entire sea of flames seemed to be in an uproar. What? Explosive power at the dragon class? The mystic martial experts from the 6 abodes were shocked. Generally speaking, once one reached the Flood Dragon class, they would be able to pass the third mystic martial door. There might not even be one dragon class expert in an era. Flood dragons and dragons might seem to only have a difference of one class, but the difference was like a chasm. A flood dragon was ultimately a flood dragon, but a dragon was a species of a higher class. I must take this child in as my personal disciple. No one shall contest with me. A mystic martial expert, that was as tall and sturdy as a mountain, roared. Old Six, you are not qualified to teach him. I should be the one to do it. The man with the phoenix eyes said. The tall and sturdy man wasn't convinced. I am most proficient in explosive power. Why am I not qualified? The middle-aged beauty said. In explosive power, we aren't inferior to you. Furthermore, you are only proficient in explosive power. What about the others? How are you going to teach him? Stop wasting God's gifts. The tall and sturdy man was still unwilling. I don't care. I must teach him. Producing an incredible personal disciple would be beneficial to them too. He couldn't give up. Don't be willful. Furthermore, it is up to him to choose. I don't think he will choose you. The man with the phoenix eyes didn't argue and laughed. They might be in their respective abodes, but the mystic martial hidden domain was extremely mystical. Furthermore, they were all reincarnation realm martial artists, and it was extremely easy for them to transmit messages across space. The rest of the mystic martial experts didn't say anything, but they were extremely tempted. They decided that when the time came, they would definitely tempt Li Fuchen and make him their personal disciple. After all, if they missed this opportunity, they might not have another chance in the future. This child isn't bad. Right at this moment, the white-haired elder in the second abode spoke. Second brother, you have an idea? The man with the phoenix eyes wasn't calm anymore. Big brother and second brother had yet to accept a personal disciple. Furthermore, the two of them were the strongest. If the two of them were to participate in the competition, their chances would instantly be reduced by 90%. The white-haired elder spoke indifferently. The prerequisite is for him to pass the fifth mystic martial door. The fifth mystic martial door was the lowest standard. If it was in the past, even if one passed the sixth mystic martial door, he wouldn't normally accept a personal disciple. But Li Fuchen was a little special. After all, burst strength was an extremely important factor in one's strength. The difference between Flood Dragon class and Dragon class was just too huge. It was just like the difference between a normal person and a prodigy, which was unbelievably huge. I hope he doesn't pass the fifth mystic martial door. Subconsciously, apart from the preeminent man, the rest of the 6 mystic martial experts were hoping that Li Fuchen wouldn't pass the fifth mystic martial door. If outsiders were to know of their thoughts, they would probably be dumbfounded. But they didn't care at all. Whether they accepted a personal disciple was up to them. If it wasn't to their liking, so what if you passed the fifth mystic martial door? If they didn't accept you, they wouldn't accept you. But if it was to their liking, even if you only passed the third mystic martial door, they would still accept you as a personal disciple. Of course, the third mystic martial door was considered a lower standard. Even if it was lower, they would still have to consider it carefully. They couldn't possibly accept someone who passed the first or second mystic martial door as a personal disciple, right? I am most curious about why he didn't even pass the fourth mystic martial door. The stalwart man had evil thoughts in his mind. Li Fuchen was too much to his liking. He couldn't wait to snatch Li Fuchen over. As for the results, he couldn't be bothered about it. He only intended to accept Li Fuchen as a personal disciple. Li Fuchen didn't know the thoughts of the mystic martial experts. Chapter 259. Explode. In the flame space, Chi Yi screamed and slammed his sword forward. A resounding beast roar resounded, and a flood dragon of flames rushed out with majestic momentum. With the emergence of the flame portal, Akabane breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel that the difficulty of passing the third mystic martial door was much higher, and even he wouldn't be able to pass it casually. At the same time, the others were also rushing through the fiery space. Rain and Xiahou Shi were the first to pass. Following closely was Li Xiangru and Han Feng. Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng, on the other hand, could only unleash the explosive power of a giant python, and left regretfully. As such, out of the 20 over people, there were less than 10 who passed the third mystic martial door. Only 9 people passed. The Azure Water sect had 2 members, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. Out of the flame space, Qi Yiya did not see Li Fuchen. Still not out, Qi Yiya muttered. After waiting in place for a moment, and seeing that no one came out, Qi Yiya skimmed towards the 4th mystic martial door. The 4th mystic martial door was a world of water. As soon as he entered, Li Fuchen was immediately wrapped in water. Not far away, a big fish swam over. Looking at it up close, he realized that it wasn't a real fish, but a fish made of precious materials. The fish's belly opened up, revealing a control room inside. Entering, closing the fish belly, Li Fuchen looked at the control room. The control room was very simple. Other than a transparent crystal at the front, there was only a rudder. He held the rudder with both hands and turned it slightly. The big fish followed suit. If he pulled it down, the big fish would sink. If he pulled it up, the big fish would rise. Immediately after, Li Fuchen tried to input qi again. Whoosh! The speed of the big fish increased exponentially. It was now more than 10 times faster than before. What will this test be? Li Fuchen didn't understand. If it was a test of the output of true qi, then he would definitely not be as good as someone with a higher cultivation than him. His intuition told him that it had something to do with the rudder. The big fish swam for a while. Suddenly, densely packed black dots appeared in front of it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these black dots were actually a school of fish. The school of fish was extremely fast and rushed towards Li Fuchen. This is a test of reaction speed and awareness. Li Fuchen instantly understood. Although reaction speed and awareness were related to one's cultivation, the relationship was not particularly large. At the very least, it was not a decisive factor. Of course, if Li Fuchen was just a regular prodigy, he would definitely be at a disadvantage now. After all, he was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm. The increase in his reaction speed and awareness was too little. It was a level lower than the 6th level of the Earth realm. A huge difference from the 7th level of the Earth realm, and a level lower than the 8th and 9th level of the Earth realm. For the 4th mystic martial door, one's cultivation had to be at least at the 7th level of the Earth realm. The 4th mystic martial door tests reaction speed and awareness. I wonder if he can pass it easily. Being at the 5th level of the Earth realm is too much of a disadvantage. But with his ability, it shouldn't be a problem. It is just a little pathetic. The 6 mystic martial experts were all paying attention to Li Fuchen. The others were just paying attention to it in passing. But soon the 6 of them realized that they were wrong. Their eyes gradually widened, and they had an incredulous look on their faces. Li Fuchen's reaction speed and awareness were too terrifying. That overwhelming school of fish was densely packed and impenetrable. If a regular prodigy encountered such a situation, their mind would definitely go blank and be dumbfounded. Only the formidable prodigies would be able to calm down and do their best to dodge. But Li Fuchen was able to control the big fish to the limits. Under his control, the entire big fish was able to find a gap and slip in smoothly. Seeing Li Fuchen controlling the big fish was simply a form of enjoyment. When the 6 of them placed their attention on the others who entered the space of water, they instantly noticed the disparity. Seeing these people controlling the big fish from the start to the end, they were all on tenterhooks, afraid that they might be bumped by the school of fish. It was the complete opposite of Li Fuchen. How can his awareness be so strong? The eyes of the man with the phoenix eyes were bursting with a horrifying radiance. He could naturally see that Li Fuchen's reaction speed was secondary. The crucial point was that Li Fuchen's awareness was too terrifying, allowing him to instantly understand what to do. Horrific, too horrific. Even a heaven realm martial artist wouldn't have such a strong awareness, right? After the stalwart and sturdy man recovered from the shock, his face revealed a sorrowful expression. He admitted that he wasn't qualified to teach Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen being in his hands was a complete waste of talent. Only boss and second brother can teach him. The stalwart and sturdy man thought to himself. The preeminent man and the white-haired elder were very well-rounded and didn't have any shortcomings, while the 6 of them more or less had some shortcomings. This child is an anomaly. As compared to his awareness, strength burst is nothing. The middle-aged beauty covered her forehead. Awareness was her forte, but boss and second brother were much stronger than her. The crucial point was that she wasn't able to teach strength burst. The big fish passed through the school of fish, and a water portal appeared in front. Walking out of the big fish, Li Fuchen skimmed into the water portal. Outside of the mystic martial hidden domain, someone passed the 4th mystic martial door. But it actually isn't young Master Dragon Sword, Qiyuya. It is this person named Li Fuchen. On the left pillar of the palace gate, there were 8 stone door shadows. Everyone clearly saw Li Fuchen drilling out from the 4th stone door shadow and skimming into the 5th stone door shadow. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Who was young Master Dragon Sword Qiyuya? He was one of the East Unicorn Continent's 6 young masters. He had supreme innate talents and was known to have monarch-class potential, while Li Fuchen was at most a rising star. In everyone's opinion, even if someone was faster than young Master Dragon Sword, it should be Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu, or Xiaohoushi who had the heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. It shouldn't be Li Fuchen. We have misjudged. This person's innate potential is actually so formidable. Everyone's face was burning. Previously, they mocked Li Fuchen for overestimating himself and being overconfident. Reality gave them a ruthless slap in the face. Let's see. He might not be able to pass the 5th mystic martial door. It isn't like this hasn't happened before. He passed the first 4 doors very quickly, but got stuck at the 5th mystic martial door. Some were still unconvinced. Damn it, he actually passed the 4th mystic martial door. The Heaven Fiend Sect's gold-class direct disciple had an awful expression. The more mystic martial doors Li Fuchen passed, the more likely it was for him to be accepted as a personal disciple by a mystic martial expert. They were already in a dangerous situation. Once Li Fuchen became a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, the Heaven Fiend Sect would have to think thrice before making a move on him. Killing Li Fuchen was a small matter, but offending a mystic martial expert was a huge matter. Who knew if the mystic martial expert would go crazy and cause a huge ruckus in the Heaven Fiend Sect, killing a few reincarnation realm martial artists. After entering the 5th mystic martial door, what appeared in front of Li Fuchen was a world of thunder and lightning. The sky was filled with thunder clouds and lightning bolts descended from the sky, intertwining like a net. Li Fuchen didn't move forward and carefully observed the space of thunder and lightning. These thunderbolts seemed to be martial arts. After observing for a long time, Li Fuchen came up with a shocking conclusion. Every bolt of lightning was like a martial artist executing an ultimate move. Some ultimate moves were slow, some were fast, some were ever-changing, and some were incomparably fierce. At this moment, the white-haired elder in the second abode opened his eyes and began to observe Li Fuchen. Chapter 260. It should be a test of martial arts. With this thought, Li Fuchen drew his black gold sword and executed the blaze devil sword art. But there was no reaction. Is the martial arts not exquisite enough? Li Fuchen executed his kill move. There was still no reaction. Why don't I attract a bolt of lightning? Li Fuchen cleaved at one of the lightning bolts. Crackle! The lightning bolt was successfully attracted and instantly struck Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's mind was filled with martial arts essences. I see. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen was slightly shocked. This bolt of lightning actually contained martial arts essences. Using the martial arts essences to create my own moves? Li Fuchen guessed. Li Fuchen started to study the martial arts essences. This bolt of lightning contained a leg art essence. After obtaining these leg art essences, Li Fuchen could feel that his leg art proficiency had improved significantly. It was almost at the level of a sword art. It should be a higher class leg art essence. Li Fuchen felt that it was good to stay here for a longer period of time. Obtaining a leg art essence was different from cultivating a leg art manual. The former would be injected directly into the brain, while the latter would require time to cultivate. After studying for a moment, Li Fuchen started to create a leg art move. Boom! A kick was executed, and a chi explosion could be heard. Boom 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 boom. Like a thunderclap, Li Fuchen kicked a few hundred times in a single breath. Each kick was stronger and more exquisite than the last. Towards the end, it wasn't inferior to a mystic class low-tier leg art, and was starting to produce leg art intent. But it still didn't cause any abnormalities. Li Fuchen wasn't discouraged and continued to study. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's legs began to produce electric sparks. His kicking speed was like lightning, inconceivably fast and ferocious. If it was a regular prodigy, they wouldn't even be able to see the trajectory of the kick, and would only be able to see a burst of lightning. 1 hour later, a bolt of lightning emerged from Li Fuchen's legs and resonated with the lightning in the sky. At the same moment, a door of lightning appeared in front of Li Fuchen. As expected, as long as I use the martial arts essences to create a mystic class mid-tier martial art, I will be able to leave the space of lightning. I wonder if I can continue to attract the lightning. Li Fuchen cleaved at the lightning in the sky again. But this time, there was no reaction from the lightning. Looks like one person can only attract one lightning bolt. I can't be greedy. With such thoughts in mind, Li Fuchen stepped into the thunder door. This child's comprehension is superb. I'll take him in, the white-haired old man said word by word. The man with the phoenix eyes was unwilling to give up. Second brother, can you give him to me? The white-haired old man smiled and said. Third brother, you already have a personal disciple. Why are you still fighting with me? The man with the phoenix eyes said. At most, I'll exchange my personal disciple with you. The white-haired old man said. Do you think I'm a fool? I don't care about your personal disciple. Second brother, if he chooses me, you can't stand in his way. The man with phoenix eyes continued. The white-haired old man said. What do you mean by obstructing others? But don't worry, if he still chooses you after knowing our background, I won't fight with you. He believed that this possibility was almost impossible. Who would choose the third mystic martial artist and give up on the second mystic martial artist? Unless they were stupid. All of you stop fighting. I want him, said the pretty-looking man. Big brother, you fancy him too? The white-haired old man wasn't calm anymore. The pretty-looking man was the #1 mystic martial artist, and also their big brother. In fact, they weren't sworn brothers and weren't blood-related brothers. But because they were all mystic martial artists, they addressed each other as brothers. The white-haired old man's age wasn't that old, he just looked old. Of course, he was actually older than the pretty-looking man. But the pretty-looking man was stronger, hence, he could only be the #2. The pretty-looking man said, I have a few right-in disciples. Only he is qualified to be my personal disciple. How can I miss this opportunity? As the #1 mystic martial artist, it was too difficult for him to accept a personal disciple. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but these people were too inferior. After all, it was beneficial for them to produce formidable personal disciples. Apart from him and his second brother, the rest of them already had personal disciples. The white-haired old man said helplessly, It isn't easy to accept a personal disciple. Sigh. Lao Seng couldn't compete with him. Similarly, he couldn't compete with Big Brother, unless Li Fuchen was really stupid. Second brother, wait a little longer. Before the Stars ranking tournament, you will definitely be able to accept a personal disciple. According to my estimations, this era should be the strongest era, after the disappearance of the absolute experts. You still have a high chance of accepting a personal disciple. The preeminent man consoled. The white-haired old man nodded. I hope so. He also felt that there was something special about this era. Otherwise, they would not have appeared here. Outside the mystic martial hidden domain. Past the 5th mystic martial door. To be able to pass the 5th mystic martial door, there is at least a 90% chance of becoming a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. TSK. Everyone was shocked. As for the Heaven Fiend Sex Gold Class direct disciple, his face was ashen. Li Fuchen becoming a mystic martial expert direct disciple is in the bag. In the future, their Heavenly Fiend sect will no longer be able to deal with Li Fuchen, unless someone in the younger generation of Heavenly Fiend sect can kill Li Fuchen. The mystic martial artists had once said that they would not intervene in the sparring between the same generation, but only forbade the older generation from intervening. Do not think that you can hide from a mystic martial artist. It might be hard for a mystic martial artist to investigate the truth, but the shadow that was guarding the mystic martial hidden domain could. There were rumors that the shadow that was guarding the mystic martial hidden domain was the spirit of the mystic martial hidden domain. It had all sorts of mysterious powers, and if a mystic martial expert paid a price, the spirit of the mystic martial hidden domain could investigate the truth. Otherwise, when a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert was killed, the culprit wouldn't be exposed so quickly. After all, the East Unicorn continent was huge, and there were countless experts. Who would know who was the killer? Swish, 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 swish. A few figures descended from the sky, and they were all Heaven Realm martial artists. Are you sure he is in the mystic martial hidden domain? A Heaven Realm martial artist asked a gold-class direct disciple from the Heaven Fiend sect. This gold-class direct disciple replied bitterly, "Elder, this person has already passed the 5th mystic martial door. I am afraid he will become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert." What? He passed the 5th mystic martial door? These Heaven Realm martial artists were all inner sect elders of the Heaven Fiend sect. When they heard the news, they were all flabbergasted. They knew that Li Fuchen's innate potential was high, but they didn't expect it to be this high. Those who passed the 5th mystic martial door were all elite prodigies of the continent. They were either 6-star bone frames, or heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. But Li Fuchen was just a 1-star bone frame. Damn it, why is his potential so high? We cannot let this matter rest like this. The sect patriarch said to capture Li Fuchen at all costs. That's right, capture him. Mystic martial experts are unable to casually leave the mystic martial hidden domain. Every time they leave, they will have to pay a huge price. We are just capturing him. Once we capture him back, we will let the sect patriarch make the decision. These people didn't want to return empty-handed. In their opinion, as long as they didn't kill Li Fuchen, there shouldn't be any problems. As for what the sect patriarch would decide, they weren't able to fathom it. Maybe he would let him go. Maybe he would kill him out of anger. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.